Chapter 629. The charity banquet was held at Xinghui Hotel. The whole place was booked tonight. Luxury cars were parked downstairs and the red carpet was laid out. The organizer was the Antai Foundation. This donation was organized by the celebrities and the foundation. The singer Su Jiao accompanied Qin Zhe to the banquet. A big shot must have a pretty vase beside him. His sister wasn't here and Yi Lu and the other movie stars were out filming, so they couldn't make it back in time. 8:30 p.m. The lights were bright. Su Jiao was dressed to the nines. Her long dress touched the floor and her collar was very low, revealing her deep cleavage. Qin Zhe guessed that she was wearing a special bra inside, the kind that even men could get a cleavage. With Su Jiao's size, he estimated that she couldn't squeeze out such a deep cleavage even if she tried. Under the guidance of the staff, they took the elevator and arrived at the venue. The venue was originally the hotel's revolving restaurant, but now it was changed to the venue of the charity banquet. In the Shanghai entertainment industry, Qin Zhe was probably the most dazzling one. His fame and status were far above the other celebrities present. The moment he appeared, both familiar and unfamiliar celebrities greeted him. Even Su Jiao received a lot of attention. "CEO Qin, you're really dazzling," Su Jiao said. As a B-list singer, it was hard for her to receive such attention at a banquet where so many celebrities gathered. Everyone was quite famous. Because it wasn't a public event, there weren't many people present, so they invited a few reporters with good reputations. They took photos of Qin Zhe like crazy. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao sat down. His table was full of A-list and B-list celebrities from Tianfang and Star Art. The outside world knew that he had a good relationship with Star Art CEO, Huang Yizong. Interestingly, Su Lu, who had a few fights with her sister when she was at Star Art, was also present. This woman in her 30s had a mature charm. She was even prettier than Su Jiao. It was because of her good looks that she could switch to the film and television industry when she reached a bottleneck in her singing career. "Yo, Miss Su, long time no see. How come you don't have any works recently?" Qin Zhe was full of smiles. "How can I have CEO Qin's talent?" Su Lu forced a smile. She gritted her teeth secretly. Qin Zhe was clearly mocking her. After Kang Xian left, her resources at Star Art didn't get suppressed, but she wasn't as successful as before. In the past year, he had released an album and filmed 2 TV series, but none of them were popular. On the other hand, Qin Bao Bao and her brother were like the sun in the sky. Qin Bao Bao even went to Guangdong to hold a concert a few days ago. Every time Su Lu thought about the circumstances of both parties, half of her pillow would be wet with tears. He had casually stepped on a little vixen with potential, and in just a year's time, she had already achieved meteoric success. Even karma wouldn't come so quickly. "I have a few good scripts on hand. Are you interested in joining us?" Qin Zhe took a sip of wine and said casually. Su Lu's eyes were filled with gentleness and joy. Thank you, President Qin," Qin Zhe laughed. "I'm just kidding. How could I have a script? I just finished shooting a movie." Su Lu was speechless. It was infuriating. Looking at Su Lu's stiff smile, Qin Zhe's expression didn't change. He even felt a little smug. "I like it when you hate me so much but can't do anything to me." This woman bullied his sister back then and even wanted to punch a monster to death. She didn't give me any face at all. It wasn't that he and his sister were soft-hearted when dealing with Su Lu, but Su Lu was an A-lister and an artist of Star Art, so they didn't find trouble with her. They couldn't force Huang Yizong to freeze her either. It wasn't realistic. Su Lu was on Tianfang Entertainment's blacklist. She knew this too, so when she heard Qin Zhe say that he had a script for her, she was pleasantly surprised. The charity banquet soon began. The male and female hosts were both from the entertainment industry. They were professional hosts of a TV station. The male host said, "Hello, guests. I'm very happy to be able to gather with everyone at this charity banquet." The female host said, "When I first arrived, I asked Teacher Xiang how much do you intend to donate. Teacher Xiang told me 5 million. I was shocked and gave a thumbs up. Look, Teacher Xiang is so understanding." Guess what Teacher Xiang said next? The male host said, "Don't say it, don't say it." The female host said, "He said 5 million, that's right. I won't charge an appearance fee this time." The audience roared with laughter. The male host said, "To show our love, the amount isn't important. What's important is that we have the heart to do charity." Following that, every artist had to go on stage to donate. The singer would sing a song, and the movie star would give a few words of gratitude or a joke. Only a charity banquet could invite so many celebrities without spending money. Huang Yuting and Su Jiao went on stage together. They sang the recently popular song, "Let the Whole World Know I Love You." This song is really popular. It's enough for them to eat for a few years. Yeah, Qin Zhe's song. How can it not be popular? It's a pity that he can't book a song. He doesn't sell it and only writes songs for his own company's singers. Their condition for joining Tianfang is that Qin Zhe writes a few songs for them every year. I can't help but be envious. The artists discussed animatedly. Su Lu secretly glanced at Qin Zhe. Back then, if she had turned from an enemy to a friend with Qin Bao Bao earlier and tried to rope her in, the situation might have been completely different. However, this was not an emotion of regret, but an emotion of anger. Damn it, why was Qin Zhe so amazing? In many plots, the supporting characters should be extremely regretful when the main character pretended to be pretentious. Actually, that wasn't the case. The supporting characters would only hate the main character more. Huang Yuting and Su Jiao returned to their seats and said, "CEO Qin, it's your turn next." According to the order, the next person was Qin Zhe beside them. The host thanked Huang Yuting and Su Jiao for their 500,000 donation as usual, then said, "Next, let's welcome Qin Zhe on stage." Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhe went on stage and took the microphone. "This time, my sister Qin Bao is holding a concert in Guangdong and can't make it. She entrusted me to donate on her behalf." He paused when he said this. The male host continued, "The two Qin's donations are 1 million each." Applause sounded. 1 million wasn't a lot. Many people even thought that with Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's financial resources, it was more like 2 million each. Qin Zhe suddenly said, "Next is the singing segment, right? I have something to do here. I recently wrote a new song, and it just so happens that it's in time for this charity gala. I'm planning to donate this song. Host, can we auction it live?" The crowd suddenly started discussing and whispering. Especially the singers, who were instantly excited. The female singer's eyes sparkled as she looked at the stage with anticipation and excitement. Good songs were hard to come by. Qin Zhe's songs were even harder to come by. In the entertainment industry and the singing circle, Qin Zhe was recognized as a golden ladder. Singers could climb up the ladder to the sky by following this ladder. Yes, of course. The male host was very surprised. Qin Zhe didn't say anything beforehand. But there's no accompaniment. The female host shook her head and laughed. CEO Qin must have brought it. Qin Zhe nodded and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to her. Wait a moment. The female host walked backstage. Su Jiao smiled and said, "Yuting, are we buying it?" Huang Yuting rolled his eyes. "Why should we buy it? We don't lack songs." Haha, that's true. A moment later, the music started. The dark sea is covered with white moonlight. I'm lost in thought, I don't know where the heart of the sea is flying. Many singers nodded to themselves. Yes, it wasn't a catchy song. They were all professionals. They could tell how a song was from the beginning. They could at least conclude 2 points. Chinze's singing was as impeccable as always, and the accompaniment was actually average so far. The beginning of this song was quite good. It wasn't a catchy song, but it wasn't as amazing as Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggerated, and Fairy Tale. The Secret I've Hidden. In the early morning of every day. Warmed into coffee, brought to you quietly. If I'm willing, with a black pencil. Draw a silent stage play. No matter how bright the lights are, I can still hug you. Scalp tingling. Many people really felt their scalps tingling. Previously, they listened to the song with an appreciative attitude. Now, the song was suddenly running with an appreciative attitude. Without any warning, their emotions were immersed in the song. If I'm willing, singing a hoarse song in the corner. No matter how loud it is, it's still for you. Please listen with your heart, don't speak. Chinze closed his eyes and pressed a finger to his lips. Su Jiao shuddered violently, her hair standing on end. She glanced at the wide-eyed Huang Yuting beside her and whispered, "Hey, you said you don't want it, right?" Chapter 630. Huang Yuting was dumbfounded. He thought that Chinze would at most use a slobber song to deal with it, but after listening to this song, it wasn't a slobber song at all. There was no problem with premium quality. No, it was the best of the best. Not only would this kind of song be a hit upon release, but it would also last for a long time. Even if one listened to it again many years later, they would still think it sounded good. It wasn't like a slobber song that would get sick of it after a few days and not want to listen to it anymore. Huang Yuting realized that Su Jiao's eyes were frighteningly bright. She was humming the rhythm of Chinze's song. Not only her, but Su Lu at the same table, the singers next door, and even further away all had hopeful and excited expressions on their faces. They chewed on the song while looking at the stage with burning eyes. Of course, they wanted this kind of song. No one wanted to give it up. The male host said, "Thank you, CEO Chin, for bringing us this song. It's called Don't Talk, right?" "Thank you." The artists below the stage clapped and cooperated. "But there's something we need to clarify. How much does CEO Chin plan to sell it?" The host asked the question that everyone wanted to know. "The starting price is 1.5 million, and each increment must be no less than 100,000, Chinze said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The audience was slightly stirred and whispered to each other. This price was clearly much higher than what they had expected. There weren't many gold medal composers in the entertainment industry today. The most famous ones were in Taiwan and Xiangjiang, and they had worked with the heavenly kings and queens of the 90s. They charged 60,000 to 100,000 yuan for a song or lyrics. They were the top composers. Low-level songwriters could thank the heavens for a few thousand for a song. For Chinze, it didn't matter if the price was several times higher. Singers were always so partial to talented fast shooters. But this price was too exaggerated. The starting price was 1.5 million, and each increment must be no less than 100,000. Even celebrities who reeked of money found it hard to accept. Because it's a charity gala, he's unscrupulously offering such a high price. That's reasonable. Many charity galas had auctions, and only in this kind of occasion could the item be sold for 10 times the original price. It didn't matter what was sold, the most important thing was the donation. TSK, I reckon most of the singers will withdraw from the auction. It's not worth it. Let's see how it goes. It's still acceptable if it's within 2 million. Those who were more flexible wanted to use the auction to get closer to Chinze. All copyrights, Qin added. All the copyrights. Everyone suddenly realized that this was reasonable. If it was all the copyrights, based on the words Qin produced, and the quality of this song, there would be no problem at all with such an auction. The scene immediately heated up, and the stars' eyes lit up with excitement again. The income of a composer was not just limited to composing songs and lyrics. Famous composers and singers had a kind of cooperative relationship. They wrote songs and composed songs, and the singers sang them. If they became popular, they would receive all kinds of copyright fees. Moreover, this kind of income was long-term. KTV requests, website downloads, album resales, and so on. There was also the annual royalties paid by platforms such as China's Aidong and so on. This was the reason why some singers and composers could live off a single song for a lifetime. Then, let's begin. Qin looked at the male MC. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep it simple. During the auction, please shout slowly and quietly. Otherwise, we won't be able to see all of you. We won't shout the countdown either. We'll give you enough time, the male MC said. 6 million. Huang Yuting raised his hand and shouted. His voice was clear and audible. It was undeniable that the quality of celebrities was definitely one of the best in the entire society, at least on the stage. Such a large venue quieted down just like that. 7 million. The second to bid was Su Jiao. As Qin underlings, they were very responsible in supporting him. At the same time, if the final price was within an acceptable range, they would fight for it. If not, then so be it. They were different from other artists. Other singers had a hard time getting a song, but they did not lack Qin's nourishment. We're different. 8 million. Su Lu, who was at the same table, made a bid. 9 million. 2 million. 1 million. Bidding voices rose one after another. Qin stood on the stage and was very satisfied with the artist's enthusiastic bidding. Usually, he scrimped on his points and carefully held them in his hands. It was only at times like this that he was willing to be generous. In any case, he was the successor of communism. When society was in trouble, of course, he had to help. If you're in trouble, I'll help. I live next door, and my surname is Wang. At this moment, the bidding had reached 3 million. It was very worth it, wasn't it? It was only 30 points, so it was not a loss. If Qin really donated 5 million in one go, he would have to hesitate. Although he was the successor of communism, the fact that the country tried so hard to get rid of him back then could not be erased. That didn't seem right. The myth that the country wanted to get rid of had already been dead for 24 years. Sure enough, going against the heavens did not end well. Under the light of the national emblem, even animals were suppressed and could not become demons, let alone a mere Qin. In the end, the auction was sold for 5 million. It was won by a little fresh meat. He went on stage with a face full of joy and shook hands with Qin. The money would probably be paid by the entertainment company directly to the foundation, but it would be under Qin's name. Thank you, Chairman Qin. Thank you for the opportunity at this charity banquet. The little fresh meat smiled. His two cheeks filled with hyaluronic acid were especially hilarious. 5 million for a song. No one would believe it if he said it out loud. It felt like the audience would be shocked again. At first glance, it did not seem worth that much, but this was a charity banquet, so it was understandable that it was more expensive. And if you looked at it carefully, it was actually a profit. First, it was Qin's brand effect, which was destined to be widely noticed. Then, there were various royalties, which would make a long-term profit. In addition, the little fresh meat would gain a wave of popularity and fame. All in all, it was definitely worth more than 5 million. I'll get someone to send you the lyrics and music later, Chinze said. Okay. The little fresh meat nodded vigorously and could not help but shake hands with Chinze again. There was another interesting thing. Although the little fresh meat's acting skills were often criticized, in terms of quality, they were better than the older and second-generation artists. At least in the few years since the rise of the little fresh meats, no one had ever seen a little fresh meat boasting shamelessly and arrogantly. They were very humble in the industry. Chinze and the little fresh meat in front of him were both little fresh meats, but there was a fundamental difference. He calmly accepted the little fresh meat's respectful attitude. The charity banquet ended at 10:00, and the celebrities left one after another. In the nanny van, Su Jiao's tone was slightly unwilling. Chairman Qin, you're really generous. You donated such a song just like that. In her opinion, it was obviously not worth it. Chinze did not lack a few million, so donating money was better than donating a song. Donating a song was a huge loss. Not only was it money, but there were also many hidden benefits. For example, it would bring a huge amount of popularity to the singer. Many singers relied on one song their entire lives to become popular, and many years later, people would still remember their names. Giving back to society, Chinze said. 5 million, plus the 2 million from before, it would be 7 million. Not to mention his sister, even he would feel heartache. Donating a song was not so heart-wrenching. After all, it was not real money. Moreover, it was actually just 30 points. Su Jiao secretly rolled her eyes. She wore brown eyeshadow, which made her eyes very eye-catching, charming and pretty. After thinking about it, she burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Chairman Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Oh. Chinze looked at her in confusion. What did she want to say? I just thought that if Chairman Qin was an ordinary songwriter, he could have many girlfriends in the entertainment industry with this talent alone. How do you know that I have many girlfriends? Ah. Su Jiao was stunned and widened her eyes. Then how many girlfriends do you have? Her tone was very gossipy. I'm just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend, Chinze said. It was not good to say too much. This girl had a good relationship with Qin Baobao. What if she let it slip one day? Even a wise man would make a mistake. Many amazing people often ended up miserably because of a small oversight. Liar. Su Jiao wrinkled her nose. Single dog, no girlfriend. Don't slander dogs. Dogs are not single. My 2 poodles work every day. Ha, this girl was quite eloquent. How could a single dog endure this? She was even worse than a dog. What a coincidence, I don't have a boyfriend either. Su Jiao's smile was reserved and sweet, but her eyes were very bold. It was a look that said, come and chase me. If you chase me, I'll catch you. Chinze had seen many similar looks. Young, handsome, talented, rich, and famous. Being a bachelor wasn't enough to describe him. Being a diamond-salted fish king was more like it. Thus, his girlfriend had always been a mystery to him, and he was coveted by all kinds of female heroes. Chinze himself often sighed with emotion, I'm bearing the handsomeness that shouldn't exist at this age. Chinze pretended not to understand the meaning in Su Jiao's eyes. Start preparing for the single next month. Although it's not wrong for us to shoot you, we cherish essence. An inch of time is an inch of essence, and an inch of yin can't buy 10 drops of essence. I know. Su Jiao pursed her lips and said, you have to practice singing every day. You didn't understand what I meant. Chinze said, what I meant was, take on more work this month and finish the album next month. You have to make up for your losses. Su Jiao muttered, skinning boss. The MPV drove into a certain villa district, and Qin Zhe personally sent her to the door. Su Jiao stood in front of the wrought iron gate, her skirt fluttering as she waved goodbye. Chapter 631. Back home in the evening, Wang Zijin leaned against the bed and read a book, with a pillow behind her back. Her black curly hair was scattered, and the orange light at the head of the bed reflected on her face, which was as gentle as jade. She was also led astray by Qin Bao Bao. The long black straight hair that Qin Zhe liked very much was gone, and it was slightly curled at the end. Therefore, when two people get along, the dirty one will always lead the upright one astray, because when people fall, the brake pads can't be stopped. It was not easy for Qin Zhe to control the object of Guan Bao's friendship to Su Yu. Now he wanted to go further and reach a close friendship with Wang Zijin. Unfortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the tactical essence of unobtainable things are always in turmoil and always kept Qin Zhe hanging. A beautiful name, want to fall in love, but be afraid of being F***ked. Bah, because love is not easy to F***ck. His sister was not at home, so Qin Zhe and her had been sleeping together. At most, they kissed, hugged, and touched. Qin Zhe could rub against her, and she would allow it. But Qin Zhe only rubbed against her twice and did not do such a thing again. He couldn't be to you and not enter the house 3 times. In the future, he would say to his son, "Son, Dad rubbed against your door 3 times, and it was not easy to get in." It was shameful to think about it. Moreover, doing this kind of thing, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were uncomfortable. One was a spring flood, the other was a big stalk. Harming others without benefiting oneself. Qin Zhe kicked off his slippers, lifted the quilt and went to bed. He hugged her in his arms and hummed a song, yes, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. No matter how bright the light is, I will hug you. Wang Zijin put down the book with a smile in her eyes. It's good, what song? I wrote a new song. Qin Zhe said, I just donated it at the charity dinner and sold it for 5 million. Wang Zijin smiled, my brother is amazing, do you want a kiss as a reward? The tone of your voice is more and more like Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe kissed her little mouth. Since you are so capable, help me think about how to develop the company. Wang Zijin held Qin Zhe's waist and frowned. Purple crystal technology had developed to this point, and they needed to continuously expand their business. The competition in the internet was even more intense than in the industry. If they did not change, they would have to wait for death. She needed to constantly innovate, especially the path she was taking now. Didn't you say it's a mountain stronghold? This road is the brilliant avenue that leads straight to the heavenly gate. Qin Zhe laughed. A knockoff is a knockoff after all. It's fine to make quick money, but it's hard to stay popular forever. Letting out a sigh, Wang Zijin closed the book and gently placed it by the bedside. She then returned to Qin Zhe's embrace and said, how about my pirated PUBG mobile game? But there are already many of them in the market, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to produce any results. Qin Zhe suggested, it's time to kill a few programmers as a sacrifice to the heavens. Wang Zijin felt that this was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Have you played a PUBG game before? No, don't ask me about games. I've quit. As a veteran shooter, Qin Zhe started playing Counter-Strike when he was in junior high. Later on, he started playing CF, shooting games practically ran through his entire youth. Now that he could not play them anymore, he really did not have the interest to eat PUBG. Men should not eat PUBG either. That was a woman's patent. Whoever ate PUBG was gay. Sleep early tonight. Let's set off tomorrow. Wash up and sleep. Qin Zhe chuckled. They took a bath together. Tomorrow, they would go to the disaster area to send a batch of supplies and a little money. Money was secondary. In the disaster area, money did not have much use. At most, it could be used to comfort people. The supplies were the most important. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said aggrievedly, I work myself to death every day, but you never praise me. You just want to take advantage of me. When she said this, Qinzhe remembered that he had never praised Wang Zijin. She was not a woman like his sister who liked to whine and act coquettishly, nor was she a woman who lacked love like Suyu who needed him to nourish her. She should be an intellectual, mature, and steady woman. Not to mention whether she was steady or not, she was definitely a woman with strong opinions and a strong heart. But Qinzhe ignored that a strong woman was also a woman, and she also longed for her boyfriend's praise and love. Just like a mature man, he would also fight for his son's milk like a child. Good girl, Zijin is so sensible and amazing. Qinzhe pressed his big hand on her head and rubbed it. His eyes were gentle and loving. Wang Zijin was stunned for a long time and then burst out laughing. Ace, your expression just now was like my father's. When I was young, he rubbed my head like this. Now that I think about it, I feel that your eyebrows and eyes are a bit similar. Your father is as handsome as me. Qinzhe said in his heart. You haven't seen Su Yao. I'm the one with similar eyebrows and eyes. But now it didn't look like him. Qinzhe's facial features had been optimized. Bah, my father was very handsome when he was young. He's as talented as me. That's also true. My father has been scolded by my grandfather since he was a child. But my grandfather also said that among his children, my father is the only one who can be regarded as a talent. But my father's qualifications are not as good as mine. Wang Zijin said proudly. You must not like your father. Why? Your father is too serious. Otherwise, you wouldn't like a humorous and interesting man like me. Humph, stinky man, my father was very serious when he was young, and it's the same now. Stinky man, take you to take a bath. Qinzhe's hand passed through her legs and wanted to pick her up. Wang Zijin held him down and said, change into your swimsuit first. I'll help you get it. Qinzhe took out a set of blue swimsuit from the wardrobe beside the bed. It was fashionable and sexy. It was not the kind of swimsuit that was paired with a short skirt or a tube top. It was a bikini. There were more than 10 similar swimsuits in his sister's wardrobe. Wang Zijin curled up under the blanket and silently changed into her swimsuit. Qinzhe watched as she pushed her bra and fat CI out of the blanket one by one. When she lifted the blanket, the swimsuit had already been changed. She was about 1.6 meters tall, a head shorter than her sister, but she was slim and well-proportioned. Her delicate body was white under the light. In the bathroom, it was steaming hot. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin were soaking in hot water. Beside them were 2 glasses of Yamazaki water, and ice cubes were floating in the wine. Wang Zijin's hair was tied into a ponytail, and her forehead was pasted with bangs. Her face was flush red, and the tip of her nose was dripping with fine beads of sweat. She squinted her eyes comfortably. The central air conditioner above their heads was blowing cold air. It was actually very comfortable to take a hot bath in summer. After soaking, one's whole body would be soft and light, and it would detoxify. With a glass of water, it was like a combination of ice and fire. Qinzhe picked up the goblet with his right hand and drank wine. His right hand lingered between Wang Zijin's slender waist and buttocks. Ace, you can swim, right? Yes. Teach me how to swim. Okay. There were more landlubbers in the north than in the south. Wang Zijin couldn't swim. At most, she tried to hold her breath. Fortunately, the pool was big enough for them to play around. Qinzhe held her waist and taught her how to dog paddle. From Qinzhe's point of view, Wang Zijin's smooth and white jade back, slender waist, and perky buttocks were all visible at a glance. After a long time of dog paddling, she still couldn't learn. As long as Qin Zhe let go, Wang Zijin would sink. On the other hand, the dual impact of touch and vision made Qin Zhe burn with anger. A few minutes later, they leaned back to the edge and drank a mouthful of cold wine. Wang Zijin's eyes swept over Qin Zhe's lower body, and her face became redder. Qin Zhe's eyes also fell on Wang Zijin's chest and couldn't move away. The crotch-peeking cat and the man-peeking cat looked at each other silently. Sister Ziwei, can you do something else? He swallowed. No, no. Wang Zijin quietly shrank to the side. I know you don't want to open it, and I don't mean that. Qin Zhe said in a bewitching tone, but we still have a lot of room for manipulation. Wang Zijin looked at him blankly. Oh, you're already an experienced internet user. Why are you still pretending? Qin Zhe whispered in her ear, have you seen a stroke from the sky? If you don't know, I'll teach you. Wang Zijin, bathroom. Qin Zhe let out a long breath and felt comfortable. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said, it's so dirty. I'm not washing. Qin Zhe said, don't. Wait a little longer. Maybe you'll get pregnant after a while. Wang Zijin hit him angrily. Ding. 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 His phone rang. It wasn't a phone call, but a video call request from his sister on the messaging app. My sister's video call. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Wang Zijin nodded and silently retreated to the other corner of the pool. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and chose to accept the call. His sister's sharp face appeared on the screen. She had light makeup on and was dressed up. The background was a hotel room. It seemed that she had just returned. Room rounds, little chick. Qin Bao Bao's cheerful voice sounded. Just returned. Yes, I took a job tonight. Are you taking a bath? Yes, yes. I'm going to take a bath and sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go out with Sister Ziwei for disaster relief. Can't she go by herself? Why did she have to drag you along? You said it yourself. You're very supportive of me going with her. Of course I have to say that. Qin Bao Bao pouted and emphasized softly, she was beside me at that time. What else could I say? Now it's just the two of us. Let me tell you, I'm not happy. The wolf in the house misses you every day. Sister, she's actually here. Qin Zhe smiled dryly and said, are you getting used to it over there? I'm getting used to it. It's like a vacation. Guangdong is simply a paradise for foodies. Every day, my assistant brings back different delicious food. La la la. She did seem to enjoy the days in Guangdong. She was cheerful and lively. I just miss you a little, Qin Bao Bao said softly. Her voice lowered. It was as soft as a lover's whisper and coquettish. Qin Zhe did not dare to look at Wang Zijin's expression, but he knew that it must be very strange. Sister, I'm almost done showering. Let's talk later, okay? Okay, bye. Bye. Qin Zhe put the phone next to the wine glass. Wang Zijin, who was in the corner, staggered over in the water and said faintly, I want to scold your sister. Qin Zhe. You'd better scold me. Wang Zijin glared at him. Ding, 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 the phone rang again. It was not a phone call, but a video call request from Qin Bao Bao through the chat software. This time, it was Wang Zijin's phone. Sister Ziwei's face turned pale. Your sister. I'll hang up first and go back to the room. Qin Zhe lifted Wang Zijin out of the water and rejected the video call request. Wang Zijin grabbed the phone, twisted her little butt, and ran out of the bathroom. After she returned to the room, she wiped the water stains on her body, dried her hair, and changed her swimsuit into pajamas. Just then, she accepted Qin Bao Bao's third video call request. "What are you doing? You keep rejecting me." In the video call, Qin Bao Bao's cheeks were puffed up like a bun. "I just washed my hair," Wang Zijin said and put a mask on her face. Because she had just finished bathing, her face was red, and Qin Bao Bao could easily see it. "Oh, when did you come home?" Qin Bao Bao asked. "I forgot. I've been back for a while," Wang Zijin said. "Keep an eye on him. When I'm not at home, he can easily become a wild dog. Don't let him sleep with women." Qin Bao Bao joked. Wang Zijin felt guilty and snorted. "Don't you know what your brother is like?" Qin Bao Bao said, "Isn't it because the outside world is too tempting? There are so many flirtatious men out there." Wang Zijin thought to herself, "Are they as flirtatious as you? Ace is an adult. He doesn't need you to control him like this." I'll control him. Why can't I control my brother? At his age, isn't it time for him to get a girlfriend? What do you know? Those women are after his money. I'm not after his money. Zijin, let me tell you a secret. I secretly installed surveillance cameras at home to prevent theft. Is that so? Why didn't I know? Fortunately, Wang Zijin was wearing a mask. Otherwise, the horror on her face could not be hidden. I lied to you. I know you lied to me." The two best friends chatted until 11:30. After the call ended, Wang Zijin's back was sweating. She subconsciously lifted the quilt and got out of bed. When her feet landed on the ground, she paused for a moment and shrank back. She did not dare to stay there. She sent a message to Qin Zhe. "Your sister said that she installed surveillance cameras at home." After a moment, Qin Zhe replied, "Damn, is it true? I was so scared that I dropped my dried fish." Wang Zijin, don't ask if it's true or not. Hurry up and take a look. About 10 minutes later, Qin Zhe replied, "There's no surveillance camera." Wang Zijin lay down on the bed, her chest heaving up and down as if relieved of a burden. Bah, black-hearted maggot. Chapter 632. More than 10 years ago, Luoshui town was still a town, but because it was located along the coast and near the port, it was designated as an economic development area by the government and slowly became a city. The locals still liked to call the city a town. The origin of the name of Luoshui city was very interesting. There were 3 large rivers that converged here and flowed to the sea. Luoshui city was named after the meaning of placing water. It was located in the eastern part of Zhe province and had a subtropical monsoon climate. Typhoons were not unfamiliar to the city, but compared to the calamitous Blue Creek next door, it was still considered good. Blue Creek was a city that suffered from floods, and there was a flood almost every year. The people of Blue Creek loved and hated Lanjiang. It destroyed the once rich city, and it was said that it lost hundreds of millions every year. This year, Blue Creek was still unable to escape the devastation of the flood, but the people of Blue Creek did not panic at all. They went to work in boats and posted in their circle of friends that the flood this year was still so spectacular. On the contrary, the flood of Luoshui city was far better than any other in history. It could be said to be a once-in-100 years occurrence. At present, 70% of Luoshui city was submerged in water, hundreds of thousands of people were affected, the roads were paralyzed, water and electricity were cut off, there was no communication signal, and there was not enough food. Schools, units, and factories had all stopped operating. Even if it did not rain, the flood would take 2 to 3 days to recede. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin held an umbrella and stood at the bow of the boat, driving on the main road of the city. Behind them were several large trucks, transporting some supplies and food. Raindrops fell on the muddy water, creating circles of ripples. The main road was drained, the water was not turbulent, and the depth of the water just reached the position of the balls. The government invested a lot of manpower and resources in disaster relief. Other than the soldiers, there were also some volunteers and charity organizations. At this time, on the street, many disaster relief workers could be seen trudging in the deep water, pushing a basin and delivering supplies from door to door. Some citizens were evacuated to the suburbs to settle down, while others were trapped at home, relying on food reserves and food distribution. "Leader, is there a way to get rid of the water on the street?" Wang Zijin asked a district leader beside her. This time, the district leader in charge of receiving them was surnamed Wu. He was a middle-aged man with parted hair. His trousers were stained with mud. He said helplessly, "We've already tried our best to divert them. This road is still considered good. Some parts of the road have already turned into rivers. The rainfall this time was once in 100 years. The 3 rivers flooded at the same time, and the water did not flow to the sea in time. The river water flowed backwards, and Luo Shui city was like a frying pan, instantly flooded. This kind of natural disaster is not something that can be resisted by humans." He seemed to be very familiar with this speech as he spoke it very smoothly. This time, they were going to send the supplies to 2 distribution points, one in the suburbs and the other in the town. The total value of this batch of goods was about 200,000 yuan, including mineral water, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned food, ham sausages, and other fast food. 2 more batches of supplies would arrive tomorrow and the day after. "How are the casualties?" Qin Zhe asked. The district leader surnamed Wu said, "The government responded promptly and launched rescue operations immediately. There are no casualties for now." "Was this a joke? Didn't you just say that it wasn't something that could be resisted by humans?" In fact, Qin Zhe could use Wang Zijin's connections to investigate the real situation, but that would be meaningless. He took out his phone and logged into Luo Shui City's flood forum. After a few days of emergency maintenance and rescue, the network had been restored, but the power supply had not. It was common sense that there was no power supply in the flood area. Everyone who had electrocuted fish with a battery knew this. Once the power supply in the flood area was restored, people would float up one by one like fish. Therefore, candles became a source of light for many citizens. Of course, they could not go online. If a smartphone was not charged for a day, it would automatically shut down. Only the citizens near the material distribution points could go online because there was electricity there. Qin Zhe glanced at the forum. Most of them were foreign netizens asking about the situation in Luo Shui City. The replies were very uniform, saying that there was no big problem. The citizens who were really caught in the flood could not go online at this time. There were also a few posts by citizens who were not affected much, sleeping in tents every day. "There are so many mosquitoes. I really want to eat chicken. When will it return to normal? Eat chicken, eat chicken." Their homes were flooded, and they still wanted to eat chicken. The inner jokes have been blocked. "I'm so bored. I really want to watch jokes. I can only download TikTok and Kuaishou. Damn, it was blocked well. F***ck, my pig was washed away by the water. The loss is heavy. If you find the body, please return it to us. My dad said we can make it into bacon and sell it." They would not eat bacon this year. Qin Zhe was a little relieved. At least it was not a tragedy. Just as he was about to exit the forum, he refreshed it and saw a new post. "The rescue was not in time, the person is gone." He clicked on the post. It was a short video. After the video was buffered for more than 10 seconds, it could finally be played. A half-collapsed house stood in the middle of the flood. Looking at the environment, it should be in the countryside. In the corridor on the second floor of the dilapidated building, there was a man. He paced anxiously down the corridor like a white mouse that had nowhere to go. Below, the flood was surging, and the mud was wrapped in rocks. Boom! The house collapsed, and in an instant, the person disappeared in the ruins. The videographer took the video from his home not far away. Qin turned his head, looked at the district leader, and typed in the comment, "This is a foreign video, right? Be careful to check the water meter. It's illegal to spread rumors." The comment failed, and the post was deleted. Half an hour later, the car drove out of the disaster area, passed through the city, and arrived at a nearby distribution point. Wang Zijin and Qin each held an umbrella and watched the volunteers and staff moving the supplies. It was time for lunch, and the two of them had fast food at the distribution point. This was the treatment of leaders. Usually, no one would take fast food seriously, but at this time, it was not easy to eat fast food. Wang Zijin noticed that outside the distribution point, many soldiers were covered in mud, eating canned military food and compressed biscuits. Some of them directly fell asleep on the ground after eating. "Being a soldier is really tough," she said. "We are all soldiers of the people," Qin said. "Have you been a soldier before?" "No. You'll regret it for 2 years if you were a soldier, but you'll regret it for life if you don't." Wang Zijin squinted. "What soldier?" "I'm a student who can get into the University of Finance and Economics." "Wouldn't it be a waste to be a soldier?" Qin looked disdainful. In fact, there was a very awkward truth that he was embarrassed to say. Although his parents did not want him to be a soldier, the government did not want him at all. To be precise, they did not even give him the qualifications to be a soldier. It seemed that when a man became an adult, he would have to undergo a physical examination or something. However, Qin lived peacefully until he was 24, and no one informed him at all. This was very awkward. "I am willing to shed my blood for the country, but the country thinks that I am too weak and that my blood is not hot enough." If he had the chance to pass the physical examination and join the army, he would not be in the entertainment industry. He would be a super soldier in the city. On his left hand was a university beauty, on his right hand was a beautiful CEO, and on his crotch was a superstar. During the day, they kissed, and at night, they had sex. That was not right. If he was going to be a soldier, he would not have the chance to live with his sister. The low-level system would not choose him, but his sister. He could eat his sister's soft rice at home, live in a mansion, play games, and reward female streamers with a lot of money. Wherever he went, there would be people who would praise him and say, "My sister is Qin Bao Bao." Immediately, someone went up to flatter him and shouted 666. When he thought about it this way, he was unexpectedly moved. "My little brother is a salted fish, the next distribution point is in a town. Shall we go there first?" Wang Zijin said, "The situation there is much better. Most of the places can be walked. Rain boots are enough." "Miss Zijin, are you trying to empathize with the people?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. Actually, she felt that strolling in the disaster area with Qin was very poetic, even though this method was a little unethical. It was like drinking tea with friends on the battlefield and having a seminar, and there were piles of bones under your feet. However, the emotions between people were not interchangeable. Wang Zijin felt that she had already done her duty by delivering supplies to the disaster victims. Next, she wanted to be romantic with Qin. "Okay." Qin agreed. The two of them exchanged a few words with the captain of the supply team, then bade farewell to the district leaders and headed to the next distribution point. They took a small boat to cross the area with deep water. Along the way, they saw all kinds of people. There were citizens trekking in the water, boatmen doing ferry business with small boats, soldiers resisting the disaster, and volunteers transporting supplies in the water. It was a bleak scene. The two distribution points were more than 10 kilometers apart. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walked on foot. The road was muddy, but the situation was much better. There was no waste any water. Until they were blocked by a turbid river. This was a suburb. If the river did not flood, it should be a clear and small river. However, at this time, the water level had spread to the shore and submerged the flat bridge across the river. A pickup truck slowly drove across the flat bridge. It drove very slowly and crossed the river bit by bit. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were trapped at the end of the bridge. They looked at each other and said, "Let's wait for the convoy to come." Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. "Call and inform them to change vehicles. The flat bridge is not enough to support a truck." Qin Zhe said, "We don't have to worry about that. The person leading the way knows the situation. They definitely won't drive a truck. No, this wasn't that big yesterday. Today, it suddenly can't cross." Someone on the side explained. Wang Zijin said, "Then I'll make a phone call." Many local residents were also blocked by the flood. They were carrying plastic bags with fast food in their hands. The flood had caused them a lot of trouble, but life had to go on. Compared to the city, which was more serious, this side was considered better. After the pickup truck passed, a local rode a motorcycle and tried to cross the river from the rushing flood. The iron baskets on both sides of the motorcycle were filled with mineral water and other supplies. "Don't go over. Wait for a car to come and take a ride," the resident beside him said to him in a dialect. "I can't leave my car here. I still have to drive it over," the motorcycle owner said. "Then wait for the water to become smaller," the person beside him advised. "Damn it. Who knows when the water will become smaller? That's how I got through," the motorcycle owner said. With the roar of the engine, the motorcycle rushed into the water. The two wheels worked hard to roll as it trudged forward. The motorcycle drove to the middle of the bridge. The rushing water rolled up the gravel and hit the wheels. Then, the wheels suddenly got stuck. The motorcycle, which had lost power, was washed down the bridge bit by the flood. The sudden change made the people on the shore exclaim. "Get off quickly. Be careful. It's going to be washed down. Leave the car. Get off quickly." There were more meaningless screams and exclamations. In fact, it was the same whether they got off or not. If they got off the car, they would be washed down by the current. The motorcycle owner subconsciously put his feet on the ground to stabilize the car. However, it was not the ground under his feet, but the surging flood. The car fell and was washed down the flat bridge. The people in the car were instantly swallowed by the surging turbid waves. Wang Zijin screamed. She instinctively grabbed Qin Zhe's hand, but she grabbed nothing. Chapter 633. A's. In her line of sight, Qin Zhe rushed towards the river, jumped, and disappeared into the turbulent river. Wang Zijin's shout was almost synchronized with the splash of him falling into the water. She never thought that Qin Zhe would be so impulsive. Saving people was not something he should do. The water was so strong that it was not comparable to a swimming pool. She took a few steps forward and stepped into the river. She shouted a few more times until her voice was hoarse. "Io, that kid jumped in. How can you save people like this? It's over." The people on the side discussed animatedly as they pointed at the river. Their faces were also filled with panic. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. This was the most torturous moment in Wang Zijin's heart. 5 minutes later, there was no movement on the turbulent river. A's. A's. A huge fear exploded in her heart. She had never been so scared and helpless in her life. Wang Zijin asked the people behind her for help, but they looked at each other and thought that there was no way to save him. They did not have any tools or equipment. She did not want to lose her life again. They advised her that someone had already called for the rescue team. It was too late. When the rescue team arrived, they did not know where they had gone. The sky was gloomy, and it was drizzling. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Wang Zijin suddenly rushed towards the river. The water was above her knees and waist, but she was pulled back. Don't go, don't go. You can't save him. The middle-aged man who pulled her said in broken Mandarin. I don't know how to swim, but I must save him. This was the only thought in Wang Zijin's mind. People were like this. The moment they saw the most precious thing disappear forever, even if they knew that they would lose themselves, they would not hesitate to rush over. She was forcefully dragged back by the middle-aged man and a young man and fell on the shore. Wang Zijin looked back at the river and remembered a sentence she read in a book a long time ago. It was the autobiography of a female scholar in modern times. She remembered her first love. In the 38th year of the Republic of China, there was a strong wind and heavy rain, and the flood flooded half of Yang. In this flood, I lost my love. In an instant, the color of the entire world faded away. Hey, there's someone there, someone shouted. Wang Zijin's entire body shook. She turned her head abruptly and looked over. More than 10 meters away, a human head popped out of the surface of the river. It bobbed up and down for a moment, then swam towards the shore. After climbing ashore, it walked towards them. The sparse crowd let out cries of joy. The only regret was that he was alone. Wang Zijin stood rooted to the ground as she watched him walk over. This idiot stood in front of her, stroked his bangs, and sighed. I didn't save anyone. He looked extremely miserable. His entire body was drenched, and muddy yellow water dripped down along his body. His hair and face were covered in mud and sand. His left ear was struck, and a stream of blood flowed out. There were many scars on his arms. Qinze was a little depressed that he didn't manage to save her. The undercurrent at the bottom of the river was turbulent, mixed with mud and gravel. It was impossible to open one's eyes. If a person was sucked into the undercurrent, they would disappear in an instant. No one could find them no matter how hard they tried. He had overestimated himself. Wasn't I handsome just now? Qinze tried to find joy in his misery. Slap. Wang Zijin raised her hand to slap him in response. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time rolled down. I was wrong. Qinze opened his arms and wanted to hug her, but when he thought about his embarrassing appearance, he awkwardly stopped himself. Wang Zijin took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. She cried and wailed. What does this have to do with you? Who told you to be a hero? If you save someone, at most I'll thank you. If you fail, you'll lose your life. Can you be more mature? Are you crazy? Who wants you to save them? Who wants you to save them? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live? If I want to live, Bao Bao will kill me. She cried and scolded at the same time. Qinze kept saying that he was wrong, but he couldn't explain that he had measured it in his heart. With his physical strength, he could swim 3 laps in the whirlpool. Holding his breath for 10 minutes wouldn't be a problem. If he said that, he would probably be slapped again. I'm still angry. Slap me again. Wang Zijin cried. Slap me to death. Qinze coaxed her. Slap. A loud slap landed on her face. Qinze, you really hit me. Slap. Sister Xian gave her another backhanded slap. This wasn't over. She slapped him twice more, as if to vent all her emotions. Wang Zijin took 2 deep breaths. The anger in her heart was finally gone. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the rescue team came. They were dragging a kayak and wearing survival suits. 2 were washed away by the water, right? Did any of them float up? The leader asked. 1, just one. The person beside him explained. This one jumped down to save people. He came up, but the other one didn't. They should be dead by now. I didn't touch anyone. They might have been swept away by the water, Qinzhe said. The leader nodded. As usual, he said some words of thanks and criticism. He reminded him not to be impulsive if he encountered such a thing again. Then, he led the others and paddled the kayak downstream to try to pull the people up. Wang Zijin wiped the sand off Qinzhe's face with a tissue. She wanted to take him back to the hotel where they were staying to take a shower and change clothes. At this moment, she received a call from the motorcade. President Wang, the car is blocked on the road. They want to rob the supplies. What should we do? The person who called was the head of Tianfang Entertainment's logistics department. This time, he was recruited by Qinzhe to be a strong man. He followed the motorcade all the way. The truck driver was hired. Wang Zijin asked for the location and hung up the phone. She frowned and said, the car is blocked on the road. They want to rob the supplies. Qinzhe frowned. Get the city government to deal with it. Wang Zijin, I called, but no one came to deal with it. Considering how busy everyone was, it was understandable that they did not have enough manpower. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin went back the way they came. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw dozens of residents of the disaster area blocking the 3 trucks. They blocked the front of the truck and did not want to let them go. The head of the logistics department shouted. The residents were equally agitated. What's going on? Qinzhe and Wang Zijin squeezed their way in. The head of the logistics department heaved a sigh of relief. They had managed to hold on until the boss arrived, so he explained the situation to him. There was a large-scale power outage in the city and suburbs. Many people's phones were out of battery and did not know where to get supplies. They were all relying on the surplus food at home. Meanwhile, some people were panicking because of the flood and wanted to stockpile more food. Hence, they wanted to rob the transport trucks. Qinzhe climbed onto the truck and stood at the front of the truck. He took a deep breath and said loudly, Everyone, listen to me. Everyone looked in the direction of his voice. Qinzhe said, You all know me, right? I'm Qinzhe. The effect was not bad. The noisy crowd quieted down a lot. Qinzhe continued, There will be bread and mineral water, but not here. Go to the distribution point to get your supplies. There were still people who did not give him face. For example, an auntie retorted, It's the same for us here. We won't leave if you don't give it to us. Her tone was shameless. A commotion broke out. Qinzhe tried his best to suppress his voice and said loudly, Listen to me. You can't get any supplies by blocking here. I can guarantee that not a bottle of water or a loaf of bread will be given. And you have to be prepared to be detained for obstructing disaster relief. Don't think that the law can't punish the masses. This is a critical period. If you block the road like this, you will only add to the burden of the government. Seeing the looks of disdain on everyone's faces, he said in a deep voice, We're not a government department. Donating resources is out of kindness, not an obligation. If your actions are exposed on the internet, what will other people think? What will other donors think? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that you are blocking the road will hinder traffic. Just a few kilometers in front of us, there is a river. Not long ago, someone slipped and fell into the water. Look at me now. I jumped into the water to save people. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to save them. If such an accident happens again, but the road is blocked by you, what should I do? Tell me what to do. No one in the crowd answered. Wang Zijin stood by the car, raised her head, and looked at the man who spoke in a rhythmic tone. Qin Zhe continued, "If you want supplies, you can follow behind the transport vehicle. It will take you across the river and take you to the distribution point to get food. But here, it is absolutely not possible. The outside world is paying attention to the once-in-a-century flood in Luoshui City, but there are not many people who can really help you. You have to know how to save yourself, not cause trouble. Shouldn't you all want to see us overcome this crisis as soon as possible? Everyone should cooperate with the government, not cause trouble. Now, everyone step back and let the car pass." A few scattered people retreated, causing a group effect. Most of the people retreated silently. There were still a few uncles and aunties blocking the front of the car. Qin Zhe jumped down and threw them away like chickens. "Go, go, go. Hurry up and drive." The logistics minister took the opportunity to order the driver to drive. When most people chose to let them go, a few aunties were unwilling to give up and tried to stop the truck. However, they were not enough to pose a threat and were thrown away by Qin Zhe one by one. The truck slowly crossed the flat bridge. Before crossing the bridge, Qin Zhe asked the residents on the side. After getting an affirmative answer, he let the car pass. The two of them did not follow the car to the next distribution point. Instead, they returned the way they came. At 3:00 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the hotel. This place was far from the city and was not affected by the flood. The two of them drove here. They planned to rest for the night and return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. On the way back to the hotel, Wang Zijin was still sulking. She didn't like to talk to him and had a sour expression on her face. Qin Zhe found it hard to imagine her fear and sadness. People's emotions were different. Wang Zijin felt that his attitude of admitting his mistake was not sincere enough. She was still considerate. If it were an ordinary couple, it would have escalated to a quarrel and a breakup. At 8:00 in the evening, after dinner, Qin Zhe sat by the window with a cigarette in his mouth and listened to the rain. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin was taking a shower. Qin Zhe shamelessly asked to take a shower with her and was kicked out by her. The sound of water stopped, and then the noise of the hairdryer was heard. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin walked to the window in a bathrobe. "Hey! Hey, hey! You're willing to talk to me? If I don't talk, can't you coax me? You don't even coax your girlfriend half as well as your sister." Actually, Qin Zhe turned around and looked at her. "I watched a video during the day." Boom! The house collapsed and the people were gone. At that time, my heart clenched and I felt terrible. I wasn't completely impulsive. I thought about it and felt that I would be fine. However, I still couldn't save him. Wang Zijin sighed and hugged his head. She pressed it against her chest and said, "There are 3 great misconceptions in life. You can kill under the tower, I can kill him, you can save him." Qin Zhe said, "That makes sense. I won't do it again." The fragrance of the shower gel wafted into his nose. Qin Zhe licked her open collar. Wang Zijin's delicate body trembled. She said softly, "Let's sleep. Sleep with me. Chapter 634. Sister Ziwei, have you finally thought it through? Qin Zhe stared at her. She stood under the light in pajamas. The beauty who just came out of the bath had a fresh and refined aura. Her eyes were clear and bright, hiding a trace of shyness, but she was very brave to look at Qin Zhe. God, the pretentious Sister Ziwei actually thought it through. Am I dreaming? Happiness came too fast, like a tornado, blowing Qin Zhe's thoughts in a mess. Isn't this a very normal thing? Wang Zijin cheered herself up and pretended to be calm. We have been dating for more than half a year, and our relationship can go further. You also know that we can go further. Qin Zai's emotions were very complicated. First, he was excited, like a teenager dominated by hormones in adolescence. Finally, under the shameless begging, his little girlfriend agreed to go with him to see the Lord of Zhou. The excited mushroom dragon raised its head and wanted to roar to the sky. Then, he hesitated. What are you going to do with Wang Zijin? That day, Nan Man Pei asked this question out of curiosity. Some things had to be faced eventually, but it was not necessarily a choice. Qin Zai could choose to be a gentleman. When he and Wang Zijin's relationship warmed up to the point of talking about marriage, he could confess his relationship with Su Yu. Well, I do love you, so I gave you a chance to make a choice. Are you willing to accept such a scumbag man like me? Then his body shook, and the aura of a bastard surged like an ant. Sister Ziwei cried and said, I don't care, as long as Qin Long Out Yin harem is not a dream, and you have me in your heart, I don't mind. Don't make trouble, the ending would only be that Wang Zijin slapped him and then left angrily. Then, how would the terrified salted fish say be able to woo her again? The result of being a gentleman was only to forget each other. As Nan Man Pei said, maybe it was a knot in the heart for 10 or 20 years. Perhaps after a long time, Sister Ziwei would not thank him for being a gentleman. Instead, she would hate him for being a gentleman. Love is a small boat drifting in the vast sea. What you need to do is not to find the shore and send the sisters ashore. Instead, you let it drift away with the wind, so that your sisters can only stay with you on the small boat forever. There may be crying, there may be noise, there may be sadness and heartache, but in the end, they will still be with you. What else could he do? Watch her return to the capital sadly and marry Zhang Mingqing or someone else. Gentleman or scumbag, please choose. Wang Zijin didn't notice his strangeness and said in a low voice, I've always been unwilling to give it to you. Won't that make me seem pretentious? Qin Zai shook his head. No, because you're afraid of being F***ked. Wang Zijin. No. What is that? She bit her lips and said bitterly, I just feel that you don't love me very much. Girls would always hesitate. They were afraid of meeting a scumbag. I'm not the kind of person who likes to get into a dead end. I'm a scumbag. Sister Ziwei, you're the same as Sister Man. You have terrible taste. Qin Zai said, but I really love you. Wang Zijin said, it's my own fault. I feel like I've been living in her shadow. Who? Qin Zai didn't dare to ask, and Wang Zijin didn't want to say. In the past, I was just acting out of spite to keep you in suspense. But even if I went overboard, you never complained. I mean, you complained in your heart. Wang Zijin cupped his face and murmured, you know, after you jumped into the water, I waited on the shore. When you didn't come up, I wanted to die. She held her chest and said with a lingering fear, right here, it was like I suddenly lost something. It was empty. Those are the best words of love I've ever heard. Qin Zai buried his face in her chest again. We still have a lot of things to do and a lot of things to say. We haven't planned our lives or looked forward to the future. How can I lose the person I love the most in my best years? I never thought that I would lose you, but when I felt that I was about to lose you, I realized how important you were. Only then did I realize that I still had so many things to do, and that I still had so many regrets, Wang Zijin said faintly. She hugged Qin Zai's head tightly and said softly, I want to do more things with you and hear more words of love from you. Whether it was because of the emotional explosion or because of love, she wanted to break the last shackles with him. At this moment, Wang Zijin already had the courage to go further. Qin Zai picked her up and put her on the bed. The bedside lamp shone on her face. Her cheeks were red, but she didn't look away. There were ripples in her eyes. If it's my first time, do I have to wear a work cap? Qin Zhe swallowed. Wang Zijin, whose heart was beating wildly, was stunned for a long time before she realized what a work cap was. She hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and said softly, "No, you have to wear it for the first time." That made sense. Qin Zhe untied the belt of her pajamas and peeled it off like a white lamb. She endured Qin Zhe's fiery gaze and finally couldn't take it anymore. She said in a trembling voice, "Turn off the lights." At this moment, if I were to say something like, "Only this way can I appreciate your beautiful body," I would probably be slapped in the face. Qin Zhe, who had been slapped 4 times today, obediently turned off the lights. "Sister Ziwei, I heard that the first time will hurt more," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin threw him a coquettish wink, her fingers clutching the bedsheets tightly. How could she not be nervous for the first time in her life? "Bang," Qin Zhe said. "Bang." "Yes, it's a broken river crab melon. That's what the books say." "I should be thankful for the flood," he said again. "You're still talking. If you're so impulsive next time, I'll beat you to death," Wang Zijin said angrily. "I just don't understand why kindness has become superfluous, why justice has become a cold joke, and why doing good deeds is ridiculed by others. Everyone is too utilitarian. The most common phrase people say is, 'What does it have to do with me?' People believe in the principle of doing things, walk your own path, don't meddle in other people's business. Look at the main characters in novels on the internet now. 9 out of 10 of them are like this. There's even one who kills his whole family. They're smug when they do bad things, but they're arrogant when they don't save people. My balls hurt. Are you mocking me? Of course not. I love you so much that I'll only *CK you, not mock you. You say that I saved someone, at most it's just a word of thanks. But I didn't save someone for gratitude. I just couldn't stand watching a fresh life disappear in front of my eyes without doing anything. Although I still couldn't save him, if I succeeded, his life would have been saved. Maybe you're right, but aren't we having a heart-to-heart talk now? Little sister, you don't understand. This is called warming up. If there's no foreplay, there'll be friction and fire. It'll be very painful. That's what Japanese movies teach us." After warming up, Qin Zhe gently parted her legs. "Wait, turn off your phone," Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe slapped his forehead. Sister Ziwei was so considerate. If his sister called or video called, he didn't know if Wang Zijin would be scared, but he would definitely be. "You turn off your phone, I'll mute it." They both turned off their phones and muted it. Qin Zhe silently opened the interface of the system's point store. He clicked on the music option and played Itchy. "Come on, let's be happy. There's plenty of time anyway. Come on, love. There's plenty of time anyway." Wang Zijin's body tensed up. Her 2 fair arms hugged Qin Zhe tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Ace, you have to marry me." Shallow whine in front of people, hugging by the soft jade lamp, looking back into the embrace of love. Chapter 635. Wang Zijin got up at 9:00 in the morning and opened her eyes. She looked tired, but her eyes were full of happiness and sweetness. She was a first wife, and her heart was full of infinite tenderness. Qin Zhe woke up early, holding her with one hand and sending a message on his mobile phone with the other. Seeing her wake up, Qin Zhe silently turned off his mobile phone and kissed her on the forehead. "Oh, paparazzi and is dead." Wang Zijin smiled. She glanced at the last picture of the mobile phone screen before it was turned off. He was chatting with Qin Bao. She frowned and said, "What did your sister say?" "She sent me a video last night. You know her temper. She came this morning to question me." Qin Zhe said, "She also sent you a message, but you didn't reply." I said I was too tired during the day and went to bed early. She's just a sister. She's more annoying than me, right? Wang Zijin said a little bad thing. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. He didn't defend his sister. Wang Zijin was a little happy. Are you tired? Qin Zhe's soft body was full of warmth and fragrance. The morning was an impulsive time. I'm not tired. After saying that, Wang Zijin felt that something was off. Little sister, do you want to do it again? Go. Wang Zijin rolled and shrank to the corner of the bed with the quilt. Hey, Qin Zhe's body was exposed. He quickly hid 20,000 miles under the sea and then rushed to grab the quilt with Wang Zijin. Then don't make trouble. I'll sleep for a while. Wang Zijin pushed his chest with her small hand. Yeah. Qin Zhe had experience in this. After the first time he taught Suyu, she was also in pain for a long time and specially went to buy anti-inflammatory drugs. Although he restrained himself last night, he still tossed from 9:00 in the evening to 10:30, and Wang Zijin cried. After all, she was not as good as Suyu and could not stand Qin Zhe's destruction. The servant helped Jiao Jiao up weakly. It was the first time she received the favor, so Wang Zijin's exhaustion was understandable. It was raining outside at 9:00 in the morning. The sky was gloomy and dark. Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin's soft body and slowly fell asleep. His body is really good. He can sleep whenever he wants. Wang Zijin muttered. She was so tired that she couldn't fall asleep. The joy and happiness of reality were far more attractive to her than sleep. She quietly stared at the face that was right in front of her. It was just like before, but this time, her mentality was completely different. In the past, Qin Zhe was in her heart, but now, Qin Zhe was in her body. It was not the same thing at all. Wang Zijin quietly approached Qin Zhe's face and kissed from his eyebrows to his lips. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She didn't know if beauty was in the eye of the beholder. He was getting better and better. His eyebrows were as heavy as thick ink, his eyelashes were dense and long, his nose was very high, and his lips were slightly thick. She heard a saying that people with thin lips had a cold character. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu both had thin lips and were cold women. As far as lips were concerned, she and Qin Zhe were the best match. Wang Zijin thought. Donating to the disaster relief this time had not been in vain. Although she had slept with a man before getting engaged, she had gained a lot of happiness. The previous Wang Zijin had died. Now she was called Nyabala Zijin. At noon, Wang Zijin woke up refreshed, but there was no sign of Qin Zhe beside the bed. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Qin Zhe standing by the window in big pants, she was relieved. She leaned against the bed and stretched her waist lazily. What time is it? 11:30. The rain was still falling, and the sky was pale. Qin Zhe turned off the air conditioner, and the cool wind blew in from the window, making him feel comfortable. I'm hungry. I'll order the meal now. Qin Zhe nodded, turned around, picked up the phone beside the bed, and dialed the number to order the meal. Wang Zijin subconsciously glanced at his crotch, and her face was slightly red. Do you want it? Qin Zhe smirked. He woke up for a while, and the temptation of naked embrace was too great for him. Other men were exhausted after the first spurt of energy, but he was more and more courageous. So he went to the window to cool down. Wang Zijin spat and wrapped herself in a towel. I'm going to take a shower. One more time before you shower. Qin Zhe pounced on the bed and pulled her back to the bed. He straddled Wang Zijin, put his hands on his hips, and shook his human cannon, a lewd smile on his face. Oh, Wang Zijin's face turned pale, and she begged softly. Call me brother. Then call me daddy. Zijin bit her lip, too embarrassed to speak. I'll come if you don't call me that. He shook even harder. Brother, brother. Her face was red. Qinzhe finally let her go. Looking at her back view, he shouted, let's shower together. Get lost. Wang Zijin slipped into the bathroom and closed the door with a bang. Qinzhe lit a cigarette, sat cross-legged on the bed, and laughed. I've finally gotten hard. In his own words, after being dominated by his sister and Wang Zijin for so many years, he was finally unyielding today. Qinzhe realized something. Women were different from each other. He used to see people on the internet saying, they're all the same after the lights are off. The person who said this must be a short-sighted otaku. But it turned out that women were different. He probably wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. He hoped that he could taste it one by one. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. The caller ID showed, Su Yao. Hello. Qinzhe frowned and answered. Ace, are you at the Grand Hyatt Hotel? Su Yao asked. How did you know? I'm here too. Let's have lunch together. His attitude towards this biological uncle of his could not be considered to be respectful and distant, but it was also impossible for him to interact with him harmoniously. Like his mother, he only hoped that he would not disturb his peaceful life. Uncle just wants to have lunch with you, Su Yao said. Okay. Qinzhe called to cancel the order. After waiting for 20 minutes, Wang Zijin came out of the bathroom. She looked brand new. But her complexion was a little bad. She had light bags under her eyes and a slightly pale face. The way she walked was also a little awkward. The food isn't here yet. I'm starving. She was disappointed that she didn't see lunch. I booked a private room downstairs. Let's go down and eat. Qinzhe leaned over and looked at her eyes. What are you looking at? The book says that after a virgin is broken, the eyebrows will not be smooth. It's a lie. I can't tell. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. We can just eat in the room. Why did you book a private room? A long business friend happened to be there and asked me to go down for lunch. Oh. Wang Zijin had no objections. She asked, do you want to take a shower? I've already showered. They left the room and went downstairs. On the way, he saw her walking in an awkward way with small steps. Qinzhe asked, does it hurt? Yes. She frowned. Qinzhe said, I'll ask the waiter later if the hotel has any anti-inflammatory drugs. Wang Zijin blushed and nodded. Pushing open the door of the private room, the first thing she saw was Su Yao opposite the door. Beside him was a young girl with regular features and a clean temperament. The moment she saw Qinzhe, she was elated. But she tried hard to suppress the joy on her face. Her gaze and expression made Wang Zijin a little uncomfortable. It was just like how Qinzhe was uncomfortable with those naked gazes on his sister. It was an instinct to protect her food. Yan, ask the waiter to serve the food, Su Yao ordered. Su Yan answered happily and ran out of the door. Su Yao, the big boss of Wen City. He also has shares in the factory in Shenzhen. He's a business partner, Qinzhe introduced. Wang Zijin, my girlfriend. Wang Zijin reached out her hand and said, nice to meet you, Mr. Su. Good. Su Yao shook hands with her and was slightly absent-minded. Was this also his niece-in-law? Sure enough, as Ah Guang said, this nephew was a bit romantic. Su Yao cast a questioning and worried look at Qinzhe. As an elder, he naturally had to pay attention to the emotional problems of the younger generation. He could see that the relationship between Su Yu and Qinzhe was by no means an ordinary relationship between a boss and a secretary. It was a very pure feeling. But Su Guang also said that Qin Zai's girlfriend was called Wang Zijin. It should be the one in front of him. Then there was a question. Did Wang Zijin and Su Yu know each other? Unfortunately, Qin Zai didn't care about him. He brought Wang Zijin here, which showed that he didn't care about Su Yao's feelings. If it were his father, Qin Zai would kneel in minutes. Su Yao sighed in his heart. He still couldn't walk into his nephew's heart. When it came to Qin Zai, he didn't just feel guilty. This was his sister's first child. It was an unbearable memory filled with blood and tears. This child was something that his nephew, as well as his own son and daughter, couldn't compare to. He was good to his sister's other child just because he was the uncle. This couldn't make up for the regret and guilt in his heart. Otherwise, he would have let go of it all these years. How did you know I was here? Qin Zai asked again. Su Yao inexplicably appeared in the disaster area and knew that he was in this hotel. Qin Zai felt that it was unreasonable. He even suspected that Su Yao had been paying attention and monitoring him. Chapter 636. The news of you donating to the disaster area is all over the internet. Su Yao smiled and said, coincidentally, I also donated. At this point, he sighed. Qin Zai was stunned. He turned on his phone and browsed through the news. Sure enough, yesterday's entertainment headlines were about him personally donating to the disaster area. After casually flipping through the comments, the netizens praised him. This is much more generous than other celebrities. What's a celebrity? Don't compare him with a celebrity. Being a celebrity is just his part-time job. Oh my God, he donated 7 million a few days ago, and now he's going to the disaster area. My husband is really caring. I'm giving Qin Zai a thumbs up. If it's a show, I hope he can continue to show off. Thumbs up. Qin Zai nodded in satisfaction. The more positive his image was, the further he would go. It was the same in all walks of life. Even writing novels had to pay attention to positive energy. Some people who drove every day to destroy idioms and dictionaries were considered unorthodox. At this moment, Su Yanyan, who had ordered the dishes, returned. A moment later, the waiter brought plates of dishes to the table. The dishes had been prepared long ago, but they had not been served yet. Qin Zai turned off his phone reluctantly. He clinked glasses with Su Yao and said, do you need to personally come to the disaster relief? Su Yao smiled faintly. I'm also here to discuss a business deal. Business deal? A post-disaster reconstruction project. Qin Zai instinctively smelled something fishy. He looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin put down her chopsticks and chewed her food. As she ate, she typed on her phone. She looked very cute. Donation in exchange for project. It was concise and comprehensive. Qin Zai, who was no longer the same as before, immediately understood. As expected, it was a dirty deal. Whose money was the easiest to earn? Women? Children? Of course, it was the government. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Earning until your legs went weak. But this kind of project could not be obtained by ordinary people. In the process of earthquakes and floods, we can often see many companies donating tens of millions to hundreds of millions to disaster relief. This was not just about love. For these companies that spent money to contribute, the government would give them something in return. It was good that everyone knew about this kind of deal. Don't spread it. There was no wine on the table, so the four of them ate quietly. Qin Zai and Su Yao occasionally exchanged a few words. The intelligent and sensitive Wang Zijin immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although Qin Zai was not a smooth and slick person, he was still very good at socializing. If they were business partners, How could he be so cold? If their relationship was broken, why would he attend the banquet? She picked up her phone and was about to ask Qin Zhe when she received a message from Qin Bao Bao. Have you had lunch? Wang Zijin replied, I'm eating now. Qin Bao Bao, that's good. Wang Zijin, huh? Then, Qin Bao Bao sent her a few pictures. The first picture was of deep-fried grasshoppers. Fat grasshoppers were skewered with toothpicks and fried until they were golden yellow. Skewer your head with mine, skewer a lucky grass, skewer a concentric circle. The second picture was still deep-fried. It was a big pot of maggots. People with trypophobia would scream when they saw it. The third picture was even scarier. A newborn mouse was red all over and its eyes were black. It had not even opened its eyes yet and was being cooked in soup. Wang Zijin shivered and put down her phone with a pale face. She finally understood what the crying monster meant by, that's good. Why aren't you eating? Qin Zhe noticed that she was in a daze and asked. Why is your sister like this? Beat her to death. Wang Zijin cried. Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin handed the phone over. Qin Zhe was speechless after reading it. Damn it, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm convinced by the Cantonese people. My sister probably found something good and can't wait to share it with you, Qin Zhe said. He didn't believe it himself. It was very strange. He could imagine his sister snickering on the other side of the phone. But his sister couldn't use this thing to disgust him. My sister really loves me the most. Where did your heart go? Wang Zijin said angrily. What's wrong? Su Yanyan asked curiously. It's nothing. Qin Zhe smiled. This girl should be his cousin. I have so many cousins. It's a pity that I don't have a sister complex. Otherwise, I could shoot at the world. Qin Zhe ignored his uncle, but was especially gentle to girls. So, he gave her a very warm smile. Su Yanyan's heart was beating fast. She mustered up her courage and said, Qin Zhe, can we add each other as friends? I'm your fan. Qin Zhe said of course and happily scanned the QR code to add her as a friend. Su Yanyan hugged her phone and smiled happily. She wanted a yard after taking an inch. Can we take a photo together? Of course, Qin Zhe wouldn't refuse and took a photo with her. Su Yao frowned. Yanyan, eat. Su Yanyan nodded and secretly stuck out her tongue. In front of his children, Su Yao had always been a dignified father. He didn't smile and was strict. It was also because of this that Su Yanyan didn't grow up to be an unruly and willful rich girl. In terms of living expenses, he had always controlled it to be neither more nor less than the children of ordinary families. But compared to the other rich second generation in the circle, Su Yanyan was shy and embarrassed. In Su Yao's words, material things made people decadent and degenerate. Qin Zhe, I'm studying at Fudan University. Do you know that it's because of you that I chose Fudan University? Otherwise, I would have gone to Zhejiang University. While speaking, she carefully observed her father's expression. Seeing that he didn't expose her, she was immediately relieved. Actually, with her grades, she couldn't even get into Zhejiang University, let alone Fudan University. Su Yao's children didn't have the demeanor of a top student when he was young. On the other hand, Su Guang's children had good grades. Is that so? Then I have to thank you. No need. Just give me a few more autographed photos. Qin Zhe and Su Yanyan chatted happily. Su Yanyan was flattered. Although she knew that it was mostly for her father's sake, with Qin Zhe's status and fame, he didn't need to give her so much face. She still had this much self-awareness. During the meal, Su Yao's phone rang. After listening to the call, his face turned sour and he frowned. Dad, what's wrong? Su Yanyan asked carefully. Nothing. Su Yao shook his head. Is it a donation? Qin Zhe asked. He heard the content of the phone call just now. Since he asked, Su Yao said with a bitter smile, I met with a competitor. Not only did they donate, but they also gave me a commission. Anyway, you all know, so they called and asked me to donate 5 million more. And they even added a commission. Qin Zhe thought to himself, this guy is really dirty. The point is that I've already donated the money. If it's a few million, I'll let it go. But this is not a one-time deal. If you can't stop the other party from throwing money at you, I have to do the same. Otherwise, the money I donated before would really be a show of love, Su Yao said. Isn't that good? Show your love, don't be so materialistic, Qin Zhe said lightly. Hearing this, Su Yao shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Yanyan immediately nodded. Well said. Her father glared at her and she immediately lowered her head to eat. Su Yao sighed helplessly and frowned. Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Zhe. Do you need my help? Qin Zhe, is it troublesome? Wang Zijin, just say the word. Qin Zhe, okay. Wang Zijin smiled and said, Boss Su, this is actually easy. I'll go out and make a call. She thought that Su Yao and Qin Zhe were just ordinary business partners. Since that was the case, of course she would do him a favor. After all, it was nothing. If it was a friend or family member, she would use the toilet as an excuse and settle the matter. After that, it would be fine if Su Yao didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely be more grateful to her. Wang Zijin's EQ was very high. She had learned the art of controlling people from her grandfather. It was not just a combination of kindness and authority. After she left, Su Yao looked at Qin Zhe blankly. Qin Zhe didn't know how to explain, so he remained silent and ignored him. It was not good to say things like, my girlfriend is the third generation of an official in Beijing. After a while, Wang Zijin came back. A few minutes later, Su Yao's phone rang. After receiving an affirmative reply and tactfully expressing goodwill, Su Yao hung up the phone in shock. When he looked at Wang Zijin again, the look in his eyes was different. Out of concern as an elder, he said, Zijin's family is in politics. Wang Zijin nodded. Yes, my father used to work in Zhe province. Qin Zhe asked curiously, didn't your father work in Shanghai? Wang Zijin smiled. There is a saying in the officialdom. If you want to be a high-ranking official, you must go to 4 places. Fujian, Chongqing, Zhe province, Shanghai, and then Beijing. Although the team has changed a long time ago, my father's name is still very useful in Zhe province. Su Yao was shocked. This official position was not small. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he felt uncomfortable. Is it really okay for you to do so many things? After dinner, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin left. Only Su Yao and Su Yanyan were left in the private room. Su Yanyan was playing with her phone excitedly. She uploaded a photo of her and Qin Zhe to her circle of friends. She was replying to the envy and jealousy of the girls in the circle. Dad, I didn't expect Qin Zhe to be so amiable. I thought his kindness was just a disguise on the screen. He's so handsome and warm. I like him so much. I have the illusion that I've become friends with him. Do you think he will still talk to me if I contact him the next time I go to Shanghai? Su Yanyan chattered. Su Yao smiled silently. He thought to himself, become friends. You two are actually cousins. But he would not say this, and there was no need to say it. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend. I'm so sad. But I think he must have a good impression of me. Su Yanyan was probably too excited. She said what she said to her friends in a sentimental tone. Su Yao's eyelids twitched. He said angrily, "You only know how to chase after celebrities all day. Can you spend your time on studying?" Su Yanyan. She sat upright and lowered her head. She felt wronged. She did not know how she made her father angry. After leaving the private room, Wang Zijin searched for Su Yao on the way to her room. She was surprised. Su Yao from Wen City. He's quite famous. How do you know A's? There was still a difference between a billionaire in the industry and a billionaire in the internet industry. The former's total assets were definitely several times more than the latter's. Groups of billionaires were piled up on the internet. But among the same level, those who could do well in the industry were the real powerhouses. Maybe she did not need to do anything just now. Su Yao could handle it by himself. I can't explain it. Qin Zhe sighed. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. Qin Zhe thought of something. In fact, even without the system, he was destined to be extraordinary. Even if he failed to rely on his father, he could rely on his uncle. Looking at Su Yao's attitude, even if Qin Zhe wanted shares, he would gladly agree. I owe my sister. I can't repay her in this lifetime. When they parted in Su Town, Su Yao once lamented in front of Qin Zhe. Chapter 637. Back in the room, Wang Zijin started to pack up her toothbrush, bath towel, pajamas, towels and other daily necessities. Qin Zhe sat at the table and texted his sister. Qin Bao Bao, did Wang Zijin scream? She's scared of bugs the most. Qin Zhe, I just want to know if you ate it. Qin Bao Bao, yes, it was delicious. Qin Zhe, okay, please remove the kiss reward from my life. Qin Bao Bao, no, sister didn't eat it. I just saw them eating it and took a picture to show off and pretend that I ate it too. Qin Zhe's lips curled up. He knew that his sister wouldn't eat such things. She would usually get scared when she saw cockroaches. When they were very young, Qin Zhe used to scare her with cockroaches, mainly because she ate his pudding and put the cockroach in her pencil case. His sister opened the pencil case and saw a cockroach smiling at her. She was so scared that she almost became retarded. Later, Qin Zhe was beaten up by his grandfather, who said that if he dared to scare his sister with bugs now, wouldn't it be worse when he grew up? That hit the nail on the head. Qin Bao Bao, but I ate crocodile meat today. It tasted pretty good. Qin Zhe, Guangdong has everything. You can eat Hu Jianren if you want. At this moment, he received a message from Su Yanyan. Her ID was waiting for someone bookstore. She said, I'm going back to Shanghai today. When are you going back? Qin Zhe casually replied, also today. Then there was no follow-up. The avatar showed that she was typing, then stopping, then typing again, then stopping again. The girl was probably hesitating whether to reply. Anyway, it's on the way back. Let's go back together. But she was afraid that it would be too abrupt. In the end, a little girl that he hadn't seen for a long time came to strike up a conversation with him. Little brother, are you in an online relationship? I have a mature voice. During this time, Chen Qingyuan did not pester him much. Qin Zhe was comforted. A young girl should have a young girl's life and longing. Longing for an old man like him was nothing. In high school, shouldn't she like the school hunk who galloped on the court and dominated the classroom? But later, Pei Ziki told him that Chen Qingyuan had been very busy recently. She was busy attending cram schools and said that she wanted to go to Harvard, Cambridge, and MIT. At first, everyone laughed at her. But who knew that in half a year, she had improved by leaps and bounds. She had rushed to the top 10 of the class and the top 50 of the grade. She used to learn English like this, how are you? How are you? Pregnant, pounces on a man, admire, oh my god, fail, useless. It was the same for English songs. In the past, when I liked an English song, would howl all day long, stomach cancer is making trouble again, stomach cancer is making trouble again, but it was different now. Her pronunciation was very accurate. He heard that her family had hired a professional English teacher for her and she learned English every day. Is this girl serious? Chin Zay's forehead was full of sweat. Because on Pei Ziqi's birthday, he and Chen Yuan made a promise that they would talk about being girlfriends after she got into Harvard, Cambridge, or MIT. At that time, he thought that a girl who was bad at her studies wanted to get into a famous foreign university. Not to mention that she needed to rely on connections. In terms of grades, even if Chen Yuan worked together, there was no hope. Seeing that he did not reply, Chen Yuan repeated, "Little brother, are you in an online relationship?" "I'm big sister Yin." Chin Zay replied silently, "Little sister, I'm not in an online relationship. I'm Lin Jingyin." Chen Yuan, Sigma, degree winky face. "You're right to be afraid. Go and tutor me. We'll talk about it after you get into Harvard." Even now, Chin Zay still did not think that Chen Yuan could get in. He was not interested in little sisters. It was not only because of his bad taste, but also because he felt that there was a generation gap between him and Queen Eggy. Queen Eggy talked about love all day long. She would often say, "Without love, I don't want to live." These were the leftovers from the 90s. Now that they saw Queen Eggy, they felt like they were looking at their younger selves. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to roll on the ground. Chin Zay's situation was different. When he was young, he could not get along with many of his peers. Because his family was too strict, he could not accept those who were not mainstream. Of course, in the eyes of his peers, he was the kind of boy who had old-fashioned ideas and was very boring. His cousin, Jiang Qing, was said to have slept with several girls. Chin Zay was a writer, Shakespeare. Chen Yuan, I will definitely get into Harvard. Chin Zay, good luck. Chen Yuan, don't forget our promise. Chin Zay, let's talk about it after you get in. Chen Yuan sent a series of fighting emojis and did not continue to pester him. In fact, this was not bad. He could draw a big picture and let the silly girl work hard. Graduating from a prestigious university and graduating from a prestigious university were two different concepts. After graduating from a prestigious university, there was a chance that she would have a major in the future. After graduating from a prestigious university, she would be able to do well in the future. If she really got into Harvard, he believed that the maturing Chen Yuan would slowly choose to accept reality. Then, she would spread her wings and soar. Years later, when she recalled it, it would be a sweet and precious memory. After Wang Zijin finished packing up, she urged, "There's nothing left. If there's nothing else, let's go." Chin Zay glanced at the spot 3 inches below her lower abdomen and teased, "Does it still hurt?" She blushed, gently knocked on the chestnut, turned sideways slightly, and scolded, "Do you want to die?" Chin Zay grinned. He remembered the night when he and Suyu became friends. When he first looked at Suyu's position, although Suyu was shy, she said, "When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you." This was deleted. "Don't look at it." Then Chin Zay slipped and fell into the abyss. Sister Ziwei was more conservative and shy than Suyu in this regard. When you stared at the abyss rewarded you with a knock on the head. When you took off your pants and invited the abyss to do it again, the abyss shyly said, "Yamit, yamit." After returning to Shanghai by car, Chin Zay and Wang Zijin lived together for a few days. The next day, the abyss recovered from the serious damage it suffered in the hotel in the disaster area. It opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed Chin Zay. For Wang Zijin, these few days were probably the most memorable moments of her life. She was in love with her husband. Tui, she was in love with him. After they poked through that layer of window paper, the biggest change in Wang Zijin was buying things. She bought shoes, socks, clothes, expensive buttons and so on for Qin Zhe. Suyu was the same. Women often said that they hated mommy's boy the most, but in fact, they liked to treat their boyfriend as their son. It seemed to be the nature of a mother's love. At the end of the month, the rain stopped. Sister's concert in Guangdong was very smooth, and the reviews were very good. In addition to the previous famous works, there were several songs composed, copied, by Qin Zhe for her. There were probably few stars who could be like Qin Bao Bao, releasing new songs without a word. Among them, the most representative song was Lost Contact with Prostitutes in Guangdong, No, Love Story in Guangdong, which Qin Zhe specially asked her to sing. The overwhelming praise was mostly due to this song. After the video came out, Qin Zhe watched it twice, once with Wang Zijin and once with Suyu. Netizens were in heated discussion, hoping that Qin Bao Bao could hold a concert in their city, and then sing a song similar to Love Story in Guangdong. I'm Hunan's, the song is called Hunan's Love Story, no, it should be called Toilet Love Story, I'm from the Northeast, the song is called Anti-Japanese Love Story, I'm Hunan's, the song is called Hunan's Love Story, no, it should be called Manhole Covers Love Story, Upstairs Looking for Shit. I'm your father. You wait, the 18-meter broadsword is on the way. Tell the manhole cover not to leave after school. At the end of the month, Qin Zhe's new movie, My 2008, was released. Qin Zhe was very concerned about the success or failure of the task. Points were much more valuable than renminbi. During this time, the company vigorously promoted the movie. His Weibo, Qin Bao Bao's Weibo, and the Weibo of his artists were all promoting the movie. The exposure was enough, and there was a rumor that Qin Zhe's production must be the best, so there was a strong sense of expectation for the movie. On the same day, at tea time, her father, who had not seen Siyu for a long time, asked her to meet him. He said that Uncle Chen, a former business partner and now an old friend, was coming to Shanghai. The two families, who had a good relationship, came out to meet and have a meal. The location was a quiet Western restaurant, not far from the company, more than 10 kilometers. Suyu did not hesitate and agreed. In the past year, she had only been home a few times, but she had always kept in touch with her father on the phone. In fact, the father and daughter were estranged. Her father, Su Tong, was still the same as always, favoring boys over girls, but it could not be said that he did not like this daughter. His attitude had not changed, but Suyu had changed. She was no longer the daughter who was eager to be recognized and valued by her father, and who was jealous of her brother. The best way to end a relationship was to start another one. This analogy was not appropriate, but it was the truth. Her feelings, her soul, had a new sustenance, and she was not so eager for her father's love. Suyu finished dealing with the company's affairs and rushed to the restaurant's private room. The two families were all there, waiting for her. Sorry, there was something in the company that was not handled well. Suyu explained and sat next to her brother Su Hao, but she was actually separated from Su Hao by a seat. This was the distance between her and this family. Her father was next to her stepmother and brother. She did not want to sit next to Su Hao. Fortunately, the table was large and there were enough seats. The two families sat around a large round table, with a dazzling array of dishes on the table. Uncle Chen laughed and said, did you return to China the year before last? Suyu smiled and said, I returned to China at the end of 2016. Suyu found that a young man next to Uncle Chen was peeping at her. Chapter 638. That was Uncle Chen's son. Suyu remembered that he seemed to be 1 or 2 years younger than her. They were quite familiar with each other in childhood. They met several times after adolescence, and then they never met again. Uncle Chen had a son and a daughter. The daughter was the elder sister, who was the same age as Su Yu. Since Su Yu entered the private room, she had been scrutinizing Su Yu. Uncle Chen's name was Chen Guohua, a very contemporary name, unlike her father Su Tong, whose name was a bit forward. He should be called Su Aiguo or Su Jianjun, which was in line with the background of that era. The two families had a deep relationship. Before Su Tong made his fortune, he had drifted thousands of miles to the north for several years. At that time, Su Tong was still struggling at the bottom, and Chen Guohua was his boss. A few years later, Su Tong, who had saved some money, resigned to start a business. He pursued his dream with great ambition. Unfortunately, his dream was beaten by the reality, and he went bankrupt. During the most down-and-out days, Su Yu's mother did not leave them. The poor couple continued to work hard with longing and hope for the future. So later, Su Yu's mother hated Su Tong, which was reasonable. A man who abandoned his wife was the most ruthless. Su Tong started his second business, looking for investment and borrowing money everywhere. At that time, it was not easy to get loans, unlike later, when loans were like a game. In order to promote the economy, the country printed money crazily. Everyone could easily get loans, and a lot of money was invested in the market. China's economic boom in the past 20 years was one of the factors. Chen Guohua was the person who helped Su Tong when he was in the most difficult time. He injected a lot of money in the name of investment. People who started a business knew that from 10 million to 20 million, it might be troublesome, but it was not too difficult. But from 1,000 to 10 million, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. So Su Tong remembered this favor for many years. In his stormy life, he had many business partners, but after success, there were not many friends who could be loyal to him. Chen Guohua was one of them, and Su Tong valued their friendship very much. During Su Yu's childhood, the two families were very close. When Su Yu was in junior high school, Chen Guohua withdrew his investment for personal reasons, and Su Tong transferred the focus of his business to his hometown, Shanghai. Shanghai's environment was better than Beijing, because it was the country's financial center, and its unique position advantage was unmatched by any city, including Beijing. Su Yu and Chen Ping, who was Chen Guohua's daughter, were of the same age. They were both playmates and archenemies. At least, that was what Chen Ping thought. Chen Ping came from a wealthy family and was the little princess of her family. She was spoiled by the elders and had developed an unruly and arrogant personality. The year she and Su Yu met, they were just in elementary school. Chen Ping was wearing a princess dress, and the dolls and toys could be piled up in half of the room. Su Yu was just a little girl in ordinary clothes who drooled when looking at lollipops. It was just that this little girl was a little too delicate. Seeing such a beautiful little girl, Chen Guohua and his wife liked her very much. They took out toys and snacks to entertain her. Those were originally Chen Ping's things. At that time, Su Tong was still in the early stage of his business. He had no money and could not prove his ability. Making friends with Chen Guohua was actually climbing up the social ladder. The only thing he could offer was his smart daughter. Su Yu had been a top student since she was a child. In the primary school where she was studying, her grades were the best in the whole grade. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. This made Chen Ping seem especially ordinary. At that time, Chen Guohua and his wife sighed with emotion. You is so smart. If only our Ping Ping was half as smart as her. This was simply an insult to the proud little princess. So when both parents were looking forward to letting them play and make friends, in her room, Chen Ping said to Su Yu fiercely, "Don't eat my snacks, and the toys are also mine." Su Yu was greedy when she was a child. Eating the delicious long-nosed king, she said, "Then I will tell uncle and aunt that you bullied me. I will cry. I will cry now." Chen Ping was a little scared. Her father was such a proud person. If she bullied the guest child, she would be too uneducated. Afterward, she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Chenping said, "Then you have to listen to me in the future. You do whatever I ask you to do. Otherwise, I won't give you the long-nosed king." Suyu was not afraid at all and said, "But if I don't listen to you, I still have the long-nosed king to eat." Chenping was speechless. For the first time, she was crushed by her peers with IQ. That time, she lost her temper and shouted in the room. Then Suyu cried. The parents who were chatting outside heard the noise and entered the room. Suyu complained first, in Chenping's eyes, crying and saying that her sister bullied her. Chenping said no loudly and lost her temper. But the more she lost her temper, the more the adults believed that she bullied. In fact, she did bully. Afterward, she was severely educated by her parents. Since they were partners, Su Tong would often visit, or Chen Guohuo would visit. Su Yu and Chenping could see each other every week. Sometimes they would do homework together. The two mothers checked their daughter's homework. Chenping could always hear the mother sigh that her daughter was not Su Yu, and that Su Yu was not a woman. Later, Su Tong's business became better and better. Su Yu's clothes became more and more beautiful. Her snacks became more and more expensive. She had more and more toys. Chenping's last advantage was gone. The relationship between Su Yu and Chenping was similar to that of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. One side was always so high and mighty, while the other side struggled in their shadows. The difference was that Qin Zhe's sister could kiss and have sex. Chenping only got heartache from Su Yu. However, she had been proud and liked to compare since she was a child. Later, when they met occasionally in their teenage years, they were also very aggressive. Su Yu was not a gentle character and did many things deliberately to hurt her. Chen Guohua said with emotion, "A doctor who returned from abroad is different. You, must have taken care of the company very well. I remember it's called profit investment, right? Su Tong, I have envied your daughter for many years. Look at my Ping, she has nothing to do at home all day." In a word, not only Chenping's face was not good, but Su Tong's family was also a little embarrassed. Mother Chen said fair words, "Isn't Ping helping you to take care of the company?" Chen Guohua said, "Hey, with her level, she is lazy in the company all day." Chenping said impatiently, "Dad, you are annoying." While speaking, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Su Yu. Seeing her smiling and aloof appearance, she snorted in her heart. After not seeing her for many years, she was getting more and more beautiful. No wonder her brother had been secretly looking at her. Her fiancé beside her also glanced at Su Yu from time to time. Chenping glared at her boyfriend, who smiled awkwardly. When men see beautiful women, great beauties, they always can't control their eyes. This is a natural phenomenon. Su Yu was in her prime and tall. She was wearing one of the 3 uniforms, an office lady's suit. When she wore this kind of suit, it was a pure and natural temptation. Su Tong took a sip of wine and jested, "What are you talking about? It's enough for a girl to find a good husband. I also think that you, is too career-oriented. She hasn't found a boyfriend at this age." Chen Guohuo was surprised and said, "No way, you, doesn't have a boyfriend." He noticed that his son's eyes lit up. Su Tong could only say that he had a general impression of his daughter in Qin Zhe, but it was not very clear because Su didn't talk about it directly and didn't take Qin Zhe home to meet her parents. His mother's relatives knew, but the relationship between Su Tong and his ex-wife. The two sides didn't contact each other anymore. Su Yu didn't speak, showing a subtle and restrained smile. Chen Guohua picked up a mouthful of food and said, "Young people nowadays are so calm, but we elders are worried. Chen Qing also has no girlfriend. You young people have something to talk about. Can you talk about it?" Many people had a complex of children's marriages. Young people fantasized about having a handsome or beautiful child to marry. Adults were keen to have children's marriages with their best friends. This phenomenon used to be very common, but with the change of time, free love was emphasized, and parents' orders were no longer effective, so children's marriages gradually disappeared. Chen Guohua expressed his meaning implicitly and obscurely. Add me on WeChat. Chen Qing took out his mobile phone and stared at Suyu expectantly and passionately. Suyu was stunned, smiled, and took out her mobile phone to add him as a friend. In fact, she was silent because it was inconvenient for her to say it. Of course, she could explain that she had a boyfriend, and there was no need to mention Qin Zai's name. But she was so angry that she was not in the mood to talk. The relationship between the two families was so good that she was embarrassed to refuse. She simply added him as a friend, which was not a big deal. Chen Qing took back his mobile phone with satisfaction and a smile on his face. For a man who had been single for a long time, getting the WeChat account of his stunning goddess was the biggest gain of the day. Su Yu's reaction also made him happy. She was not cold, not alienated, but reserved and polite. Su Tong still remembered that he was a father. Friendship was friendship, but he could not forget to check for his daughter, so he asked, "What is Chen Qing doing now?" Chen Guohua said angrily, when he just graduated, he said that he would go to the company to gain experience and slowly take over. After half a year, he resigned and set up an entertainment company with his friends. Su Tong said, "Very good. It's very promising to do this in the capital." In the entertainment industry, most of the popular stars graduated from Beijing Film Academy and China Drama Academy. Therefore, there were many entertainment companies in the capital, and the industry was developed, which was incomparable to Shanghai. Uncle Su, it's true that it's promising, but the competition is also fierce. You can't get good seedlings at all, and you need strong financial support. Times have changed. Starting an entertainment company from scratch, 90% of the small companies are struggling and need to find another way. So, my friends and I developed a mobile live streaming platform to cultivate female anchors from the platform. Since it's profitable and has good seedlings, we can bring them into the entertainment industry. This way, it's easier to make newcomers popular, Chen Qing said. After that, he glanced at Su Yu. Su Tong laughed loudly and said, "Young people are flexible. I'm old and can't keep up with the times." Su Tong and Chen Guohua clinked glasses. Chen Qing said, "Our era is actually more difficult than yours and my father's, but if you look carefully, there are still many opportunities. With money and funds, investing in the entertainment industry will never be a loss. Just look at Qin Zai, who is very popular in the entertainment industry now. His success, in addition to his own talent, is mostly due to luck. I also want to try to see if I can achieve his scale." There was a sound of agreement at the table, and Su Tong praised him for his ambition. "Luck?" There was a discordant voice from Su Yu. She asked with a smile, "How is it luck? I remember that Qin Zai is not a rich second generation. He started from scratch." Chen Qing's heart moved, and he asked, "Sister Su likes Qin Zai?" Of course, he didn't mean that kind of like, but the like of a fan to an idol. Su Yu smiled, and her eyes curved. "I like him very much." Chen Qing took the gentleness in Su Yu's eyes as a woman's infatuation. He felt uncomfortable and said, "So he relies on luck. How did he get his initial funds?" Su Yu said, "Stocks." Chen Qing said, "Yes, last year's bull market made him a lot of money. If he didn't have this luck, how many years would it have taken him to start from scratch and reach the scale now?" "Uncle, am I right?" He wanted to get approval from Su Tong. Su Tong nodded awkwardly. The man next to Chen Ping echoed, "That's true. He directly crossed the most difficult starting stage." Chen Qing said with assurance, "In more than a year, from stocks to Tianfang Entertainment, he now has at least a few billion yuan, or even tens of billions. He is indeed very powerful. Now everyone says that he is a legend, an inspirational role model for people born in the 90s, and an unsurpassable monument. But in fact, everyone regards him as a myth. If it wasn't for that bull market, which happened to be caught by him, he wouldn't be able to reach this point. The era has created him. Of course, he is really powerful. Young people with middle school syndrome look down on people and would proudly say, "He is very powerful, so what?" Mature men look down on people and would humbly say, "He is not very good, but he is really very powerful." The order was different, and the effect was different. The latter sounded more mature and restrained. But the meaning was actually the same, disdain. Siyu blinked. Maybe fishing for money in the stock market is not based on ability, but luck. The sound of agreement at the table stagnated. Chen Qing defended himself. Didn't we encounter the bull market? Siyu smiled. There are a lot of people who lose money in the bull market. Chen Qing thought about it and couldn't think of a rebuttal. He looked a little embarrassed. Siyu said, "But it's okay. He is much more promising than Su Hao." Su Hao and his mother's faces darkened. Chen Qing immediately recovered his smile, but the scene was a little awkward. The stepmother said sarcastically, "As long as you are promising." Father Chen and Mother Chen looked down. It was not convenient to interrupt other people's family affairs. Su Tong jumped out to break the awkwardness and pretended to be curious. "What business does Ping Ping's boyfriend do?" The man replied, "I am not promising. I took over my father's job and do import trading." So he was also a rich second generation. Chen Ping retorted, "If you are not promising, then who is promising? Your father's small business is worth dozens of times more in your hands. How much does he earn in a year?" The man said, "More than 200 million. Su Tong exclaimed, "Young and promising." Chen Ping glanced at Siyu with a slightly proud look and asked curiously, "Siyu, how is your company now?" "It's okay." "What do you mean by okay?" "My father praised you." Siyu smiled casually. "The company's operating capital is 20 billion, and the quarterly profit is only 0.8%. It's a small business." "Boyfriend, Chen Ping," every word was hurtful. Chen Guohuo was shocked and said, "Old Su, is the stock market so profitable? A quarter of 3 months, 0.8% profit, that was hundreds of millions. 5 or 600 million a year." Chen Qing's hand trembled. In fact, Siyu did not tell the truth. 0.8% was the GPA when the company's performance was not good, and the company's operating capital was not only 20 billion, but more than half of the funds were borrowed by Nan Man Pei some time ago. The investment company that Qin Zhe and Siyu spent a lot of energy to run only earned 5 or 600 million a year. What a joke. This amount of money was nothing in the eyes of the big groups in the financial world. In fact, in the Shanghai financial circle, Baozi investment was very famous. Chen Guohuo's words made Su Tong embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay. By the way, old Qin, what do you want to invest in this trip to Shanghai?" He forcibly changed the topic. Investment company, Qin Zhe, profit-making, he did not want to mention these words. How to say it? "I was partial to my son and took the power of profit-making investment away from my daughter and gave it to my son, but my son screwed it up. My daughter is now partnering with Qin Zhe to open a company with hundreds of millions of annual income. It's so good. I can't say it. Isn't it a slap in my face?" After the discussion about their children, Chen Guohuo and Su Tong, 2 old friends, drank and chatted happily. They began to reminisce about the past and look at the present. Meanwhile, the stepmother and Mother Chen also began to chat about their daily lives, occasionally mentioning Chen Ping and her boyfriend. Su Yu was bored. She took a photo and sent it to her circle of friends. The afternoon tea in this shop is very good. Then she bowed her head and her slender white mobile phone danced on the screen. Honey, what are you doing? Chinze replied instantly, I'm having sex. Suyu, you're so annoying. I'm not here. Who are you with, angry, with? Chinze, I ordered a chicken. It tastes good and is juicy. Suyu, save the drumstick for me. Chinze, save my ass. This thing needs to be eaten while it's hot. By the way, the central bank has lowered the quota again. The scale is unprecedentedly large. The company needs to have corresponding countermeasures. Suyu, I know. I'm being used as a cow by you. Dad and I are having afternoon tea. Uncle Chen's family, who I haven't seen for many years, came to Shanghai. But I'll come out after I'm done with my work. Chinze, nonsense, I didn't use you as a cow or a horse. I used you as a blow-up doll. The central bank's lowering of the quota is a good thing for us. Hundreds of billions of funds flow into the market. It's a blessing for the stock market and enterprises. It's not necessarily good for the people. Their savings will shrink again. I just asked my uncle to prepare a loan. It's a waste not to borrow the government's money. Suyu, when did you become a nationalistic youth? Are you still worried about the shrinkage of assets? Chinze, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the poor newspaper seller. Oh, a friend of mine. Suyu, you'd better worry about me. My dad wants to set me up with Uncle Chen's son. Chinze, F***ck, that bastard dares to steal my wife. Suyu, say, happy expression, again. Chinze, F***ck, Suyu, Chinze, do you want me to come over and let you show off? Suyu, forget it. I'm not in the right. Chinze, touching head, at the end of the chat, Suyu smiled bitterly. You didn't even ask for the address. I want you to come, I'm being sarcastic. At this time, she received a message, going to the bar for a drink tonight. It was from Chen Qing. She looked up and saw the latter's warm smile. No. Suyu replied. Chen Qing bowed his head and typed, don't like to drink. Then watch a movie. Chinze's new movie is just released tonight. You like him, right? Suyu, no, thank you. She thought to herself, to watch Qin Bao and Chinze being intimate on the screen. Go away. Chen Qing frowned slightly. Can't make an appointment. He took this as a girl's reservedness. He stretched his eyebrows and continued to type. But at this time, Suyu turned off her phone and looked at the table with a smile. He had to put down his phone helplessly. Su Tong and Chen Guohua hadn't seen each other for many years. Although they kept in touch by phone, the last time they met was 15 years ago. Men could talk for a whole day. Time passed slowly, about half an hour later. Suyu got up and went to the bathroom. At the pool between the men's and women's toilets, she saw Chen Qing waiting there. Are you busy with the company? Chen Qing smiled. It's okay. Suyu smiled. You are amazing. I especially worshipped you when I was a child. Because of good grades. Because you are good. Suyu smiled and said, thank you. My dad should stay in Shanghai for a while. If you are free in the evening, let's watch a movie together. I also admire Chinze. Chen Qing said. Suyu thought for a while, tilted her head and smiled. You want to pursue me? She suddenly went straight to the topic. Chen Qing was stunned for a moment. His strong mentality, which had been trained for a long time in the field of flowers, quickly showed up. He looked sincere. You are very beautiful. Because you are beautiful, Isn't that the first attraction between men and women? Suyu laughed. It makes sense. If you say it's because you are good, I will turn around and leave. Chen-Qing smiled. He thought he was very accurate in judging women. His answer just now seemed casual, but in fact, he had considered it. Suyu is not like a pretentious woman, so he chose to answer more calmly and honestly. It seemed that the bet was right. To be honest, Suyu was too outstanding. Her height, aura, and appearance were impeccable. Her cold and cheerless temperament was like poison to men, the kind that scratched at their hearts with 100 claws. By the way, how old are you this year? 25. 25, do you have a net worth of 1 billion? Chen-Qing said confidently, I believe I can reach it before the age of 30. With big sister Sue as my role model, I definitely have to speed up. Besides, if I don't know how to make money, how can I support you? He said the second half of the sentence in a joking tone. Suyu nodded and looked at him carefully. You are quite handsome, but not as good as Qin Zhe. You are rich, but not as good as Qin Zhe. I think you are not a rich second generation. You have a little talent, but still not as good as Qin Zhe. She shrugged. Well, I am finished. You have no chance. Chen-Qing, first, he was stunned, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many people in the 90s could compare with Qin Zhe? I can't compare with him, but you have to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend. Sister, you are joking. But since you said so, even if it is Qin Zhe, I will try my best to beat him. Chen-Qing said sincerely. If it was an ordinary woman, she would really have a good impression of him. But I like him. He is rich, but not rich. He is talented, but not arrogant. He is a little bad, but bad in his mouth. He is not like you rich second generation. You are always a gentleman, but who knows what kind of virtue you have in private. Chen-Qing frowned. What are you talking about? Suyu curled her lips. Qin Zhe, my boyfriend. Chen-Qing said unhappily, even if you want to reject me, you don't have to say it like that. Do you think I will believe it? I am not lying to you. Oh, then ask him to come. He is busy and has no time. Oh. Chen-Qing was very angry in his heart. He thought that he had made the right bet. He thought that Suyu was going to talk to him directly. She was indeed going to talk to him directly, but it was a little insulting. First, she was going to hook him directly. Then, she turned around and said, you have no chance. She compared him to Qin Zhe as if he was a clown. Wasn't this a humiliation? Chen-Qing mocked, then should I hurry up and hug your thigh? After all, I am also in the entertainment circle. Okay, the thigh is here. Hurry up and hug it. Suddenly, someone said behind him. Chen-Qing turned his head and saw a man wearing sunglasses and a mask standing behind him. He was holding a plastic bag in his hand. I called a chicken. Suyu's eyes were shining brightly, dazzling. Qin Zhe took off his sunglasses and mask, grinned, and complained, go back to work. Do you want to eat afternoon tea for 2 hours? Qin Zhe. Chen-Qing was stunned in place. Suyu bit her lips with tears in her eyes. Qin Zhe said angrily, let's go, which private room? I will go and pretend, to show off in front of people. She laughed and happily hugged Qin Zhe's arm. I will take you there, I will take you there. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at Chen-Qing. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Sorry, I didn't bring my business card. If you need anything, you can call her. I don't mind hugging her thigh. I have long legs that are 1.8 meters tall. On the way back to the private room, Suyu's voice was a little floating. How did you know I was here? You didn't even ask. Didn't you post it in your circle of friends? It shows the location. Then how did you know I was in the toilet? I drove for half an hour. I really wanted to go to the toilet. I happened to hear you talking to that guy. Suyu quickly patted her chest and pretended to be scared. Fortunately, I almost promised him to go to the movies. Well, if we go to the movies, I will beat you. Qin gave her a chestnut. What are you holding in your hand? She covered her head and looked at the plastic bag. Drumsticks. Suyu's eyes were red, and she choked. First. Don't go in, I want to cry. You are so moved that you cry. Qin opened his arms and held her in his arms, putting his hand on her trembling shoulder. Suyu took his arm and pushed open the door of the private room. Everyone looked over and was slightly stunned. When Qin took off his sunglasses and mask, the private room, which had been noisy before, was suddenly silent. Dad, I brought Qin over to let everyone know. This is Uncle Qin. Aunt Sue, she is Qin Ping, my playmate when I was a child. Next to her is her fiancé. Qin nodded one by one and greeted Uncle Qin and Aunt Sue. Chen Guohua and his wife looked a little confused, and Qin Ping's face was dull. It was heartbreaking again. Su Tong and his son were more bitter. They couldn't help but feel bitter. Speaking of which, Qin was still an employee under them. At that time, he was not famous and was making a living from the profits. The position of general manager was taken down by Su Tong himself. He was forced to leave. After a round of greetings, Qin said, I still have something to do in the company. Suyu and I will leave first. Dad, you continue to chat with Uncle Qin. I will treat everyone to dinner when I am free. Su Tong. Don't call me Dad so smoothly. Did you ask me, your father-in-law? Bah, your father's opinion. Chen Guohua was excited and full of smiles. She has a boyfriend, right? Old Su, you are not loyal. You kept it from me. He hurriedly handed the business card to Qin. Qin took it and led Su out of the door. Chen Guohua's voice came from the private room. Old Su, your son-in-law is amazing. Your daughter is so beautiful. Su Tong, Qin Ping. Chapter 639. At 8:30 in the evening, in the cinema. Today is Friday. Qin new movie, My 2008, is released. Thanks to the crazy publicity in the early stage, the film has attracted a lot of attention, and online tickets are very popular. The cinema will premiere at 6 p.m. The screening rate is 25%, but the movie tickets are sold out in a short time. By 8:30, the screening rate is adjusted to 40%, occupying almost half of the cinema. In the cinema, half of the screening rooms are showing this movie. The promotional poster of Qin and Qin Bao hugging and laughing is particularly eye-catching. Hey, this lewd smile, I don't want to see it in an instant. In the corridor of the screening room, a tall woman wearing a mask pointed to Qin Bao on the poster. Her smile is really not good, there is no restraint and calmness of an elder sister. Next to her, a shorter woman echoed and also wore a mask. Qin held a big bucket of popcorn and madly complained in his heart, then don't come to see it. Why do you have to bring me along? It must be Su Teddy who caused this frightening scene. After afternoon tea, he went back to the company to make a plan. Suyu was moved and said, Husband, let's go to the movie tonight. Qin said no. There is still a Sister Ziwei at home. His Hei's king power is limited to bed, and he has no courage to command in reality. It's not that he's a coward, he just thinks that his wife is used to love. Well, it's a coward. Suyu said, if you don't go, then I and Wang Zijin will go. In this way, Qin was forced to do something beyond his ability. He can't let them be alone. The chemical reaction is too fierce, more terrible than nitroglycerin. As a man, he must always be a stabilizing force. Qin came to Dinghai today. The movie has already started. The three people deliberately came a few minutes late and wore masks. The reason why Su-yu and Wang Zijin wore masks was that the two beauties were too eye-catching. Qin-zhe was afraid that he would be recognized. If the audience knew that Qin-zhe's real body was here, the scene would definitely boil over. According to the movie tickets, they entered Theater 6. The seats were full, and the light from the big screen illuminated the heads. Qin-zhe and the other two chose to stand at the edge. He took off his mask, and the dim atmosphere was the best cover. Everyone's attention was on the movie. As long as he didn't look at the passers-by silently, no one would notice him. Just like that, Qin-zhe started watching the movie with his best friend on his left and right. If it was Long Outyan, he should be hugging his left and right. At the very least, he should be holding his sister's small hands. Using the popular description of that era, the two beauties looked at each other and smiled happily. They snuggled in Long Outyan's arms and shared this man's love. The theater was filled with a happy atmosphere. Cross out this sentence. Brother Sun was innocent. In reality, Qin-zhe was sitting upright with popcorn on his lap for his best friend to enjoy. Su-yu was absolutely intentional. Fortunately, her little temper was limited to this, and Wang Zijin may be deeply in love with Qin Baobao. She has not dared to show her love with Qin-zhe blatantly. A delicate balance was maintained between the three people. The movie just happened to play when Qin Hao woke up from his rebirth and ran out of the house in a panic. In the old alley, Qin Hao opened his arms and smelled the haze of 2008. In his ears, there was the advertisement of the shop next door, China Anti-Cave, leading the life of three prostitutes, first come, first served. The BGM was exciting and cheerful music. This year, Qin-zhe is not popular. This year's economic crisis is coming. This year, there will be a big earthquake. Qin Hao went back to his room and took notes seriously. There was laughter in the theater, and many audience members were amused. This movie is good. It's funny. My husband is also humorous. The two girls behind him were whispering. Their voices were very low, but they were clearly heard by Su-yu. Su-yu, oh, husband. Wang Zijin, oh, husband. Qin-zhe pretended not to hear their sarcastic tone. In the eyes of women, those who look average are called handsome, those who look good are called little brother, and those who look super handsome are called husband. I accept this sarcasm. Who made me so handsome? Wang Zijin and Su-yu came with a critical and scrutinizing mentality, but watching, the corners of their mouths hooked up. The movie was humorous and relaxed, and it was easy to immerse you in it. Coke movies and popcorn, leisurely and relaxed, let people temporarily get rid of the fast-paced lifestyle. But this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere did not last long. With the progress of the movie, the successful Qin-zhe began to flirt with his childhood sweetheart sister. Then, on a dark and windy night, Qin-zhe used a sketch to draw an abstract image of a big cock. He looked at the tall and beautiful sister and confirmed that she was the one he wanted to sleep with. On the screen, the two kissed on the bed, from the lips to the neck, and then to the chest. Qin-zhe, played by Qin Hao, arched and arched. Qin Baobao, on the other hand, hugged his head and pressed it against her chest, looking charming. Su-yu's eyes twitched. Almost at the same time, Wang Zijin's mouth twitched slightly. Even if they knew it was acting, they were not in the entertainment circle after all. They were not so generous and well-informed. Looking at the bed scene between Qin-zhe and Qin Baobao on the screen, they felt that they had been put on a hat. There was also jealousy. Normal men could not accept their girlfriend kissing other men, even if it was acting. It also reflected that the people in the entertainment circle were very big. To what extent? For example, there was a familiar joke, "I'll drink first, you can do whatever you want." "I'll drink too, you can do whatever you want." I'll drink, you can do whatever you want. After a round, it was the groom's turn. He took the wine and said, let's drink together. Forthright. Su Yu and Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Zhe at the same time. Qin Zhe straightened his back and was expressionless. In front of the three people, the brother and sister kissed in a special way. At this time, he had to be calm. The key to stabilizing the sea was stability. If China moves, I won't move. Wang Zijin said faintly, Yo, I heard from Bao Bao that they didn't use a double in this part. Su Yu was speechless. Qin Zhe couldn't bear it and said with a dry smile, I'll go to the toilet. After going to the toilet, the bed scene was over. Wang Zijin and Su Yu recovered their calmness. He breathed a sigh of relief, so the three people continued to eat popcorn and watch the movie. When the popcorn was finished, Qin Zhe suddenly froze and looked at the popcorn in his hands silently. What's wrong? Wang Zijin, who was careful, saw it and asked. I forgot to wash my hands after going to the toilet, he said. Su Yu was chewing popcorn happily. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually disappeared. A little embarrassed, Qin Zhe comforted her, anyway, it's a familiar taste. Su Yu, Wang Zijin, the childhood sweethearts were caught by their parents the next morning, so they laid their cards on the table. This was one of the most explosive parts of the entire movie. On the screen, Qin Zhe was roaring in anger. He was like a ferocious little beast that had gone berserk. The memories of his previous life flashed by. Let the audience more clearly understand that this was a very miserable loser. He went back 10 years with hope and longing and vowed to get back his lost love. There was an unwilling child hidden in his heart, roaring angrily. In the 5-minute plot, the theater was silent, there was no laughter, no talking. The first 2/3 of the movie was relaxed and humorous, and the theater was full of laughter. Even after the bed scene, when the childhood sweethearts were forced to lay their cards on the table with their parents, the audience still felt sweet, because in the end, there were still lovers who got married. But after that, the relaxed and humorous elements disappeared. After the passionate love period, due to the pressure of public opinion, they went from tolerating to alienating, and then to breaking up. Fate was like a pair of invisible hands, setting everything back on track. Later, after they went their separate ways, life went on, and the female lead was about to get married. After Qin Hao got the news, he suddenly realized that he had been reborn, but he still didn't grasp the most important thing. He got into a car accident on the way to the wedding. The scene ended there, and it was pitch black. Then the movie came to an end. Qin Hao couldn't save him, and he didn't have much time left. In the clean ward, the male and female leads said their last goodbye. The background music was, If I Become a Memory. If I become a memory leaving this life leaving you crying in shock my cold body can't hug you. The male lead's hand fell, and he closed his eyes. The camera turned to the female lead's face, she covered her mouth, crying until her shoulders shook. The camera zoomed out, and then zoomed out again, breaking through the ceiling and showing the blue sky. The movie ended. The ending was a bit unexpected for most of the audience. It was supposed to be a light-hearted comedy, wasn't it? Even if the two broke up due to public opinion, when the male lead found his true feelings and went to stop the wedding, the audience thought it would be a wedding robbery. Suddenly, tears welled up in their eyes. So, did he split when he was dying, or did he really get reborn? This question was very controversial on the internet, and the disagreement was especially serious in the movie reviews. Some people insisted that he was reborn, but fate made everything go back to square one. This was the power of fate. Others agreed that everything was just the male lead's imagination after the car accident at the beginning. He didn't get reborn, and there was no sweet relationship. He just had a beautiful dream before he died. When he woke up the next day, the first thing Qin Zhe did was to check the movie's rating on the internet. 8.6. It was a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that as long as it got 8, he would be able to pass the mission. To be honest, the quality of this movie was definitely not comparable to the phenomenal movies he had acted in before, but he couldn't deny that it was a rare masterpiece. The reason why the movie was so popular the first day was probably because of the ending. If a movie could make the audience feel lost after it ended, and if the audience continued to argue with each other, then it was a success. It was more successful than a pure comedy. The prompt of the completion of the mission soon came. Chin-zae was delighted. Points were the source of Hei's king's confidence. With points, he was Hei's king. He could copy scripts in songs. Without points, he was just a salted fish. At most, he was a salted fish with a high IQ. Wednesday, 3:00 in the afternoon. Chin-zae drove to the airport to pick up his sister. After floating in Guangdong for nearly half a month, she finally came back. She didn't go with the team, but came back 2 days in advance. She dragged a suitcase, jogging shoes, jeans, a black slim-fit t-shirt, and a denim jacket. Wearing a cap, she looked slim and graceful. Standing at the door of number 6, she looked around and saw Chin-zae wearing a mask and sunglasses. She left the suitcase and ran over. Other girls were like young swallows returning to the forest, but she was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She jumped into Chin-zae's arms, hugged his neck with both hands, wrapped her legs around his waist, and shouted, "Little red man, I missed you so much." 12 days, they stayed in Guangdong for 12 days. Since they didn't go to Shujia town, this should be the longest time they had been separated. Chin-zae held his sisters but with both hands and smelled the familiar body fragrance. He felt a sense of security and said with a smile, "Is Guangdong fun?" His sister said in a sweet voice, "It's delicious." Chin-zae said exaggeratedly, "No wonder you're so heavy." "Huh? Really? Have you really gotten heavier?" "I'm kidding. It's only more than 50 kilograms. Nonsense, your sister is 80 kilograms. Get lost. Did you forget your breasts in Guangdong?" "I don't know. Why don't you touch them?" "Ha. Our movie was released, and the box office hit 500 million in 3 days. Very good. But our mother is very calm. She used to pay attention to our movies. Maybe she's used to it. It's also possible that she will secretly watch it without telling us." After a moment of silence, Chin Bao said angrily, "Forget it. Anyway." Chin-zae rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I'll take care of it. Comrade, your ideological awareness is getting higher and higher. Mom will probably explode when she sees this movie." He thought to himself. He was the scriptwriter of this movie, which meant that he adapted it based on his own life experience. Chin-zae was constantly testing his mother's bottom line like how he used to rub Wang Zijin. This metaphor was a bit wrong, but that was what it meant. He didn't dare to show his cards or flip the table. But little by little, he tested his mother's bottom line. The cycle was gradual. The pedestrians around them hurried past. When they passed by, their eyes lingered for a moment. But when they brushed past, they just treated them as an intimate couple. Chin-zae held his sisters but with one hand and dragged the suitcase with the other as they walked to the car. Chin Bao jumped down from him and got into the car. Chin-zae opened the trunk and put the luggage away. Chin Bao took off her sunglasses and mask, turned around, and saw that Chin-zae didn't get into the car. Instead, he walked straight to a commercial car in front. "Chin-zae is coming. He found us. Let's go. Let's go." "What are you afraid of? What can he do?" "This time, we've filmed something interesting. That woman is Chin Bao, right? Look at her figure." Chapter 640. There were 3 people in the car, and they were all professional paparazzi. One of them was holding a DSLR with an extended lens. Every move of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao was recorded on it. Normal siblings don't do this, right? The young man holding the DSLR was stunned. It's normal in public, showing off their sibling relationship to attract attention, but it's always like this in private. The other young man said. If they didn't know that the man was Qin Zhe and the woman was Qin Bao Bao, they would have thought that they were a couple. But after knowing their identities and connecting them to their behavior, it was very chewy. After figuring this out, the eyes of the young man holding the DSLR lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. This time there's big news. This month's bonus is enough for us to stay in Dubao for a month. The truth wasn't important. Entertainment news never paid attention to the truth, and it didn't need to be reasonable like the news broadcast. Entertainment news only pursued the breaking news. With these few photos and some eye-catching statements, just the copyright alone would be able to sell like crazy. The other young man was also excited. The middle-aged driver frowned. Compared to this, shouldn't we think about how to deal with Qin Zhe first? He's coming. Why are we afraid of him? Will he eat us? That's right. In our line of work, which celebrity hasn't been provoked? The two young men were indeed young and aggressive. They were not afraid at all. Knock knock. Qin Zhe knocked on the driver's window. The middle-aged driver lowered the window a crack and pretended not to know Qin Zhe. He frowned. What's the matter? Qin Zhe smiled. You've been following me all the way. It's been hard on you. The driver looked at him like he was an idiot. I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Zhe put on his sunglasses and went straight to the point. How about this, I'll pay for the photos just now, along with your DSLR. The middle-aged driver smiled and turned to look at the two young men behind him. The young man holding the DSLR said, 5 million, this DSLR is yours. Qin Zhe was stunned. 5 million. A few photos in exchange for a house in Shanghai. The young man holding the DSLR said calmly, you're not short of money anyway. Is 5 million a lot? Don't you know how much money a female celebrity had to pay to keep her mouth shut when she was exposed for having an affair? More than 10 million. If you don't give it to us, we'll expose the photos. Is it nice to touch your sister's butt? There were a few sneers in the car. The threat was obvious. In comparison, if he exposed it, he would definitely not make as much money as extorting celebrities. The key was that these photos could be big or small. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's actions had crossed the line, but it was not so serious that they would die from exposure. Therefore, if he could extort 5 million, it would definitely be more worth it than exposing his identity. Qin Zhe said indifferently, 100,000 at most. The young man tricked him. He did not see any panicked reaction from Qin Zhe. He first denied the speculation in his heart and then felt a little disappointed. It seemed that for Qin Zhe, being exposed was not a big deal. Another young man said, so there's no room for negotiation. Qin Zhe shook his head, 100,000 yuan. Give me the DSLR. The young man holding the DSLR sneered, why? Old Zhang, let's go. Qin Zhe said, you can't leave. The middle-aged driver was more sophisticated. He smiled and said, Chairman Qin, please take a few steps back. We're leaving. The young man holding the DSLR said impatiently, why are you talking to him? Just leave. Why are you blocking the road? The middle-aged driver rolled up the window. Before starting the car, he glanced at Qin Zhe. Seeing that he did not move, he turned the steering wheel and the car bumped into Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, who was standing outside the car, clenched his fist and raised it. He took a stance and punched out. Bang! The car window shattered. The crisp sound attracted the attention of the surrounding people, as well as the auxiliary traffic police not far away. After the fist broke the window, it hit the driver's face. 2 teeth flew out. Chin-se slapped the driver unconscious. He went to the passenger seat and opened the car door. The 2 dumbfounded young men reacted. The young man near the car door cursed and kicked Chin-se, but Chin-se waved his hand and slapped him again, making his mouth full of blood. Only the young man holding the DSLR was not beaten. He hugged the DSLR and his face was slightly pale. "We are not doing business. The photos are mine, not yours. I'm giving you face by talking about the price. Don't take something stolen as your own." Chin-se stretched out his hand. "Give me the DSLR. The money is gone." The young man said, "You dare to rob us? We will call the police." Ignoring his stubborn resistance, Chin-se gave him a loud slap. He snatched the DSLR from his arms and smashed it on the ground. The passers-by who saw this scene stopped to watch. However, Chin-se was facing them and did not show his face. Therefore, they missed the opportunity to take a video. After doing all this, Chin-se gestured to his sister in the car to not come out. He then took out his phone and called the company's legal department. "Pudong Airport, Terminal 2, Gate 6. Get there in half an hour." Just then, the auxiliary police came over and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The young man was relieved and said loudly, "He's robbing." The auxiliary police was stunned. He subconsciously held the walkie-talkie and scolded Chin-se, "Don't move." He planned to call the airport security. Almost all the first and second-tier cities in the country had police stations near the airport. The Pudong Airport police station was in the terminal building. Chin-se said, "I'm Chin-se. They are paparazzi. I just asked them for the photos, but they didn't return them to me." He took off his sunglasses, revealing his face, and quickly put them back on. The auxiliary police said, "Oh." He put down the walkie-talkie and said to the young man in the car, "Then you call the police yourself." Celebrities and paparazzi were trouble. If he interfered and was exposed on the internet, he might be hunted down. He extinguished the thought of being nosy and planned to be a bystander. Robberies were not under his control. He was just a traffic auxiliary police officer and did not even have a staff. Robberies were not under the control of the traffic police. And this kind of incident was not harmful because Chin-se's identity meant that he would not continue to do things that were out of line. The young man, he could only call the police himself. How could a qualified paparazzi be afraid of a celebrity? It was like a barefoot person who was not afraid of wearing shoes. Moreover, Chin-se had broken the law by hitting someone and smashing his SLR camera. Not long after, the people from the airport security police station arrived. They came very quickly because they heard that a celebrity and paparazzi had a conflict. They were not here to resolve the conflict, but to maintain law and order. Once Chin-se's identity was exposed, the airport's law and order were over. So when the young man arrogantly took out his phone and took a video of Chin-se, he shouted, "So what if I'm taking a video of you? If you have the ability, smash my phone again in front of so many police officers." "Chin-se, do you dare to smash my phone?" Passers-by took out their phones and gathered around. The crowd blocked the driveway, and cars were stuck outside the crowd, honking desperately. The corners of the police officers' mouths twitched. This guy refreshed Chin-se's understanding of paparazzi. As expected, he was not afraid of paparazzi at all. He wanted nothing more than to fight with him. Just like that, he snatched the young man's phone in front of everyone and smashed it. "I want to sue him for damage to personal property," the young paparazzi said loudly. "Also, he hit my partner." He pointed to his red and swollen face and added, "I was hit too." The police officers symbolically held Chin-se back and tried to mediate. Take him away, don't block here. The traffic police and auxiliary police officers had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, a man in a suit and leather shoes ran over, sweating profusely. He looked around the crowd for a moment and forced his way in, panting as he came to Qin Zai's side. President Qin, the car was stuck behind, I ran over. Did something happen to you? Qin Zai briefly explained the situation and said, I don't have time to waste here, can you solve it? Lawyer, yes, yes. He panted a few times and walked towards the police. Who is the captain? After a short communication, he returned and said, President Qin, you go first, leave this to me. Qin Zai nodded and walked in front of the young paparazzi, patting him on the shoulder. Let me teach you a lesson, a person with a small wallet will never win against a person with a big wallet. Before you do anything, touch your wallet first. I'm leaving, you continue. The young man watched as he got into the car, and with the help of the traffic police, the crowd was evacuated and the car drove away from the airport highway. He felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't leave for the time being, he still had to go to the police station. Pudong Airport was left behind, and gradually, only a blurry shadow could be seen. Qin Bao Bao looked away and frowned. What disgusting paparazzi, I almost fell into their trap. Qin Zai looked ahead and smiled. No, I noticed them when I left the company. Sister hit his head with a knife and complained, then why didn't you remind me? Qin Zai didn't explain. Meeting after a long time, he didn't want to say, there are paparazzi behind me. And last time, they were almost secretly photographed by paparazzi outside his uncle's neighborhood. Sister was very careful after that and wouldn't kiss him outside. At most, they were a little too intimate, and it would be a little troublesome if it was exposed, so Qin Zai wanted the photos back, but not to the point of death. If one day he was secretly photographed eating the rouge on his sister's mouth, it would be the end of their world. Qin Bao Bao complained a little and called the company, asking the public relations department to expose the incident on the internet in advance, and then explain. This way, the impact on Qin Zai's reputation would be minimized. Everyone knew that paparazzi were annoying, and taking the initiative to clarify and being exposed for hitting people were two completely different things. Hanging up the phone, his sister frowned. Will they write nonsense on the internet? She was referring to the paparazzi. Have you heard of a saying on the internet? What saying? No, you're talking about a chicken tyrant. Qin Zai was steady. The police station was handed over to the lawyer, and the whole legal department was behind him. The public opinion that was about to appear on the internet was handed over to the public relations department. Qin Zai almost didn't have anything to do with himself. Rich people's benefits were good. After such a long delay, it was already 5:00 when he got home. Qin Zai entered the password and then took out the key to open the door. He dragged the suitcase with one hand and held his sister's hand with the other. Qin Bao Bao chattered beside him, telling him the interesting things she encountered in Guangdong. Did you help me change the bed sheets? Yes. Did you clean the bathtub? The cleaning lady couldn't clean it. Yes. Good, I'll kiss you. The door opened, and Qin Bao Bao's words were stuck in her throat. At the entrance, Qin Ma was squatting, opening the shoe cabinet, and carefully arranging the messy shoes inside. Mom. Mom, why are you in my house? Qin Bao Bao's voice was full of fear. Your house. Qin Ma said in a bad mood, you're not married yet, where did you get a house? Her gaze fell on the hands of the siblings, whose fingers were intertwined. Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao separated as if they had been electrocuted. Qin Zai, Sigma, degree winky face. Qin Bao Bao, Sigma, degree winky face. Once again, he was seen by his mother. Hei's king, who had been majestic at the airport just now, felt his legs go soft. Qin Ma was stunned for a long time, and forced herself to be calm. Why are you standing there like idiots? Come in. The siblings hurried into the house and saw the old man sitting in the living room. Dad, why are you here? Qin Bao Bao rushed over and hugged her father's arm like a swallow returning to the forest. The old man was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and his smile was full of fatherly love. Didn't you come back today? Your mom and I came to see you. Qin Bao Bao quickly expressed her loyalty. Dad, I missed you so much. Qin Zhe said dryly, Dad. He didn't know if his mom heard what his sister said, and he felt very guilty. The old man nodded. Qin Zhe sighed. If only I was half as sweet as my sister when I was young, my childhood would be happier. At the entrance, Qin Ma set up the shoes. The shoe cabinet had 4 layers, and the first 3 layers were women's high heels, Roman shoes, canvas shoes, jogging shoes, and so on. The 4th layer was men's sneakers and leather shoes. The little red guy came to live with her sister again. She sighed, and there was deep worry between her eyebrows. Qin Zhe helped his sister drag the suitcase to the room, took out her clothes one by one, and hung them in the fitting room. His sister's master bedroom not only had a separate bathroom, but also a fitting room. It was extremely luxurious. It was full of clothes for all seasons, and there were more than a dozen sets of swimsuits. It was a dazzling lineup. Qin Zhe's small hand swept over his sister's swimsuit, and he had a good time. Qin Ma and the old man rarely came to inspect the siblings' lives. Coincidentally, the new movie happened to be released, and Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao felt very guilty. When they ran out to buy groceries, the siblings were silent. When they went home with the groceries, they happened to run into Wang Zijin in the elevator, who was coming home from work. You bought so many groceries. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao hugged and kissed each other's cheeks. My parents are here. Qin Bao Bao was worried. Wang Zijin's face was slightly nervous. She was already the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. At dinner, Qin Zhe and Qin Ma cooked. In normal families, it would be mother and daughter working together, but in his family, it was mother and son working together. In the kitchen, Qin Ma washed and cut vegetables, and Qin Zhe cooked. Guang hasn't come back from Shen City for a long time. Qin Ma said. He's busy there, and he should be back at the end of the year. That's good, he has something to do, so he doesn't have to think too much. Qin Ma smiled gently. But is it okay to let him be the factory director? Your uncle is not very reliable. As a mother, she always put her son first and didn't want to see him suffer. It's okay, Suyao has someone to help him. Oh no, it was a slip of the tongue. Qin Zhe's stir-frying motion paused. Suyao. Qin Ma's face turned pale. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, and he tested his mother's reaction again. Yes, my uncle introduced him. He said that he is a childhood friend of mine, and he is also from Su Town. Mom, do you know him? Qin Ma's hands trembled, and she looked at Qin Zhe blankly. Did he say anything to you? Mom, let me tell you a joke. Qin Zhe said. After dinner, the family of 3 sat in the living room and watched TV. The father said meaningfully, my son doesn't look like me at all. The mother said, there are some things that you should know. Don't worry about it. Our son is already 24 years old. If you insist on taking it seriously, you might lose your son and your wife. This was the joke Qin Zhe wanted to tell, but when he saw the panic and nervousness in his mother's eyes, he could clearly feel her fear. Qin Zhe felt as if his heart was stabbed by a needle, and he didn't say anything. She doesn't owe me anything. She raised me as if I were her own son. She raised me for 24 years, gave me a complete family, and let me have a childhood without inferiority and poverty. But what did I do? I kept testing her bottom line. I tried to open the scars in her heart. A while ago, the company was short of funds, so my uncle asked him to invest. He said that he was very optimistic about my factory and decided to invest. Qinze said happily, I'll tell you a secret. I asked him for a lot of money, and he didn't even know. Ha! Your son made a lot of money from this business. Qinze took the opportunity to remove his uncle from the picture. Qinma carefully observed her son's expression. He was a little proud, and nothing else. She didn't know that her son had the acting skills of an emperor. That's good. Qinma smiled with relief. Mom. Yes. Mom, yes. Nothing, I just want to call you. After dinner, Qinze and his sister sent his parents to the underground parking lot. After the old man got out of the elevator, he pulled Qinze to the side with the excuse of smoking. Wang Zijin, yes. Tonight, Wang Zijin called Uncle Qin very sweetly. Qinze's dishes were spicy. She poured water for the old man and Qin Ma. The old man has been a teacher for almost 30 years, and his eyes are very shrewd. Wang Zijin showed different obedience and enthusiasm than usual at night, which was enough for him to perceive the truth. So Qinze happily admitted it. The old man snorted and raised his hand to cut his son's scalp. Considering that he had grown up, he took back his hand and said with a headache, How could I give birth to a little red guy like you? Qinze said, Maybe you can be a grandfather at the end of the year. He added in his heart that Grandpa had to wait. The old man said, See you or Wang Zijin. Qinze said, I don't know, maybe the two of them together. He couldn't help but slap his son's head. The old man and Qin Ma drove home. Qin Bao Bao said blankly, What did you say to Dad? He looked so angry. Qinze said, I said your daughter can't get married at 30 years old. Do you want to take a gamble? Qin Bao Bao kicked him and said, Get out. He just didn't want the old man to ask too much. If he asked, Qinze couldn't answer. Any proposal that made him choose one of the two would make him upset and disgusted. After sending her parents away, Qin Bao Bao opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate the success of her concert. She planned to have a good time at dinner, but unexpectedly, her parents suddenly came. After all, she couldn't drink and shout in front of her parents, Hey, check, let's have a set of pancakes. She couldn't have a good time with her parents around. With the wine and the atmosphere, the three of them soon got high. Qin Bao Bao danced in the living room, and the tone-deaf Wang Zijin couldn't help but sing a song under the influence of alcohol. Qin Bao Bao laughed at her, and the two best friends quarreled on the sofa. Qinze poured himself a glass of wine and sang in the bright moonlight outside the balcony, a toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight. He drank it in one gulp. Qin Bao Bao raised her head from Wang Zijin's chest. New song. Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around her sister's waist and turned her head to look. This line is quite interesting. A's, continue singing. What was the name of this song? Qinze forgot. He listened to a large number of songs in the point store every day. He just suddenly remembered this line and blurted it out. He forgot how he sang it after that. After thinking for a while, he sang, A toast to Yufan, a toast to Baoqiang. Pour another glass to Nai Liang. What nonsense is that? Sister said. I don't know either. I only remember that there was such a line in the song review in the store. At night, Qinze waited in his room until 10:30 p.m., but his sister didn't knock on the door. He was puzzled. After being separated for so long, his sister should have attacked him at night. He went out and knocked on his sister's door a few times, but she ignored him. Tired. So she went to bed early. After returning to his room, he sent a message to Wang Zijin. My sister is asleep. Wang Zijin, okay. Qinze, I'll come to your room tonight. Too explicit. Delete it. He had an idea and edited it again. Tianjing, and Hui, Hunan, Jiangxi. Wang Zijin. Qinze, Sister Ziwei is very smart. You know. After a full 5 minutes, Wang Zijin finally understood and replied, Shandong. Qinze, you fake wife. He took off his shoes and sneaked to Wang Zijin's room, only to find that it was empty. Where was she? Where did she go? He ran to the toilet to take a look. There was still no one. Just as he was in a daze, his phone rang. There was a message. Sister, don't knock on my door. Zijin is in my room. I'm sleeping with her tonight. Annoying, you made me so nervous just now. How am I going to explain it to her? Be good, I'll sleep with you tomorrow. Qinze. Degree. Chapter 641. Qinze didn't sleep well at night. He had an indescribable dream, and then he was awakened by the murderous aura in his crotch. He reached out and touched it, damn it. Qinze lifted the quilt, got up like a carp, took out a few tissues to wipe himself clean, got out of bed, and took out a new pair of boxers from the wardrobe. He looked at the boxers in his hand with a blank face. Was this overflowing? Men's thing was like a woman's period. It would come every month, but men could release it manually, while women could only passively endure it. It could be seen that between men and women, initiative and passivity were destined. How many years ago? He could still encounter this kind of thing. He remembered that except for a few times during his adolescence, later, when he was in junior high school, his classmates used MP4 to watch the magical romance movies from Japan. He comprehended the famous 5 dragons embracing the pillar technique without a teacher and opened the door to a new world. Then he never had this kind of experience again. It seemed that only 3 days had passed, and the vault was full. Yes, it meant that he was making a lot of money every day. Qinze threw the boxers on the ground, patted his waist with satisfaction, and whispered, Son, tell me, do you want to sleep in Zijin's mother's house or Su Yu's mother's house tonight? Papa will definitely satisfy you. After changing into sportswear, he sent a message to Wang Zijin. A moment later, the sound of the door opening came from his sister's room. Qinze saw Wang Zijin come out with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes were straight, her hair was messy, and her oval face was confused. Obviously, she didn't wake up. What's wrong with you? What time did you go to bed last night? Qinze asked. Around 12 o'clock. Wang Zijin yawned. Your sister tortured me to death. How did you do that? Qinze was shocked. Chatting endlessly. I fell asleep, and she woke me up several times. Qinze thought for a moment. Anyway, my sister won't wake up until 7 o'clock. Why don't we go back to the room and sleep? You don't have to go to the company in the morning. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. No way. From 5:30 to 7 o'clock, the morning exercise was over. Qinze went to the breakfast shop to buy food, while Wang Zijin went to the supermarket next door. Soon, she came out with a plastic bag containing 2 packets of instant noodles. As they walked side by side into the neighborhood, Qinze asked curiously through his mask, Why did you buy instant noodles? It's for you. Me? I don't eat instant noodles. Not eating. Wang Zijin smiled slyly. Kneeling. Qinze. Wang Zijin said, You'll be punished for an additional 10 minutes if you break a strand of instant noodles. Learn about the new kneeling punishment. Qinze said angrily, What did I do wrong? Wang Zijin snorted, Why did you knock on her door last night? Qinzhe said, I wanted to see if she was asleep. If she was, I came to your room. Who knew that before I could sleep with you, she had already slept with you? Wang Zijin blushed and said angrily, sleep with your head, vulgar. Qinzhe said, isn't it vulgar to call me brother? Wang Zijin chased after him with the instant noodles in her hands. The two of them ran into the neighborhood happily. Half of the instant noodles were broken before they even melt. Qinzhe slipped downstairs like a wisp of smoke and found Wang Zijin holding his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. She had not gotten enough sleep and had been doing morning exercises for a long time. She was exhausted. Qinzhe returned and said, You're tired, aren't you? I told you to sleep, but you insisted on being brave. Wang Zijin said angrily, Are you really going to sleep? Won't I be more tired in bed? After all, she was Zijin who was afraid of being F***ked. Qinzhe said sympathetically, Idiot, can't you tell that I'm joking? I'll carry you upstairs. Wang Zijin snorted and let him carry her. She obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Qinzhe laughed and said, Idiot, can't you tell that I'm joking? What I said just now was a joke. You can't run away now. I'll let you have a taste of Qin's acupuncture later. Wang Zijin was speechless. She suddenly remembered a poem that suited her current mood. The children of the southern village bullied me because I was old and weak. They carried me into the bamboo. My lips were dry and my mouth was dry. I sighed when I returned. Qinzhe let out a series of deranged laughter. Wang Zijin said angrily, don't be a rascal. Your sister is about to wake up. Qinzhe said, It's okay. You know how fast I am. Zhe King could stab 3 times in 1 second. Wang Zijin pouted unhappily. Are you angry? Then I'll tell you a joke. Qinzhe said. Wang Zijin shook her head fiercely. No, I'm not angry. Qinzhe ignored her and asked, Ducks quack quack, sheep bleat, and dogs bark. Do you know how chickens crow? Wang Zijin said angrily, Is this a joke? It's not funny at all. Roosters are enough. Mothers cluck cluck. Qinzhe said, No, the chicken says mm. Wang Zijin was stunned for 3 seconds. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to keep a straight face, but she couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes she would wonder why such a smart person, a big boss with such a high net worth, would have such a cheeky smile on his face. He was not serious or steady at all. But she liked it. Thinking about it, maybe girls liked lively and interesting men. No one wanted to spend the rest of their lives with a wooden man. Therefore, beautiful women always met scumbags. Because scumbags knew how to play, introverted otakus always sighed that good cabbage was for pigs to play with. Wasn't this nonsense? Pigs would at least play with cabbages, but otakus would only look at cabbages and silently release their hands. The 3 big tumors of society: otakus, coders, and civil servants. Civil servants equals otakus plus coders. When they arrived at the door, Qinzhe put her down. He really wanted her to sleep in the morning and go to work at noon. The Qin's needle technique was purely a joke. He knew it was fake from the name. The real thing should be the Qin's stick technique. Couples hoped that such jokes could be used as a regulator. Otherwise, they would easily lose their passion and treat each other with respect. Qin Bao Bao had already woken up. After washing up, she squatted on the chair by the dining table and looked at her mobile phone. Wearing loose teddy bear pajamas, she was waiting for her brother to come back and nurse her. His sister hadn't worn such loose cartoon pajamas for a long time. But when she wore these pajamas, it seemed to bring Qinzhe back to his university days. She still hadn't changed. She was beautiful, charming, tall, and a little cute in teddy bear pajamas. Qin Zhe had seen her in OL suits, luxurious gowns, and silk nightgowns, but only teddy bear pajamas could let him find a trace of the past in his changing life. Each of them had a basket of dumplings, a bowl of tofu pudding, and 2 fried dough sticks. With Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's appetite, after eating the tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and 2 dumplings, they were basically full. The rest was for Qin Zhe to eat. Qin Zhe's appetite was at least twice that of an ordinary adult man. After dinner, under Qin Zhe's request, Wang Zijin went back to her room to sleep. When Qin Zhe opened the door, his sister pulled him, tiptoed, and pecked him on the cheek. She whispered, 11 p.m., don't lock the door. At 11 p.m., Wang Zijin's biological clock determined that she had fallen asleep. Qin Zhe, his sister, was a woman of her words. If she said she would sleep with him tonight, she would sleep with him tonight. But he didn't want to sleep with a vegetarian tonight. Son, Dad went back on his words. 9:30 p.m., Fudan University, female dormitory. Su Yanyan was in the headquarters. Most of the dormitory buildings in the headquarters were old houses. Since she was a freshman, the living conditions were not very good. It was a 4-person room. The top bunk was a bed, and the bottom bunk was a desk. She heard that the living conditions in the southern and northern districts were better. They were suites with separate bathrooms. There was also a public washing machine in the dormitory building. But that was where the seniors who were taking the postgraduate and doctoral exams lived. The freshmen could only live in the worst dormitory in the headquarters. Just like in the martial arts world, the seats were all occupied by the seniors. The newcomers could only stand. Later on, those young heroes who were able to conquer the heavens and earth at a young age were all unrealistic fantasies of otaku writers. The female dormitory was cleaner than the male dormitory, but it was not much better. There were all kinds of clothes hanging on the balcony. There were computers, books, and all kinds of cosmetics on the desk. The more pretentious ones even had curtains on their beds. No one knew what they were going to do in bed at night. There were 4 people in the dormitory. 2 of them were lying on the bed with face masks, and 1 was doing her toenails. Su Yanyan was sitting at the desk, watching Qin Bao Bao's concert video on her laptop. Yanyan, how many times have you listened to it? The girl doing the manicure asked. It's good. There's a new song in it. Are your ears growing calluses? The girl with the face mask said angrily. I don't think so. Su Yanyan said, I'm just wondering what kind of person Qin Zhe is to be able to create so many songs with so many different emotions. He should be someone with a very rich emotional world. Then you've seen him. What do you think? The girl with the face mask was lying on the bed. She could not move her face, so she could only look at Su Yanyan from the corner of her eyes. He's a very gentle person, like a warm man. His words are gentle, his eyes are bright, and he has a good figure. When he speaks, he always stares into your eyes. He gives off a very sincere and polite feeling. And he's more humorous. Su Yanyan recalled. I have his WeChat. As long as I want to, I can video call him. She always said that. Almost everyone who knew her had heard it at least 10 times. Her roommates were very disdainful of her way of showing off without any actual actions. She had probably seen Qin Zhe before. After all, there were pictures of him. But adding him as a friend and being able to video call him was probably just her bragging. Su Yanyan's family was very rich. This could be seen from her branded bags and expensive cosmetics that ordinary girls could not compare to. But this did not prevent the rich second-generation Su Yanyan from getting along well with her roommates because of her generosity. The face masks on the 2 girls on the bed were given by her. Not only that, her cosmetics could be used by everyone. She often treated them to meals on weekends. She was a rich second generation who was not arrogant and generous. She could eat anywhere. Yes, yes, we know. You're so awesome. You can video call Chinze. The big star doesn't do anything and just waits for you to video call him. Her roommate's teasing and laughter made Su Yanyan very angry. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the chat app and sent a message. Chinze, are you there? Unsurprisingly, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The girl who was trimming her toenails came over and mocked. Is it really Chinze? You didn't just change your name, did you? The girl who sat up on the bed and looked down disappointedly lay back down and smoothed the face mask on her face. Although she said that she did not believe it, she still had some expectations. Su Yanyan rolled her eyes. His ID is his real name. The girl who was trimming her toenails curled her lips. His WeChat moments are also blocked. No one can see any messages. Who knows if it's real or not? Su Yanyan said, then let's make a bet. If I can video call him, the three of you will take care of the cleaning of the dormitory for this month. You will also be responsible for folding my quilt. If you lose, you will clean the dormitory for this month. Su Yanyan hesitated and said, no, the three of you will share. At most, each of you can clean for 10 days. If I lose, it will also be 10 days. Her roommates agreed. Su Yanyan sent a video call request to Chinze. Chapter 642. 2 minutes later, Su Yanyan stared blankly at the phone with a gloomy face. Chinze didn't respond to her. Was his phone not with him? At this time, he was either eating or lying in bed, preparing to sleep. Anyway, he couldn't be busy with anything. No, that was the life of an ordinary person. A big shot like Chinze might be drinking and singing in a high-end club or socializing with clients. 10 days it is. Remember to clean the dormitory. Yan, our quilt is yours. You have to fold it into a tofu block. Actually, I want to lose because I like Chinze very much. Unfortunately, I can't even lose. His roommates shrugged and gloated over his misfortune. Maybe he's not free now. He's so famous. He must be busy. Su Yanyan said, I'll try again later. Hey, a woman never goes back on her word. Her roommates thought she was going to cheat. At this time, the video call request was accepted. At the same time, in Royal View Mansion. In the luxurious and high-end living room, Qin Bao leaned on the sofa with a pot of grapes on her belly. Wang Zijin sat cross-legged next to her, watching a movie on her iPad with a bag of melon seeds at her feet. Chinze was in the kitchen. Because his sister wanted to eat fruit platter, and Wang Zijin wanted to eat mango smoothie, and because the two sisters were the strongest, Chinze had to do the work. I'll do the hard work and leave the enjoyment to my sisters. Ding ding dong dong. Chinze's phone on the coffee table rang. Someone started a video call. Note, Su Yanyan. Qin Bao glanced at the phone. Her eyes were very concerned, but her tone was calm. Oh, it's a woman. Wang Zijin glanced at the phone and felt that the name was familiar. But she couldn't remember it for a while, so she said, yes. Then those who were watching movies continued to watch movies and those who were eating grapes continued to eat grapes. In the end, Qin Bao couldn't hold it in anymore. She propped herself up and took the phone. If anything happens, I can inform Ace. Wang Zijin immediately nodded. Then hurry up and pick it up. Hence, Qin Bao clicked, confirm. It's connected. It's connected. Su Yanyan shouted excitedly. Whoosh. There was the sound of chairs moving and people jumping off the top bunk. His three roommates rushed over excitedly. In the video, the person who appeared was not Qinze, but a sharp oval face. Her eyes were soft and seductive. If she put on eyeshadow, she would be a vixen who could turn the world upside down. Wow, Qin Bao Bao. She's so pretty. She's barefaced. The girls exclaimed excitedly. Can you imagine? Being in a video call with a big star is even more exciting than seeing a live star in real life. In reality, there were many opportunities to meet big stars, such as commercial performances, concerts, variety shows, and so on. But who had ever video called a celebrity? It was just a video call between friends. In the video, Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a moment. Clearly, she did not expect there to be so many girls here. Then, she took a closer look at Su Yanyan. She did not know if it was an illusion, but Su Yanyan felt that Qin Bao Bao was obviously relieved. Who are you? Qin Bao Bao looked at the girl who looked delicate at most. My name is Su Yanyan. Su Yanyan said cautiously. Is Qinze here? Yes, but he's busy. What's the matter? No, nothing. Video call. Su Yanyan was speechless. That's it. Little girl, call me another day. Bye. The video call was ended by Qin Bao Bao in a crude and simple way. She was different from her hypocritical younger brother. She would never force herself to smile. No matter how this girl met Qinze, she was a love-struck fool. Qin Bao Bao had confirmed her looks and knew in her heart. She could not be bothered to continue talking nonsense with her. She was not like Qinze. Even if he was annoyed and did not value you, he would still smile gently at you and pretend to care about you. It was to show his moral character as a socialist successor. This was what mediocre people always did. The more mediocre a person was, the more they cared about showing their moral character. This was because they could only rely on this method to win the approval of others. Therefore, the pride of geniuses and the gentleness of mortals were all reasonable. The video call ended, but the girl's excited expressions did not change. She's so beautiful even without makeup. Wow, the siblings are really living together. I saw Qin Bao Bao just now. Oh, I didn't have time to take a picture. What a loss. Su Yanyan said carefully, well, does this count as my win? The excitement and enthusiasm suddenly faded. Her roommates quietly turned around. Where's Qinze? I didn't see him. We won if you didn't see him. 10 days of hygiene. Don't forget to fold your blanket. They quickly unified their statements. Su Yanyan was speechless. It's a little girl. Qin Bao Bao put the phone back on the coffee table, looking relaxed. I know this person. Wang Zijin said, I met her when I went to Luoshui City to donate supplies. Her father and A's are business partners. Her name is Su Yao. Qin Bao Bao said casually, oh. Who was Su Yao? She did not know him. If this girl was beautiful, she was going to ask Qinze why he gave her his WeChat account. But she was only pretty. Her cousin, Su Yu, was much prettier than her. At 11:00 in the evening, Qinze, reluctantly, left the room and sneaked into his sister's room. He turned around and quietly closed the door. Is Zijin asleep? His sister, who was lying on the bed reading a book, asked casually. She should be asleep at this time. Qinze quickly got onto the bed. Why didn't you come over? Why did you have to make me come over? Is your bed more comfortable than mine? Qin Bao Bao said self-righteously. Qinze thought to himself, this is different. You take the initiative and I take the initiative. The nature is completely different. The former makes me look more charming. The latter makes me look more perverted and wretched. He climbed into his sister's bed in the middle of the night. In ancient times, boys and girls were not allowed to sleep together at the age of 7. It was almost the same now. After elementary school, there were very few siblings who continued to sleep in the same bed. Not to mention that the siblings were 24 and 26 years old. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, Qin Bao Bao would find excuses every time, such as that they had not chatted for a long time and reminisced about their childhood. Then, she would climb into her brother's bed openly. In ancient times, this was called Chu Shi Biao. Didn't Big Brother Kongming talk for a long time just to give him a good reason? The two of them pretended to talk about company matters for a few minutes. Qin Bao Bao was going to Shin City to hold a concert next month. So, they talked about this topic for a while. Until Qin Bao Bao turned off the lights and said that she was going to sleep. Qin Zhe once again felt his sister's soft body and hot curves up close. He fell asleep contentedly. The next day, when he woke up in the morning, Qin Zhe was not overflowing with energy. Fortunately, otherwise, he would not be able to explain. However, he would have to distribute his wealth in the next few days. With his physique, he would be full in 3 days at most. He seemed to understand Teddy's helplessness a little. On this day, Qin Zhe, who had been busy with Bao's investment business, received a call from his sister. The program team of Super Brain had sent another invitation. Qin Zhe did not have an agent, so his invitations were all received by Qin Bao Bao's agent, Li Yanhong. This was the third invitation from the program team. The first two were mercilessly rejected by Qin Zhe. The first time was in the disaster area, and the second time was last week. At that time, he was busy exploring the principle of heat generation with Sister Ziwei. They were stuck together like glue, so he did not agree. He still did not want to go, but he recalled that when he was recording the program last time, he did say that he could continue to invite him next time. Well, the price of hypocrisy. Then accept it. I'm not busy recently. If he's a few days in advance, I'll still have to reject it, Qin Zhe said over the phone. Oh. His sister hung up. Qin Zhe held his phone and watched Super Brain. He was a guest in the first episode, and now, the show was already recording the 6th episode. The content of the first few episodes was mediocre. It was an elimination competition for the genius contestants. The last 2 episodes were quite exciting. The contestants stopped fighting, and the opponents changed to foreign geniuses and celebrities. This was the usual routine of the program team. Competing with foreign contestants could attract the interest of the audience. It was just that the results of these 2 episodes were not ideal. The domestic top students could not win against the foreign top students. If it's a competition of memory and answers, the geniuses produced by our country's exam-oriented education background should be the best in the world, Siyu said. But if it's something else, such as a puzzle game related to certain majors, our country's students are weak. I know. The physical education class that exists in name is the best proof, Qin Zhe said. Why did reading make people stupid? Because some people read the answer, not the train of thought. Before university, our country's schools taught the answer. The teacher would teach you the formula and let you use it to solve the problem, but he would not teach you why to use this formula. He taught the process, not the train of thought. But in fact, when people come to society, what they need is the train of thought, not the answer. Some people have not read books, but their train of thought is flexible. Some people finish their masters and doctorates. They have a lot of knowledge, but their train of thought is short and narrow. In terms of education, developed countries do better. Japan is completely ahead of us. Japanese schools pay great attention to clubs, so some students are only high school students, but they are proficient in computer maintenance, playing various musical instruments, and so on. But in China, even in universities, clubs are just decorations. It's pretty good, but why is this kind of program not very popular? Suyu commented. Qin Zhe said, "It's normal. There are too many underachievers in society. With these rules, ordinary people may not understand them after listening twice." Chapter 643. After accepting the program's invitation, Qin Zhe arrived on Saturday as scheduled. Suzhou was very close to Shanghai. It took 20 minutes on the high-speed rail. If he drove, he would arrive in about an hour. The assistant director of the show personally welcomed him at the door. The assistant director was a jack of all trades. He was not below anyone in the crew. He was ranked behind the director, and his status was not even as high as the popular host. However, it was decent and polite to use him to receive some big stars. After entering the provincial television building, the assistant director led him to the lounge. It was the same room as before. It was not big, but the decoration was very exquisite. For a big shot like Qin Zhe, he must have his own private lounge. Unknowingly, your show is already recording the 6th episode. On the way, Qin Zhe chatted with the assistant director. It was already the end of October. It had been half a month since the flood. In half a month, he had only slept with Sister Ziwei less than 10 times. Failure. Sorry, Teddy Kidney. Yes, our show is looking forward to Boss Qin every day, the assistant director replied slyly. Qin Zhe was too lazy to talk to him. After listening to too many flattering words, he would feel conflicted and want to hear something else. However, if someone really said something offensive, he would want to slap him to death. Humans were such complicated animals. The show was scheduled to be recorded at 2 in the afternoon. It was just past noon, so there was still more than an hour left. Qin Zhe sat on the soft sofa, drank some water, and took out his phone out of boredom. "Brother, can you lend me 1,500 yuan? It was a message from his cousin, Jiang Qing, 10 minutes ago." "What do you need money for?" Qin Zhe replied. 1,500 yuan was a piece of cake. He would not even want to wipe his ass. However, his cousin was only a high school student. He should not bear the financial burden that did not match his age. If his cousin was a rich second-generation heir, it would not matter. 15,000 yuan would not be a problem for Qin Zhe. However, he was not. If he raised him into a rich second-generation heir, he would be crippled. "It's urgent." "Speak." "I can't say." "It's urgent anyway." "You lost a game and are in a hurry to find someone to help you level up." "Forget it if you don't want to give it to me. I'll ask my cousin for it. If you can get 1,500 from my cousin, I'll give you 10 times the amount." "All right." A few minutes later, Jiang Qing sent a message. "She's not coming. She said she wants it from you." He sent a screenshot as evidence. "Hee, it's not like this is the first day you've met your cousin. His sister was more meticulous than him. If she didn't ask for the reason, she wouldn't give him a single cent." "Jiang Qing, I'll take a screenshot of what you said and send it to her, wit." Qin Zhe was speechless. Soon, Jiang Qing replied with a series of crying emojis. "My cousin told me to get lost and then blacklisted me. Qin Zhe, you're just taking out your anger on me." Patting head, what an idiot. Did he think that he could pull his sister to his side with just a few screenshots? Don't mess around. She can't bear to scold me and will only vent her anger on you. In the end, Qin Zhe still did not give him the money. This guy was stubborn and did not say the reason. His purpose of asking for money was very chewy. For example, this guy's personality signature. In the past, it was legal to go to a brothel, but if you slept with someone's wife, you would be drowned in a pig cage. Now, it's safe to sleep with someone's wife, but it's illegal to go to a brothel. I'm very sad about the loss of traditional culture. 1,500 yuan seemed to be enough for the whole set. Although he claimed to have had several girlfriends, a man who had never been to a brothel was not a qualified man. A child of his age was indeed full of curiosity and desire to open the door to a new world. Ding dong. A message notification. Sister, Jiang Qing asked you for money. Qin Zhe, yes, it's not a small amount. I don't know what he wants and he won't say. Sister, don't give it to him. Why would a high school student need so much money? Auntie and uncle won't lack his pocket money. Children at this age are the easiest to be led astray. Qin Zhe, I understand. Auntie might even complain about us giving him money. There was a saying, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. But there was also another saying, if you help someone, they will hate you. When you have no money, your relatives are still your relatives. Once you have a lot of money, your relatives will become parasites. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's principle was to help when in trouble, but don't rely on borrowing money to get rich. Fortunately, they were born and raised in Shanghai. Their relatives could not be said to be rich, but at least they had some savings. If they were in a remote village, they would be in trouble. After saying this, her sister sent her a screenshot. It was a chat record between her mother and her. Mom, do you have someone you like? Qin Bao Bao, no, your daughter's eyes are on the top of her head. She can only see airplanes and not men. Mom, other people's children already know how to buy soy sauce. Qin Bao Bao, you're saying it as if your child doesn't know how to buy soy sauce. Mom, stupid girl. Qin Zhe crazily sent a thumbs up emoji. Sister, you're smart. Qin Bao Bao replied with a series of proud wearing sunglasses emojis. At this time, the host pushed open the door of the private room. Behind him were two permanent guests, Lu Li and Ning Yuqing. In addition, there was a middle-aged foreigner. Qin Zhe, I have something to do here. Let's talk later. After he put down his phone, the host enthusiastically reached out his hand. President Qin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. Qin Zhe stood up and shook hands with him. The host introduced him to the foreigner, Professor Smith from MIT. He was an expert in the field of brain function research and was also an academician in the United States of America. Smith was a common surname in the United States. It was like Wang, Li, and Zhang in China. When the host introduced Qin Zhe, it was very interesting. He called him the strongest brain in the entertainment industry. I saw your puzzle. It was very shocking. Your mental arithmetic and reasoning skills are very strong. Professor Smith shook hands with Qin Zhe. Intelligence was a very broad concept. It included observation, memory, imagination, analysis, judgment, thinking, adaptability, and so on. My father is also a professor. Qin Zhe laughed. Tsinghua University or Peking University? Professor Smith said. University of Finance and Economics. Qin Zhe said. Tsinghua University or Peking University? Was the threshold for professors in Tsinghua University or Peking University so low? On second thought, it was understandable. Professor Smith was an MIT professor and an academician in the United States of America. Professors from ordinary famous universities could not be compared to him. Zhejiang University or Fudan University were very ordinary. Only Tsinghua University or Peking University could catch his eye. The foreigner was slightly stunned. He probably did not remember what kind of university the University of Finance and Economics was. But he knew the casual courtesy of Chinese. I've heard a lot about you. Whether he had heard of it or not, Professor Smith, who was familiar with half of China, knew how Chinese people communicated. It was definitely not wrong to say, I've heard a lot about you, whenever he met someone. These 4 words were a jack of all trades. The host had brought the guests over not just to chat, but also to have a meeting and go through the script. The guest had to know what the content of today's show was and how to play the game. During the recording, the guest's role was second only to the contestants. Qin Zhe did not have time to read the script, which was today's competition program. He was multitasking. He read the script while chatting with the host and the guest. The Chinese and foreign competition was not over yet. Today's game was computational analysis, spatial imagination, and logical reasoning. When Qin Zhe finished reading the script, the conversation in the room had changed from the show to life. Professor Smith said that he liked China very much and deeply felt the profoundness of Chinese culture. What he felt the most was the Chinese calendar. Today is Mao Zedong Day. My students and I are actively looking for opportunities to do good deeds. Professor Smith said, but you Chinese don't seem to celebrate your own holidays. Instead, you like to celebrate our holidays. Because celebrating your holidays is very fashionable. Wait, Mao Zedong Day. I feel that something is wrong. Qin Zhe came back to his senses. He looked at the host and the two guests and said in Chinese, I really don't celebrate holidays. Other than the Chinese New Year and the Chinese New Year, I don't even know that we have Mao Zedong Day. Saying that, he smiled awkwardly. Luli laughed, you don't even know Mao Zedong Day. You didn't learn it when you were young. Wait, I also feel that something is wrong. Ning Yuqing. Today is Mao Zedong Day. He silently took out his phone and checked the calendar. Then, he put down the phone with a black line on his face. His expression was extremely strange, as if he was trying very hard to hold back his laughter. The host was the second to look at the phone. Then, he turned off the phone without saying a word. Qin Zhe curiously searched the calendar. Today was October 23rd, Frostfall. Frostfall. I might have learned fake Chinese. Chapter 644. Everyone in the room looked at each other. They wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Professor Smith looked around and asked blankly, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Zhe glanced at him and said to himself, hurry up and run. I won't hold down Mao Zedong's coffin for you. The host smiled politely and not mockingly. Today is not Mao Zedong's day. The word on the calendar is Frost's Fall, one of the 24 solar terms in China. Smith was confused. Isn't it Mao Zedong's day? The host said, of course not. Mao Zedong's day is. He looked at his phone and said, March 5th, Qin Zhe said to himself, you should leave too. I can't hold down Mao Zedong's coffin. Smith was stunned for a long time. He remembered that a few days ago, he had told the students, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Remember to do a few good deeds these few days. The expression of the students nodding vigorously was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Imagine, when the students were communicating with the China players, they would ask, did you encounter any trouble today? The China students would say, no, why do you ask? The students would pat their chests and say, today is Mao Zedong's day. Don't be polite with me. How embarrassing. Sob. Professor Smith had been to China many times and had learned a little Chinese. He knew some of the simplest colloquialisms, and then he would claim to be an expert in China, because foreigners who claimed to be an expert in China could easily blend in with the Chinese people. In fact, in his eyes, China's words were all the same. They were all square words. English was at least made up of letters. It was clear whether a letter was missing or an extra letter. Chinese was distorted. Sometimes, two identical words were actually missing an inconspicuous stroke. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it at all. Moreover, Chinese was particularly troublesome. The same word, the same sentence, had many different interpretations and meanings. Because he often came to China for business, when Professor Smith was in America, he had found a Chinese colleague to learn spoken Chinese. He learned Chinese pronunciation for a few days and felt that it was okay. It wasn't particularly difficult. He just had to memorize it. But when it came to grammar, his colleague said, "Since you're learning spoken Chinese, you must understand the meaning of other people's words when you communicate with them. This is a little complicated in Chinese, so I'll explain it to you slowly." My colleague said, "Let me give you an example. There are two kinds of people who are easily dumped. One is those who don't know what love is. One kind was not knowing what love was." Professor Smith quickly dismissed the idea of learning Chinese. When their ancestors invented writing, they never thought of bringing foreigners along to play with it. Especially bullying. At the recording studio. Today, the audience was in high spirits. The tickets for this episode were especially popular. Before the recording of the show began, the production team announced that Qin Zhe would be returning to the show for this episode. The number of people who asked for tickets through their connections was several times more than the previous few episodes, and the demand could not meet the demand. This episode will be Qin Zhe, right? I really want to see him solve puzzles in person. That's why I'm here after watching the first episode. Then you probably won't be able to see it. If the first episode was an accident, then this episode's production team will definitely not allow it. The moment he appeared, all the limelight was stolen. Not necessarily. The production team might want this effect. Amidst the discussion, the audience took their seats. The lights, cameras, and everything was ready. The host specially introduced Professor Smith and Qin Zhe from MIT. When Hai Zhe King appeared, the audience was in an uproar and thunderous applause. It was no surprise to see the audience explode. In this showdown between China and China, there were 3 contestants from each side. The audience was already familiar with China's contestants, or at least their faces. However, it was the first time that the other contestants had appeared on this stage under the leadership of Professor Smith. They were handsome and had amazing resumes. For example, this young man named Henry had beautiful platinum hair, a high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. When he introduced himself, he spoke 5 languages. This was so amazing that the audience exclaimed. Moreover, through his self-description in the short video, this guy was also an excellent pianist, knew how to draw, and knew magic. He was not a beginner, but a master. In contrast, the China contestants' resumes were much more ordinary, excellent academic performance. Contestant Henry, I like Chinese culture very much. The thing that left the deepest impression on me is Chinese Kung Fu. It should have been a premeditated speech. This was the same as, I've heard a lot about you. It was a jack of all trades. However, he changed the topic and said, actually, I don't want to compete today because today is China's birthday. The host hurriedly interrupted, Professor Smith, is it like MIT and Harvard where many students are actually multi-talented? Henry was stunned for a moment. He was not used to being interrupted so suddenly. On the guest seat, Professor Smith silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, because the more fields you touch, the more helpful it is to develop your brain and thinking ability. The host said, amazing. Qin Zhe coughed and said, actually, it's not just foreign universities. Our country's university students are also becoming more and more versatile, like me. There was a burst of laughter. Luli joked, you're still a university student? Qin Zhe looked at her from the corner of his eyes and said pretentiously, I just graduated a year ago. Do you think it counts? Ning Yuqing laughed. Of course it counts. I agree with President Qin's point of view. Nowadays, not only schools, but even parents have begun to consciously cultivate their children's interests and abilities in all aspects. Qin Zhe said, when it comes to versatility, if I say I'm second, no one would dare to say they're first. The two of them began to flatter each other. Professor Smith asked curiously, "Can he sing?" The guest laughed. The host said, "More than that. He's the best songwriter in the entertainment industry, a famous actor, a famous singer, a film and television editor, and a financial scientist." Professor Smith was stunned. "My God!" The three foreign students whispered to each other. Luli said, "Actually, you should have heard of his works. I remember that Qin Zhe's opera too is very famous overseas." Ning Yuqing said, "Yes, the dolphin voice." Professor Smith said, "Of course." The foreign students suddenly understood and stared at each other in surprise. The audience laughed non-stop. Everyone's face was full of pride and satisfaction. Obviously, they were very happy to see the shocked expressions of the foreigners. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Actually, I'm just doing the same thing as Xiao Ma. Ma Huadang started by copying ICQ, I started by copying songs. Ma Huadang became one of the richest people in the country by copying songs, I became one of the richest people in the entertainment industry by copying songs." Once again, it was proven that learning was useless and copying was reasonable. The first segment of the competition was to test the spatial imagination ability, a three-dimensional maze. The prop was a rectangular glass cabinet. It was a complete maze from top to bottom. It was the same for the left, right, front, and back. What the contestants had to do was to restore the three mazes to their original state and find the correct route through them. It was a test of spatial imagination, reasoning ability, and memory. The one who took the shortest time won. The Chinese contestant was called Qin Sheng. He was a student from Fudan University. To be able to participate in this show, he had to be one of the best. Ordinary students like his sister could forget about it. He wondered if his brother, Wu Guang, was participating in the show together or sitting in the audience as a group of relatives and friends. Qin Zhe was too embarrassed to ask this question. The two contestants observed around the rectangular glass cabinet. They would step into it from time to time and look up and down to think. This process was boring for the live audience, so they needed the guest to mediate. Ning Yuqing asked curiously, "Boss Qin, if it were you, how long would it take?" Qin Zhe said, "This is more difficult. Restoring three mazes is a test of one's brain power. If it were me, 5 minutes would be enough." Ning Yuqing was speechless. "You call this difficult?" Luli suddenly said in surprise. Chen Xing went back. Our contestant ran back to his seat and began to draw the maze route on the table. But soon, the other contestant also returned to his seat and began to draw the route. Both contestants completed the first maze route and rushed back to the glass cabinet. They were racing against time. But when both contestants were left with only one maze route, the audience's tension was aroused. Whoever wanted to complete it would win. In the end, Chen Sheng was the first to complete the maze route. When Henry was also done, the host announced, "Okay, now that both contestants are done, let's reveal the answer. Please look at the big screen." Both contestants were correct, but Chen Sheng took the shortest time, so he won this round. There was a round of applause. The second round was a test of logic and mental arithmetic. The program team divided the origami of the three animals into several pieces. The contestants only needed to piece the pieces together to complete the animals. Whoever took the shortest time would win. Compared to the previous round, the difficulty of this round was lower. However, it was more exciting because it was purely a race against time. The MIT contestant was a black man. To be more precise, he was of mixed race. The Chinese contestant was a 13-year-old high school student. Smith said, "In this match, Denzel entered the arena with the intention of winning because he wants to challenge Qin Zhe after he wins." There was an uproar. Denzel stood on the stage and raised his microphone. "I've watched the first episode and was very surprised by Qin Zhe's puzzle skills. His mental arithmetic and logic skills are top-notch, so I want to compete with him. He said a lot of things that the audience could not understand. Only when the translation on the big screen was shown did they understand what this guy was talking about. You want to compete with Qin in puzzles? Ha, you're just asking to be humiliated. If he dares to challenge him, he must be confident. Besides, this guy is very good. With this reminder, many people recall the content of the short video earlier. Back then, when the US was recruiting scientific talents, this guy was received by the US president along with dozens of other students. Although the US president was like a mascot that could be scolded by the citizens and met with difficulties in Hollywood, to be received by the US president, he was much more impressive than the geniuses from Tsinghua University, Harvard, and MIT. Smith also said that Denzel was a secret weapon. As expected, when Denzel completed the 3 animal puzzles, his opponent had only completed 2. He was ahead by quite a bit. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, Qin shrugged. Alright, then what should we compete in? Regarding the challenge, Qin had already known about it since they had discussed it beforehand. Smith said, let's compete in this. It's similar to puzzles. In other words, the other party was aiming for Qin specialty. The host looked at Qin. After he nodded, the host announced, the staff will prepare the new animal puzzles and origami. Let's continue with the competition. The third match was a test of reasoning and arithmetic. After 20 minutes of stalemate, the China team emerged victorious. It had been 2 episodes. The China team had lost 2 episodes and finally obtained a victory. The applause lasted for a long time. However, compared to the China team's victory, the majority of the audience was actually looking forward to the battle between Qin and Denzel. The staff brought the new animal origami to the stage. There were 2 sets in total and they were placed messily in a glass basin. There was an obstacle between Qin and Denzel, so they could not see each other's rhythm and speed. However, in the eyes of the audience, they could see each other clearly. Ning Yuqing said, Professor Smith, how confident do you think your student is? Professor Smith said, if it's a puzzle, Denzel will be in danger. But if it's a puzzle like this, it's 50%. Luli said, oh, 50%. Wasn't it already over? The audience said, is it just an average win rate? Is this foreigner really that good? He's very fast. That China player from before was no match for him at all. But Qin is even faster. After all, he's a fast shooter. Have you seen the video of him doing puzzles? That's a puzzle. It's not quite the same as this one. The host helped to count down the seconds. 3 seconds later, the 2 teams began. Qin and Denzel poured the origami pieces on the table at almost the same time. There were 3 animals, an elephant, a monkey, and a tiger. A total of 60 pieces. Due to his recent experience, Denzel was now in a better state. His gaze wandered back and forth between the original drawing and the fragments. The origami fragments were constantly being restored in his hands. In just 5 minutes, he had managed to identify all the fragments of the tiger from the 60 pieces and pieced them back together. Not long ago, he had spent 6 minutes on the same animal. This was even more difficult than a puzzle because other than piecing them together, he still had to identify them. The corners of his mouth curled up. He felt that his condition was getting better and better. His fighting spirit was high. After watching Qin previous puzzle videos, he knew that he was a very good opponent. However, victory, beep. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. Denzel was stunned. This was the signal that the contestant took when he completed the task. Did he press the wrong button? In a daze, he raised his head and looked at the audience. Then, he realized that the audience also had a confused expression. However, unlike him, the audience was also shocked. I'm done. Qin Zai's voice came from the next room. The partition was removed. Denzel saw the scene on Qin Zai's table. It had been pieced together. At this moment, the genius contestant who was received by the President of the United States was not only confused and aggrieved, but also suspicious. The host said, "All right, let's watch the replay on the big screen." The big screen played the entire process of Qin Zai identifying and piecing the origami pieces together. His smooth and pleasing hand speed was once again replayed on the stage of Superbrain. As for the identification, it did not exist. After he poured all the pieces out of the glass basin, he glanced at them and pieced them together. He did not stutter or think. His movements were as smooth as a machine. Denzel was dumbfounded. "Is he bullying me?" Professor Smith's eyes widened. That's too fast." He found it hard to believe. Compared to the students who did not believe it at the beginning, he had witnessed the entire process. Moreover, he was a guest on this show. He knew that Qin Zai did not practice in advance. It was all improvisation. As a professor in the field of brain research, Smith was shocked. Luli said, "He's most famous for being fast. Do you know his nickname?" After saying that, she turned to look at the audience. "Fast shooter." The audience was also very cooperative. The cheers of the fast shooter grew louder and louder. It was accompanied by clapping. Qin Zai was speechless. "Cheap system, you can have the 10 points." Qin Zai communicated with the system in his mind. "Although this is fake, I feel good about it." The system ignored him. Chapter 645. Hotel. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zai was lying on the big bed in the hotel, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Wang Zijin was sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in an office lady's suit. Her hair was wet. She was pulling up her stockings, flesh-colored, covering her white feet, slowly going up, wrapping her bare feet, wrapped her slender calves, and then her round thighs. "I remember there is a kind of stocking that is worn around the waist," Qin Zai said. "In the indescribable anime, you can often see that kind of stocking, but it seems that you have never seen it in reality, so Qin Zai can't name it." "You're talking about the garter." Wang Zijin put the stockings on the bed and carefully flattened the wrinkles on the skirt. Yes. Qin Zai said, "But I don't think I saw you and your sister buy that kind. The little sister with the garter is the most attractive. It's understandable that you know I don't have it, but how do you know your sister doesn't?" Wang Zijin squinted at him. "Didn't I wash your clothes?" Qin Zai rolled his eyes. They had just finished their tryst, and 3 days had passed since the recording of Superbrain. Wang Zijin was never willing to discuss the plan to have a baby with him at home. She always felt that there was a thorn in her heart. She had no choice but to book a room in a hotel near the company, and then Qin Zai held her and rocked the bed together, rocking and rocking until they reached Grandma Bridge. It was as if they were a golden couple. Unlike Suyu, Wang Zijin asked to wear a work hat because she was not prepared to be frightened. Perhaps it has something to do with her lack of emotional experience. She just got a boyfriend and was in the period of love. Suddenly, she became a mother. She really couldn't adapt. Suyu is different. Suyu is 2 years older than her. At this age, it's time to have a baby. Time is not waiting for her. Nowadays, it's the most common idea to get married at 25 and have children the next year. In first-tier cities like Shanghai, it can be 2 or 3 years later. Wang Zijin tidied up her dress, shed her lazy and coquettish, and restored her ability and gentleness. Suddenly, she fell into Qin Zai's arms and said, "I'm so tired, I want to sleep, I don't want to go to work." This combat power was worse than Suyu. Suyu could bear it for more than an hour, but Wang Zijin couldn't. She couldn't bear it in half an hour. She had to slow down first. Although they were both exercises, exercising on the bed was different from exercising under the bed. Both would make people pant and their legs go soft. Then I'll call the front desk and ask them to extend the hourly room to 1 day. Let's sleep here for a while. Qinzhe stroked her hair. To be able to steal half a day of leisure. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. She curled up in Qinzhe's arms like a cat. Qinzhe chuckled and reached out to unbutton her chest. Wang Zijin hurriedly pressed down. If you do this, I will go back to the company. Sigh. Hei's king, who had yet to enjoy himself, sighed. Wang Zijin looked at him. Qinzhe said, should I buy another girlfriend in the future? The inflatable kind. Wang Zijin gave him a coquettish supercilious look. Since she was going to sleep, she took off her clothes after all. Qinzhe didn't go crazy. At most, he was just addicted to it. In fact, young people nowadays had a wrong understanding that the longer the time, the happier the woman would be. Nonsense, 10 minutes was enough. After a long time, the girlfriend would feel that the gaming experience was extremely bad. She would be grumpy and even kick you away. However, for the majority of men who only had 5 seconds, 10 minutes was a great challenge. Whether it was Su Yu or Wang Zijin, Qinzhe was always in the process of rocking. Intermission. How's the company? Qinzhe asked. Oh, you still remember to ask about the company's situation. Wang Zijin was full of resentment. Qinzhe could help Tianfang and Baozhe. Only her amethyst technology was ignored by Qinzhe, which made Wang Zijin feel like an orphan. I don't understand. It's not the right profession. Qinzhe shrugged. But you should ask the programmer to work harder. The first batch of VR equipment will be on the market soon. Soon, which was within half a year. With the blueprint, he could do whatever he wanted and shorten the long research and development process. I want virtual reality games to break through the single-player model. Bragging. There will be such a day. It can be now, but it doesn't mean it can't be in the future. When the time comes, your Amethyst will become a world-famous technology company. Yes, this is a good picture. I'll eat it first as a toast. As they chatted, Wang Zijin's voice gradually lowered. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qinzhe didn't feel sleepy at all. He lay in bed and thought a lot until he saw the phone screen light up. His sister's call came in. The phone had long been muted and turned off the vibration. Fortunately, he glanced at the phone. Otherwise, he would have missed his sister's call. He carefully lifted the quilt and tiptoed into the bathroom. A 5-star hotel, the room was big. If he talked in the bathroom, he wouldn't wake Wang Zijin up. Sister. Qinzhe answered the call. Jiangqing ran away from home. His sister's tone was full of gossip. Got hit by uncle again. Qinzhe laughed. Rebellious teenagers were always like this. They thought they had grown up and started to get impatient with their parents nagging. They didn't want to be controlled and thought that if their father hit him again, they would hit him back. They had never experienced the pressure of life, but they felt that life was just like that. They sneered at busy adults and looked down on rich people who drove cars. They liked to sit by the window and pretend to be depressed, as if they were adults with stories and worries. His uncle had a bad temper and would hit him when he was angry. The father and son had often fought. His aunt often lamented that Ace was so obedient, but when it came to her son, he became like this. What a joke. Don't you know how evil your brother is? With the combination of kindness and power, if Qinzhe could still be rebellious and run away from home, then he would be the reincarnation of Neza. The last time he ran away from home, he even threatened to cut off all ties with his father. Was he playing the same trick again? Oh, no wonder he asked us to borrow money. He wanted to run away from home a long time ago, Qin Zhe said. This is even more interesting. Qin Bao Bao clicked her tongue and said, he didn't borrow money to run away from home. He wanted to abort his girlfriend's child. His sister's tone was quite sad. His cousin, who was almost 9 years younger, almost became a papa. She was still a virgin. Qin Zhe was stunned. If he received this call a year ago, he would have cried until he fainted in the toilet. He would have cried and howled, what use do I have for this iron rod? Mom told me. Qin Bao Bao said, Jiangqing ran away from home yesterday. Until today, his phone was turned off. We asked around at his relatives' and friends' houses but couldn't find him. My aunt called Mom, but Mom said she wasn't home. Then Mom called me. Wait, tell me clearly. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples. Jiang Cheng's girlfriend was in the same school as him. They were in the same grade and class. It was said that she was the prettiest girl in the class. The two of them got together in their first year of high school. It was spring. Spring was the season for animals to mate. They had plenty of pocket money on hand, so they found a youth hotel to experience the adult world. They were young. The boy only knew how to bang, and the girl only knew how to moan. The contraceptive measures were not good enough. Some time ago, the girl found that her period did not come. She checked online and found that she was pregnant. She panicked and felt that the sky was falling. If Qin Zhe knew that Su Yu or Wang Zijin were pregnant, he would be surprised and happy. But for a teenager, his girlfriend's pregnancy was definitely the end of the world. In fact, their relationship was classified as a secret relationship. Because their parents would not allow it, and the school would not allow it. No matter how times changed, the school's attitude in this regard had never changed. Once found, they would be expelled. The girl's pregnancy was not hidden from her parents. Her family exploded at that time. It was such a big matter, and a young lady like her would definitely not be able to keep her mouth shut and reveal everything. The other party's parents were still reasonable and did not make a scene at the school. After all, both parties had to bear the responsibility for this kind of thing. The girl would always be at a disadvantage. They made a scene at Jiang Cheng's house. Then the aunt's house also exploded. So she ran away from home to avoid responsibility. Qin Zhe said. I don't know. That's all I know. Qin Bao Bao's tone was not much worried. Instead, it was full of interest. In this kind of thing, the girl's family was the most troublesome. If this matter is not handled well, it will be very troublesome, Qin Zhe said. Now that she is missing and can't be found, how do we deal with it? Qin Bao Bao said, I heard from Mom that the girl's family is going to call the police. Chapter 646. Call the police. Qin Zhe sneered and said, call the police to arrest Jiangqing. The police can't be bothered with this kind of thing. The police had no right to interfere. The other party was not a girl under 14 years old. Although 18 years old was considered an adult, there were many underage expectant mothers. Some were even working as streamers, which led to the trend of underage mothers. Of course, certain streamers were naturally interviewed and criticized. From this, it could be seen that the existence of regulatory authorities was very necessary. The point is not to call the police. It means that the other party is hopping mad and is about to turn hostile, Qin Bao Bao said. Sigh, Jiangqing is our cousin. Can you not be so gossipy? Qin Bao Bao, now you are like an auntie who likes to gossip, Qin Zhe said in annoyance. You also know that he is our cousin, not our biological brother. Although this matter is troublesome, boys will not be at a disadvantage. Qin Bao Bao smiled. This was not wrong at all. Indeed, girls were at a disadvantage. Therefore, parents were looking forward to their own pigs eating cabbages while protecting their own cabbages. However, Jiang Cheng's situation was different. Moreover, at his age, he had not reached the age where parents were looking forward to him eating cabbages. Then if I accidentally kill someone, will sister be in a hurry to clean up my mess? Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bao Bao's tone took a 180-degree turn. She chuckled and said, "Try it." "I have already tried." Qin Zai muttered in his heart and said, "You called me not just to gossip, right?" "Yes, Mom asked me to inform you to pay attention and see if you can help," sister said. Qin Zai chuckled and said, "She is letting you do it." Ace is a man. You are the pillar of the family. Sister relies on you. Sister can't live without you. Qin Bao Bao kissed him twice on the phone. Sister liked to act pitiful and weak the most. But Qin Zai just had to fall for it. Mediocre boys yearned to become someone's pillar of support, and his sister had taken advantage of salted fish Zai's weakness. Just like before, he still fell for this trick. However, the difference was that the Qin Zai of the past might not have been able to realize his sister's silent trick. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bao Bao called her mother back. "Mom, I talked to Ace. He'll help." "Mom asked you for help. Why are you looking for Ace?" Qin Mu asked angrily. When it came to matters of the heart, she felt that it was more reliable to look for a daughter. After all, a woman's feelings were more delicate. After all, they were relatives within 3 generations. Qin Ma was still very concerned about this matter, and so was the old man. However, he also felt that he didn't know where to start. "I don't know how to deal with it. In my opinion, we should just agree to compensate them," Qin Bao said. "You're so useless. Ever since you were young, you've been throwing problems to your brother. What can you do?" Qin Ma complained and hung up. Qin Zai had something to say about whether his sister was capable or not. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and wrinkled her nose at the phone. She grabbed the lollipop on the table, tore off the icing, and licked it with relish. If there was a problem, she would definitely throw it to her brother. Men were just puppets. The ones who really controlled society were women. She had understood this principle when she was 16 years old and shook her butt at her brother. In the hotel, Qin Zai dialed his aunt's number. It rang for a while before it was picked up. "Hello, Ace." His aunt's side was in a mess. She lowered her voice and said, "Wait a moment." After a few seconds of silence, the noise disappeared. His aunt said, "So annoying. Are the girl's parents still causing trouble at home?" Qin Zai asked. "Yeah, it's been 2 days." His aunt was exhausted. "Where's Uncle?" "He went out to look for Ching Ching. I'm the only one at home." "Then how are we going to deal with this matter? It can't be just cursing at them, right?" Qin Zai said. Although the people of Shanghai were very particular about using their mouths and not their fists, and every single one of them was an expert in debating with a group of scholars, just cursing on the streets wouldn't solve the problem. For a family, if their underage daughter's belly was swollen by a pig, it was natural for the parents to explode. If this had happened more than a decade ago, Jiang Qing wouldn't have been able to run away from home. His legs would have been broken a long time ago. "Yes, they want compensation," his aunt said. There didn't seem to be a problem. It was only right for them to compensate. Both sides were happy to use this method to solve the problem. "How much do they want?" Qin Zai asked. He understood his aunt and uncle's character. They were in the wrong in this matter. If the compensation was within an acceptable range, they would have let it go. 5 million. His aunt paused and added, "Or a house. In your dreams." Qin Zai sneered. His aunt hesitated and sighed. They know about our relationship. So they want to extort a sum of money. Yes, after thinking for a while, Chinze said, Aunt, let me come over and talk. No need, Ace. Even if you have money, you can't use it like this. Before his aunt could finish, she realized that Chinze had already hung up. Chinze first called Jiangqing. Although he couldn't get through, it didn't mean that the other party had turned off his phone. Turning off the phone to calm down was the way adults would do. When faced with trouble, adults did need to calm down because they needed to think of a solution. As for little kids, their experience determined that they didn't have this mentality. At this moment, they might be in airplane mode, discussing life, relationships, and troubles with their best friends. Where are you? If you don't reply in 5 minutes, I'll kill you. Chinze sent a message to Jiangqing. The other party held out for 4 minutes and carefully replied, outside. Address. There was no reply. Still 5 minutes. 4 minutes later, Jiangqing shared his location. It was the location of a hotel. Wait for me. Chinze ended the conversation and wanted to say hello to Wang Zijin. The little sister was really tired. She was snoring softly with her mouth slightly open, which was especially attractive. Chinze stared at her for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he stretched out a finger and slowly put it into Wang Zijin's mouth. In her sleep, Wang Zijin murmured and frowned slightly. Then, his finger entered the warm mouth. It was moist and soft. Wang Zijin didn't wake up. She subconsciously sucked 2 mouthfuls. Chinze thought of the suggestions he had made many times but was rejected. Women. After sending a message to Wang Zijin and briefly explaining the situation, Chinze put on a mask and sunglasses and drove to Jiangqing's hiding place, 7 Days Express Hotel. Ru family, 7 Days, and Enchanting were known as the 3 brothels in the pugilistic world. It was loved by a large number of young people. The number of young people who had shaken their beds here was enough to circle the earth 3 times. It was only 10 kilometers away from his house. It would take 20 minutes by bus. Chinze entered the elevator. Awkwardly, he found that the elevator required a card to use. He sent a message to his cousin. Come down, I'm downstairs. A few minutes later, the 17-year-old cousin came down from upstairs. His eyes flinched and he carefully called out, Brother. Chinze didn't say anything and slapped him. The sound of the slap attracted the attention of the hotel's receptionist. Young people nowadays only knew how to comfort others and didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Jiangqing got up and shouted, What right do you have to hit me? Chinze slapped him again. Jiangqing got up and ran, but he couldn't outrun Chinze. His cousin kicked him in the butt and he fell flat on his face. Chinze put his head under his armpit, dragged him into the car, and drove away. Jiangqing was just a teenager. After the beating, he curled up in his seat and sobbed softly. After calling his uncle, Chinze glanced at his sobbing cousin and said, Do you know why I hit you? Not getting an answer, he continued, You didn't do anything wrong, but you ran away. Your uncle taught me since I was young that men aren't afraid of doing wrong, but if a man doesn't take responsibility, then he's useless. The girl didn't run away, so why are you running away? Actually, when high school students encountered such things, running away and following their hearts were 100% of the time. Jiangqing sobbed and said loudly, Of course she doesn't have to run away. If she runs away, how can she take our family's money? Am I the only one in the wrong? I didn't force her. Why should she take our family's money? That's true, but that's not the reason. If you want to be serious about this, then think about it. Why does a man have to buy a house and a car, pay a huge betrothal gift, and when they get divorced in the future, the family property has to be divided equally? Isn't marriage a matter between 2 people? Aren't two people supposed to live their lives together? Qin Zhe said. The teenager obviously didn't think about such problems and was speechless. You're a man. Some responsibilities have to be shouldered by you. A woman can be unambitious as long as she marries a good husband. But a man can't. I'm very disappointed with what you've done. Auntie has spoiled you. But my family doesn't have that much money. Not having money is one thing. We can talk about it and discuss it. But if you're afraid to admit your responsibility and run away from home, you'll seem like a failure. Besides, don't you have me? Jiang Qing suddenly cried. I ran away because I didn't want you to pay. I was the one who told her that my cousin was Qin Zhe. I was the one who bragged every day. When her parents found out, they asked for 5 million. Qin Zhe was stunned and scolded, then all the more we should talk. You should have called me long ago. Is running away useful? You can run away for a while, but you can't run away forever. Your parents are in a terrible fix at home and have to clean up your mess. Are you going to hide in the hotel with a clear conscience? After scolding with sharp words, his tone suddenly became gentle. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiang Qing was crying. Cousin, I was wrong. It wasn't easy to make a pretentious and rebellious teenager say, I was wrong. Qin Zhe thought that the old man's tricks were indeed dirty. Chapter 647. Qin Zhe had been tricked by his father since he was a child, so he was very familiar with the trick of giving a carrot after a stick. For example, when he was in elementary school, Qin Zhe fought with a female classmate and lost. The teacher called both parents to the school. In the teacher's office, Qin Zhe, who lost to the female classmate, was beaten by his father again. The scene was so shocking that the other party's parents couldn't help but feel pity. In the end, it was the teacher who saved Qin Zhe. In fact, the old man was very measured. Although it looked like he was beating him up with great momentum, it would only hurt and not hurt him. Do you know why I beat you? The old man asked the same question at that time. It's not because you fought, but because you fought with a girl. The old man lectured him for 10 minutes. In modern words, men should f*ck other men. Only sissies can f*ck women. He successfully guided little Qin Zhe to turn the feeling of "Dad only beats me" into "Dad beat me because he wants me to be successful and always stands on the same side as me." If Qin Zhe's childhood was just a feather duster, then he must be a rebellious youth now. The old man perfectly crushed the seed of rebellion in Qin Zhe's heart. As the saying goes, the son inherits the father's medicine. Qin Zhe perfectly inherited this from the old man. In an instant, his rebellious cousin was completely under his control. This time, you acted too hastily. Study hard in the future and don't have a girlfriend before college. Do you understand? Yes. When you go home, apologize to Mom and Dad. Qin Zhe saw that he was silent and shouted, Do you understand? Yes. Jiang Qing was already very obedient. The car turned the traffic light and drove into the neighborhood. Qin Zhe dragged his cousin in the direction of his aunt's house and asked curiously, Your girlfriend? You two fell in love after a long time, right? Jiang Qing said, I don't know. Don't know. This was already the answer. Children who fell in love early, as long as their parents interfered, would almost only end up breaking up. Some particularly rebellious children might resist and intensify the family relationship to the freezing point. But the problem now was not that the parents forced them to break up, but that the girl asked for a huge compensation. In other words, even if Jiang Cheng's friendship with Guan Bao was true love, it should be over by now. When a man recalled the first woman who got pregnant for him but couldn't be with him, he would sigh that he met the right person at the wrong time. If it was Jiang Qing, he would probably sigh and lament that an embryo almost caused him to go bankrupt. She took the elevator upstairs. She was still at the door when she heard the quarrel inside. The corridor was quiet. No one was there to watch the show. This was the good thing about a big city. The indifference between neighbors was actually a good thing at this moment. If this happened in a small county or village, and their dirty linen was aired in public, they would be done for. Your glorious deeds can be passed down for years to come. 5 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, we'll go to school. A man shouted. Stop pretending. Do you think your family doesn't have money? If you don't have money, then sell the house. My daughter has suffered so much. If you don't get satisfactory compensation, I'm not done with you. Following that, a woman's voice continued to clamor. Jiang Cheng's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Look at the trouble you've caused, Qin Zhe scolded. My parents don't need to pay. I can lend them money myself, Jiang Qing said. How much money can you borrow? Qin Zhe snorted. I can borrow tens of thousands. So much. Qin Zhe didn't believe it. For a child who didn't always have a stack of $100 bills in his wallet, borrowing tens of thousands was as difficult as an adult borrowing hundreds of thousands. Jack Ma will lend it to me, Jiang Qing said confidently. I can only apply for spending and borrowing. Qin Zhe, idiot, you're still half a year away from 18 years old. It would be strange if Jack Ma lent it to you. No, the key isn't whether Jack Ma will lend it to you or not. The key is that Jack Ma's loan business has become so popular. This isn't good. You have to know that when you stare at Jack Ma is also staring at you. Cut the crap. Open the door. Qin Zhe slapped the back of his head. Aren't you relatives of Qin Zhe? Aren't you his aunt? This little bit of money, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, the voice stopped abruptly. The living room of his aunt's house was facing the door. When Qin Zhe saw the people in the house, they also saw Qin Zhe and Jiang Qing, who had his head lowered. There were 5 people in the house. His aunt and uncle, a middle-aged couple, and a little girl with red and swollen eyes. The little girl was quite delicate and pretty. She had an oval face, fair and clean, and a slender figure. Red guy, you dare to come back. The middle-aged man was furious and glared at Jiang Qing. He looked fierce, but his heart was civilized. Sure enough, there was a fine tradition of Shanghai men arguing with women. Qin Zhe was a little disappointed. He was looking forward to the middle-aged man teaching Jiang Qing a lesson. He would conveniently push Jiang Qing out. This way, he could turn the initiative into passivity and even turn the tables. In fact, Shanghai people didn't like to use force to solve problems. It didn't mean that they were weak, but that their methods were different. Many times, blindly attacking would not only ruin a good game of chess, but also make oneself unreasonable. For example, in the current situation, if both sides called their friends to fight, the problem would be easily solved. Qin Zhe took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing his face, and said, "Why don't we all sit down and talk?" Seeing that it was him, the middle-aged couple's eyes lit up. The little girl also looked timidly at Qin Zhe. There's nothing to talk about. My daughter is only 17 years old. How do you expect her to behave? It's already very rational of us to sit here and talk calmly with your family about what your son has done. The woman said. The man then continued, abortion fees, nutrition fees, mental damage fees. Do you think it'll cost you more than 5 million? Besides, you don't lack money. The last sentence was directed at Qin Zhe. 5 million is indeed a drop in the bucket for me, Qin Zhe said. Right. That's right. The sooner we settle this, the easier it will be for both sides. My daughter is being bullied by your son. The couple's eyes lit up. 5 million and a house. Shanghai people valued three things the most: a house, social security, and a job. Shanghai people could be said to be one of the most independent groups of people in the country. The importance of reincarnation. The couple had discussed it beforehand. Although they hated each other, at this point, there was no need to be angry. In terms of resolving this matter, if both sides' children were already adults and went to university, the best choice would be to get engaged. Qinzhe was a thick thigh. Only by doing this would they be able to hold on to him. However, the two children were not adults, and their futures were too uncertain. Getting engaged would not work, and they might even lose everything in the end. For example, in a few years, their daughter would fall in love with someone else, or Jiangqing would fall in love with someone else. At that time, it would be too late to bring up the old scores. It was better to take this opportunity to ask for a huge sum of compensation. What are you talking about? 5 million. What kind of wife can't I buy with 5 million? The little aunt said angrily, don't even think about it. The little uncle's face was ashen. You go back first. We'll settle this matter ourselves. The woman snorted, fine, it doesn't matter who gives it. Your family can pay for it. The little uncle snorted coldly. He was a small businessman. Of course, he could take out 5 million. However, if he was injured, his business would not be able to continue. How would he survive? The little uncle would definitely not compromise with their method of extortion. At most, everyone would have to work together for a long time. The middle-aged woman said fiercely, then I'll go to your company and school every day to cause trouble. This meant that she wanted to rely on his family. Qinzhe snorted, if you cause trouble at school, your daughter won't be able to get away with it. The middle-aged man immediately said, that can't be helped. Who told you to bully people like this? Fine. Qinzhe pressed his hand, let's really talk this out. First, give me a reason for compensating you with 5 million. The middle-aged woman pulled her daughter in front of her and pointed at her, returning to the posture of a furious mother. My daughter is still underage but pregnant. How do you expect her to face others? Qinzhe, you're a big star. Do you want to go back on your word? The middle-aged man glared at Jiangqing and said hatefully, I want to strangle this bastard. Qinzhe spread his hands, but your daughter was willing, wasn't she? Everyone threatened her because of puppy love. But there's no reason for my aunt's family to bear the cost of your daughter's puppy love. Or should I say it more clearly, you didn't teach your daughter well and instead let others pay for your mistakes. On what basis? Go to school and cause trouble. Just as you said, I have money. I can find her a better school in minutes. What about your daughter? After she was expelled, do you have the means to let her go to a better school? You see, no matter what, we don't have to compensate you. The little aunt wanted to say something but was stopped by the little uncle's gaze. The middle-aged couple was shocked and angry. Their daughter was the one who suffered. They thought that with Qinzhe here, the matter would be resolved quickly. Who would have thought that they would be bullied instead? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a rich star. Yes, we can't seek help from legal channels, but there's still the media. If this matter is exposed, your cousin will use his relationship with you to get an underage girl pregnant and abandon her. It will also be a huge blow to your reputation. You'll lose more than 5 million, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If you think that this matter will affect me greatly, then you're thinking too much. He's not my son. There are many famous people in the entertainment industry whose sons are doing drugs. And I have an entertainment company with a professional public relations team. Some time ago, I beat up the paparazzi at the airport. Did it cause any huge damage to my reputation? Qinzhe sneered. Get lost. I won't give you a single cent. If you continue to stay here, I'll call the police and let the police take you away. The couple's expressions changed. They looked at each other and the woman suddenly burst into tears. You bullies. Your son got my daughter pregnant and threatened us. I'm going to call the police and expose this to the media. The little girl was out of her wits and started to cry. The middle-aged man said, I'll contact the media now. Qinze glanced at them and said to the little ant, call the police. Just say that it's a badger game. The little ant was confused and didn't understand. These two people know about Jiang Cheng's relationship with me, so they colluded with their daughter to seduce an underage boy and extort 5 million. That's all you need to say. I'll take care of the rest, Qinze said. The little ant widened her eyes and stared at Qinze. There was such a thing. When did my honest days become so dirty? The woman suddenly turned off the fire. The man glared at Qinze, while the little girl looked timid. Qinze ignored the family and said, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you think rich people can be extorted by you? If I didn't have any means or connections, how could I be so rich? It's not difficult for me to have you go to jail for a few years. Moreover, you did extort me. I think it's reasonable to say that you colluded beforehand. Seeing that they were terrified, Qinze continued, I'll give you 2 options. 1, I'll give you 300,000 and you can scram as far as you can. Your daughter will transfer to another school and you're not allowed to have any contact with Jiangqing. 2, I'll call the police now and send you to jail. The couple looked at each other silently. They could rely on the media and their daughter's pregnancy, but they couldn't rely on the law. In such a situation, according to normal logic, it was reasonable for them to ask for compensation. They just asked for a little more. But if Qinze really wanted to use his power to bully others, then the logic of ordinary people would be useless. 500,000. The woman bargained. Qinze pretended to take out his phone. 200,000 it is. I'll give it to you now. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. There was still 200,000 in cash in the safe at home. His uncle gave the money on the spot. The middle-aged couple left with their daughter. The little girl stopped at the door and glanced at Jiangqing. Jiangqing ignored her. Love was a matter between 2 people. If there was a problem, both of them should be responsible. But in this matter, he seemed to have become the biggest villain. In the young man's heart, he was betrayed by love. The heavy sound of the door closing highlighted the middle-aged couple's unwillingness and anger. Jiangqing said loudly, Cousin, why should we give them money? Call the police and put them in jail. He felt that his cousin's previous method was better. Qinze suddenly felt a surge of anger, and he slapped him to the ground. Ace, his aunt called. Do you know why I hit you? Qinze said. Jiangqing got up and said reluctantly, because of responsibility. Qinze said, no matter what her parents did, the child in her stomach is yours. You have responsibility. If it's your responsibility, don't run away. Call the police and they'll make you ugly. You'll know. In his uncle's study, Qinze and his uncle drank a few glasses of wine. Ace, this matter is all thanks to you, his uncle said. 5 million was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime. But if Qinze didn't come out to deal with it, their family would have a headache for a while. It's what I should do, Qinze said. His father only had 2 aunts. When he was in trouble, if he could count on relatives, only relatives within 3 generations would help. He couldn't count on any further. Your aunt spoils him too much, his uncle complained. Qinze thought to himself, you don't know how to teach your son either. When he was still in primary school, I said that I would throw him to Big Brother to teach, but your aunt didn't agree. His uncle sighed. Qinze, how could she agree? My nephew's example is right here. He does things as he pleases. He doesn't study hard. He only wants to play and enjoy. He hasn't encountered any setbacks, Qinze analyzed. Yes, his uncle agreed. He'll be fine in a few years. Society will teach him to work hard, Qinze said. At Jiang Cheng's age, his personality and thinking were already set. Normal education couldn't change him. But there were two ways to change him, the military and society. The former was hard education. Even a rock could be ground into powder. The latter was soft education. It could make you understand yourself correctly and work hard. Chapter 648. But who knows what kind of trouble he has caused in the past few years. I really want to beat this bastard to death. The uncle gritted his teeth. Well, I think you should teach him more about responsibility. Qinze suggested. Although this cousin of his gave the elders a headache, he wouldn't cause any big trouble. This was purely an accident. If Jiang Cheng was a teenager with a bad character, Qinze wouldn't beat him or scold him. He would only draw a clear line. And if there was no embryo, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lu Sun once said, "My biggest wish in life is to sleep with more women." Looking at the thousands of years of China's history, the most miserable were the two generations, 80-90. Let's not talk about the past, they got married early. Let's not talk about the future, they would only become more and more open. Only the 8090 comrades were the most miserable in the long river of history. According to the information collected on the internet, 80-90's tragic self-narration, the 80s and 90s were the two generations with the most virgins and the last sexual experience. They cried silently in the toilet. The uncle said with emotion, "I really don't know how to do anything other than hit, but I see that big brother has been hitting you since you were young." Qinze, little uncle's heart was pierced. Everyone in the Qin family's circle of relatives knew that Comrade Qin Jianzhang was a son-crazy demon. If he wasn't beating his son, he was on the way to beating his son. Every time the relatives gathered, Qinze would be teased, "Did you get spanked by dad today?" But that was when he was young. As he grew older, the number of times the old man hit him decreased exponentially. Now, if the old man still dared to hit him, Qinze dared to say, "If you hit me, I will give your daughter an injection." But when he was a child, he did tremble under his father's crotch and tried his best to grow into a straight white poplar tree according to his father's ideas. Filial sons were born under the rod. This sentence made sense, but the price he paid was a little tragic. Qinze's interest in chatting was summed up by his uncle's words. He waved goodbye dispiritedly. "Ching-Ching, send your cousin downstairs." Little Aunt ordered. Jiang Qing replied with an "oh" and silently followed Qinze out. The two cousins entered the elevator in silence, and Jiang Qing pressed the button for basement 1. "When did you get together with that little girl?" Qinze asked. Jiang Qing turned his head and looked at him carefully. He silently took a step back. "I'm asking you a question." "I won't hit you." Qinze rolled his eyes. "Cousin, it's not sex, it's love. Your words are so vulgar." Young boys and girls were like this. They saw love as a beautiful thing and could not accept explicit words like lover, slut, and cock tyrant. In the adult world, this was called fun. Her husband laughed lewdly. "Little slut, I'll make you cry and call me daddy tonight." His wife laughed. "Come on, let's be merry. I love chicken crispy." If the young boys and girls heard these words, their mentality would collapse. After being glared at by Qinze, he shrank his head and continued, "At the end of last semester, we signed up for the class teacher's holiday training class together. During the summer vacation, we started to get familiar with each other. We often took the subway home together. From time to time, I would treat her to food and milk. Her family is not very rich." Qinze understood and nodded. After a while, a tortoise fell in love with a green bean. She became your girlfriend and drank your milk. Jiang Qing argued, it's not a tortoise falling in love with a green bean. We were in love at that time. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, even after enrolling in the training class, your grades are still trash. Did your uncle report your class teacher? When Qin Zhe was in high school, it was basic for teachers to open private classes. If there was a demand, there would be a market. All parents in the world wanted their children to become dragons and phoenixes, even if their children were bad students. In these years, the act of teachers opening private classes was prohibited. It was still the same sentence. If there was a demand, there would be a market. Private classes still existed, but there were fewer of them. They were low-key and hidden. I've improved from 30th place to 25th place. Jiang Qing was unconvinced. Qin Zhe looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Grade? Jiang Qing. Class. Qin Zhe sighed in exasperation. Trash, at least you have half of my Qin clan's bloodline. How can you be so useless? Your uncle is a university professor, your mother graduated from university, your cousin is a top student at Fudan University, and your cousin. I don't need to emphasize this. Jiang Qing said weakly, you worked so hard to get into a garbage university. Garbage university? What the F***ck, for a Shanghai local, the difficulty of getting into a university was many times higher than that of students from other provinces. Qin Zhe slapped him against the wall of the car. He couldn't even buckle down. It's fine if your dad stabbed me in the heart, but a little puppy like you also came. Qin Zhe hated little puppies the most. They looked delicate and weak on the surface, but they were harder than anyone else. You said you wouldn't hit me. Jiang Qing felt wronged. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Qin Zhe paused and went straight to the point. What I want to know is when you broke in. Jiang Qing thought about it and understood. His face showed a man's pride. Cousin, in fact, getting a girlfriend is very simple. Take the initiative, spend some money, give some care and love, and it's easy to get a girl. Qin Zhe said angrily, you shut up. I don't know how to fall in love. Do I need you? I had a girlfriend in junior high school, but I'm smarter than you. I didn't cause any trouble. Jiang Qing was stunned. He didn't know why his cousin was suddenly angry. We were honest with each other at the end of August. Jiang Qing answered truthfully. Qin Zhe thought about it. It started at the end of August. She was pregnant at the end of October. 2 months, in other words, they had an embryo in September. So fast. Was it because puberty was easy to be frightened? Why didn't Su Yu's stomach improve? Was it because she was too old? Although her skin was as delicate as a young girl's, and her figure was very slim, it didn't change the fact that she was older than the girl next door. But Qin Zhe's good Chinese medicine knowledge told him that it wasn't because of age. At this moment, the Edo 48 hands flashed through Qin Zhe's mind. Bang! Qin Zhe once again slapped him against the wall of the sedan. He got up again and looked at his cousin with grievance. He didn't know why he was hit again. What's there to be proud of? Qin Zhe snorted. Jiang Qing had an idea. His resentment retreated, and he showed a gossipy expression. Cousin, you're going to have a baby with Zijin. Jiang Qing knew about Wang Zijin's existence. Although he didn't talk much with Wang Zijin, he had been in the Qin family for 2 years. Later, he heard his mother and father gossiping and found out that the dignified and generous sister was his cousin's girlfriend. Qin Zhe warned, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Oh. Jiang Qing said, does cousin have a boyfriend? Qin Zhe said, just take it that she does. Jiang Cheng's face suddenly became excited. Who is it? Who is cousin? It's none of your business. The boys in my class like her a lot. They always say that they won't marry anyone but her. They also think that they have a chance because she doesn't have a boyfriend. They also say that she's one of the few female celebrities in the entertainment industry who doesn't have unspoken rules. Jiang Qing chattered on excitedly. He was obviously very interested in his future cousin-in-law. He cared more about Qin Zai's love life than he did about it. Although Qin Baobao had a bad attitude towards him and often played with him when they were young, Qin Baobao had been a top student since she was young. She was pretty, smart, and had good grades. Therefore, Jiang Qing worshipped his cousin very much due to the influence of these deep-rooted beliefs. She abused him thousands of times, but he treated her like his first love. On the other hand, he only had a vague idea of his cousin's net worth, wealth, and ability. But his cousin had been a salted fish for so many years. The image of a salted fish trembling under his uncle's crotch had long been imprinted in Jiang Cheng's heart. As for my cousin-in-law, it has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? I'm your only cousin. Whether my cousin's wife is good or not is related to whether I can ask for more red packets from him. A good cousin-in-law and a bad cousin-in-law have a huge difference in benefits. Just as Jiang Qing finished speaking, he was slapped to the wall by his cousin again. Qin Zai said, "A good cousin won't be stingy with his slaps. A good cousin-in-law should be like that." Jiang Qing. Ding, the elevator door opened. Study hard. Don't be a person who muddles through life. Now you're using your parents' money to pick up girls. You have to rely on yourself in the future. Women in society are very caring. They like small animals, such as BMWs, Hummers, Jaguars, and Land Rovers. Of course, there's also lynx. But they won't like a little puppy who has nothing. Then what kind of animal is my cousin-in-law? Jiang Qing asked curiously. Seafood. Qin Zai walked out of the elevator and turned around. Study hard while you're in your second year of high school. In the future, if you can't even get into a garbage university, I'll bring my cousin-in-law to dote on you. He waved his hand and left. Qin Zai drove out of the neighborhood and went straight to Tianfang Entertainment. On the way, he talked to his sister. Aunt's family matter has been resolved. Qin Baobao, you've worked hard. Sister will reward you with a kiss. Qin Zai, 200,000. Qin Baobao, small money. Qin Zai, I didn't pay for it. Aunt and uncle paid for it themselves. I know. It's only 200,000. Aunt must have paid for it herself. I didn't ask you to go over to pay 5 million. I asked you to solve the problem. Qin Baobao said, by the way, how did you solve it? Qin Zai told him what happened just now. His sister laughed especially happily on the other end of the phone, giggling like a little hen. Ace, you've been led astray. You can even think of such a dirty trick. But evil people will be punished by evil people, right? That's right. That's why I gave that little brat Jiang Qing a hard time. Qin Zai said, it's so unfair. When I was his age, I only knew the 5 dragons embracing the pillar, but he could study all kinds of postures. Bah, don't talk about this with your sister. Qin Baobao pretended to spit, and with a seductive tone, she said sneakily, you've been living with me for so long. Did you use the materials here to cultivate your 5 dragons? Yes. I still have them. Qin Zai said, after all, with an expert like my sister by my side, I have to cultivate well. Qin Baobao obviously didn't understand the last sentence. After a moment of silence, she asked tentatively, really? Don't worry. I've cleaned you up. There won't be any accidents like the swimming pool. Get lost. His sister roared and hung up the phone. Qin Zai snorted. She said that he liked to flirt, but she was different. She was obviously a coward, but she pretended to be calm and seductive. Qin Bao Bao felt indignant. She sent another message to him. I'll give you something exciting. His sister's so-called excitement was at most a kiss on the lips. She probably felt that she was going to die from excitement. Qin Zhe ignored her. After the car stopped and they walked to the elevator, he replied, "What kind of excitement?" His sister replied instantly. She sent a picture. It was a contract. Qin Zhe swiped his finger across the screen and zoomed in on the picture. He saw the bold words, "Menswear." Qin Zhe asked, "Is this the contract from last time?" Last year, when his sister had just become popular, this magazine had invited her to be the cover girl. They claimed that they came with great sincerity and enthusiasm, hoping to cooperate with his sister. Qin Zhe had heard of this magazine before, but unfortunately, he couldn't bear to spend money on it. Besides, to him, the trendy men in the magazine were not as sexy and attractive as the cover girls. They had long legs that could make a young man's mouth go dry. Later on, when he had money, he still didn't look at it because his sisters had helped him pick out his clothes. Not only did they like to shop for themselves, they also liked to help men shop. Qin Bao Bao replied, "Smile but don't say anything." Qin Zhe was speechless. "Damn it, smile but don't say anything." Qin Zhe put his phone back in his pocket. The elevator happened to stop and he stepped into the office. When he didn't see his sister in the office, he asked the ordinary-looking assistant, "Where's President Qin?" Xiang Yi's assistant subconsciously straightened his back and said respectfully, "In the second conference room." "What's the matter?" Men's Clothing Magazine. Before Xiang Yi's assistant could finish, he realized that Qin Zhe had already left. Xiang Yi's assistant stood at the air vent of the air conditioner and felt the cold wind, feeling extremely miserable. "I've really offended him unknowingly." Qin Zhe rushed to the second conference room and saw his sister, who was dressed in a formal suit, chatting happily with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Noticing that he had entered, his sister winked at him playfully. The middle-aged man got busy and bent over to hand him a business card without hesitation. "Hello, President Qin." Qin Zhe nodded slightly and took the business card with both hands. He glanced at it and saw the words, "Design Manager." He knew what was going on. "Since I was able to invite you this time, I'll be able to answer to my boss when I go back." The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles, showing his inner joy. "Actually, I've wanted to cooperate with your magazine a long time ago, but I wasn't confident back then." Qin Bao Bao smiled. Qin Zhe listened for a while and said, "I don't think it's necessary." "Sister, you're going to hold a concert soon. It's more important to practice your new song, isn't it?" Qin Bao Bao smiled. Before she could say anything, the middle-aged man opposite her hurriedly interjected, "President Qin, it won't take much time. I believe it'll be a pleasant cooperation." Qin Zhe said calmly, "I'm busy, I don't have time." The middle-aged man was speechless. It was the same excuse again. Last year, when the company invited Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe simply said, "I'm busy, I don't have time," and sent the person sent by the company away. To hell with busy. Actually, the photo shoot wouldn't take much time at all. After all, many female celebrities were overjoyed to receive the company's invitation. It was a good opportunity to increase their fame. It was like gilding. When a female celebrity appeared on the cover of a magazine, her original diamond-studded cover would be gilded with a layer of gold. "President Qin, we have a mature and professional team and the best photographer. We can guarantee that the shoot will be completed smoothly and definitely won't delay your schedule," the middle-aged man said. It couldn't be helped. Qin Bao Bao was too popular, and her reputation was rarely high. Last year, the company held the mentality that if they cooperated, it would be a win-win situation. This year, it was the men's magazine that wanted to use Qin Bao Bao's fame. Qin Bao Bao had never done a photo shoot before. This was a great gimmick. Qin Zhe thought to himself, of course, I know you're professional. So professional that it makes people slightly hard. But it was because of this that he didn't agree with his sister being the cover girl. He didn't want his sister to wear a bikini to show off her long legs, deep cleavage, and cute belly button for others to see. How could he share the benefits of Hei's king with others? Actually, I don't like this magazine very much and I feel that it's completely meaningless. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any opinions about your magazine, Qin Zhe said. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. Don't misunderstand. No opinions. Then what do you mean by having opinions about our magazine? His tone was slightly displeased. But we've already signed the contract. Boss Qin, why don't you take a look? Qin Zhe looked at his sister in shock. He knew that his sister also didn't like wearing revealing clothes in front of outsiders. She signed the contract, just to provoke him. Qin Bao Bao smiled slyly and opened the contract to show him her beautiful handwriting. Are you surprised? Is it exciting? Qin Zhe, damn it. I don't care if you've signed the contract or not. Qin Zhe said with a dark expression. I have money. What's the big deal about liquidated damages? He glared at her and got up to leave. Hey! Qin Bao Bao panicked when she saw his terrible expression. She got up and grabbed his right hand. Take a look at the contract first. Qin Zhe, let go of my ex-girlfriend. The middle-aged man. Qin Bao Bao said in a soft voice, sister was just joking. Ace, take a look at the contract. She had to act like an elder sister in front of others. Otherwise, she would have been hung up by now. Qin Zhe opened the contract in confusion and read 10 lines at a glance. He glared at his sister and said angrily, then I won't object. Chapter 649. Qin Zhe felt that he had overreacted. It was mainly because of the anger from his aunt's family. It made him irritable. Lu Sun said not to be anxious. Take some medicine and it will not be a big problem. Look, a celebrity is a celebrity. It is worth learning. He spent a few minutes going through the contract and knew why his sister agreed to do the photo shoot. It was because the client had the right to choose the clothing requirements. That meant his sister could choose not to wear a bikini, show her cleavage, or stick out her white butt. Qin Zhe said, this is not in line with your magazine's aim of stepping on the line. The cover of the men's magazine was more than enough to be the cover of a movie in Hong Kong in the 90s. But with the cover of art and fashion, everything looked very impressive. If the relevant departments were involved, everyone would say that you are backward and a country bumpkin. And similar behavior of stepping on the line would be suppressed very badly in other industries. For example, the young newspaper seller who would never have a recommendation in his life. He really wanted to curse him. It is already the best that Boss Qin agreed to do the photo shoot. We only ask that the clothes are not so conservative. The middle-aged man said. Sure, Qin Zhe agreed. He glanced at his sister as he spoke. His sister, who had telepathy with him, immediately understood what he meant and nodded slightly. Qin Zhe confirmed that there was nothing fishy about the contract and was relieved. He said, when will the photo shoot start? The middle-aged man said, this is what I want to discuss with Boss Qin. Our magazine wants to do it as soon as possible. After all, time and treasure. But it depends on your time. I understand. Time is money. So, the day after tomorrow. Qin Zhe asked his sister. In this era, everything was about speed. Both parties did not want to delay. Make money fast. Eat fast. Write fast. Fast food delivery, fast letter, fast gunman. Even the woman who lost her footing wanted you to do it as soon as possible. His sister nodded. After sending off the middle-aged man, the siblings returned to the office. Qin lit a cigarette and said, "Men are quite patient with you. Because I have the face." Qin Bao raised her sharp face. She sat on the sofa with her legs together. Her long legs wrapped in silk stockings were tightly pressed together, and her face was tilted upwards to accentuate her full breasts. "They value you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive such treatment?" Qin's gaze swept over his sister's face and figure. He thought to himself, there are also breasts, legs, buttocks, and a small waist. She values you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive this kind of treatment? Qin said. Qin Bao wiggled her butt. Qin blew out a mouthful of smoke at his sister. Seeing her frowning and waving her hands, he snorted, "Are you happy to be mischievous? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Bao retorted, "That's my own business." "It's none of your business." Qin said, "I don't care. I just don't want you to be scolded by Dad." Qin Bao pursed her lips and moved her butt to his side. "I don't believe you." His sister's gaze seemed to be bewitching and teasing. Under her thick eyelashes, her eyes were sparkling. "It's up to you to believe it or not." "I don't believe it." "All right, it's indeed because of her own displeasure." Qin said, "In any case, I'm the one who slapped her until she grew up." Qin Bao only rolled her eyes at him when he said that he didn't respect his sister, but it was the truth. At first, she was very resistant to being spanked. Later on, she got used to it and even felt quite good. Thus, in the countless times they had sex over the years, she had always been half reluctant. "By the way, there's something you need to deal with." Qin Bao got up and walked to her desk. Her skirt wrapped around her round buttocks. There was a saying that a person's life was like a beautiful woman's buttocks. They were in pairs, beautiful and happy, but a third party must be strictly prevented. The two deputy managers of the Public Relations Department had some conflicts a few days ago. Now they are like fire and water. It has greatly affected the work of the department. Qin Bao pushed a notebook to him. On it was the personnel list of the Public Relations Department. The names of the two deputy managers were circled in bright red. The manager of the Public Relations Department wants to dismiss one of them. The company has a rule that the transfer of the middle and senior management needs to be approved by the general manager, and the resignation and dismissal need to be approved by me. Qin Bao said, "So I have a headache. Which one of them should I dismiss?" Qin held a cigarette between his fingers and tapped on the coffee table. He looked at his sister strangely and asked, "Did he come forward to mediate?" Qin Bao looked helpless. "The manager of the Public Relations Department has mediated many times. I also came forward to talk to them once. But no matter how good it is on the surface, they still fight behind their backs." "What's the situation?" "This is also what the manager of the Public Relations Department told me." Qin Bao looked hesitant, as if she was organizing her words. "Actually, the conflict happened because of a woman. Love rivals fighting each other." Qin understood. Femme fatale. He had a foxy face at home, so he knew best. "That's not it." Qin Bao said awkwardly, as if she found it hard to say. "Say it clearly." Qin frowned. A few minutes later, Qin learned the general situation from his sister. The two deputy managers of the Public Relations Department had a good relationship. After all, they were colleagues. Because Qin and Qin Bao had monopolized power, there was less scheming and factional fighting. This was undoubtedly beneficial to the development of the company. Only a hack like Qin could build such a huge entertainment company. The two managers did break up because of a woman, and it was not a good woman, but, in ancient words, a goddess. Tianfang Entertainment's benefits were very generous. Every month, there was a large amount of departmental activity funds for staff dinners, singing, and some indescribable activities. The two managers met a beautiful goddess in one of the activities, and happily became kindred spirits. For a long time, when they entered the club, they would order 18, not Android 18. Both of them were very satisfied with 18. Normally, the strongest relationship between men was nothing more than going through windows together, carrying guns together, and protecting each other when they lost their footing together. The bad thing was that one of the guys was selfish. No one knew what he painted for 18, but she was willing to give up her job and become his mistress. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. The two managers began to find trouble with each other at work, scheming against each other. Because of personal grudges, their work was affected. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "This is a bit different from my understanding of femme fatale." "What do you mean?" he asked. "I read their work reports. The two of them are 50-50. They can fire anyone." Qin Bao said, "But I have a phobia of choice." Qin Zhe didn't answer, but rubbed his chin and thought. As a salesperson, it's good as long as you care about performance. As a middle-level manager, you will inevitably be involved in the office scheming. As a boss, you have to learn to manage talents and mediate conflicts. Therefore, Qin Zhe's first reaction was to ask, "Is there any mediation?" not to fire them. But since both sides chose to feign compliance, then the boss doesn't need to be polite. The boss also wants face. It must be that you, the boss, don't have any dignity. If I negotiate with them, they definitely won't dare to feign compliance. Hai Zhe King took the opportunity to ridicule Ying Monster. Ying Monster glanced at him coldly, and Salted Fish Zhe immediately laughed and said, "Not giving you face is not giving me face, so they must be fired." Qin Bao smiled and hummed. It was indeed because she was not dignified enough. If Qin Zhe talked to them, no one would dare to feign compliance based on the reputation accumulated by the fast gunman in Jianghu. Qin Bao couldn't do it. Although she sang well and worked hard, Qin Zhe's light was too dazzling, and she herself was not very serious. It was easy to leave the impression of a vase who became famous by relying on her younger brother and appearance. "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Qin Bao took the opportunity to shift the responsibility. In terms of company management, 10 Qin Bao's were not Su Yu's opponent. She also didn't have the consciousness of working hard. As long as the normal operation was stable, it would be fine. She didn't have to worry about expanding the territory. The most miserable should be Wang Zijin. She started from scratch like Qin Bao, but she couldn't get help from Qin Zhe in daily management and operation because Qin Zhe himself was also a layman in internet technology. For this reason, she had to ask Su Yu for advice. "Don't be so troublesome. You can call the manager of the public relations department and dismiss the one who keeps a mistress," Qin Zhe said. "Oh." Qin Bao sat up straight and asked shamelessly, "Why?" The business ability of the two deputy managers was not much different. She had been struggling. Now that her younger brother was so decisive, there must be a reason. Qin Zhe said, "It's immoral to lock the shared bicycle, so the reason is a matter of character." Of course, you can listen to this answer and don't say it. Qin Bao. Oh. It took her 3 seconds to understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words. Chapter 650. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Qin Bao dragged her tired body out of the dance studio. Because it was almost time to get off work, she did not take a shower. She wore a dance costume that accentuated her figure and low-heeled shoes. Many male employees were stunned and female employees were envious as she entered the office. After closing the door, she threw herself on the sofa and groaned for a while. Then, she sat up straight and took off her shoes. Her feet were sore and her socks were stuck to the soles of her feet. When she took them off, it was as if they were peeled off from her flesh. "I'm so tired." She looked at Qin with a pitiful expression. "You need constant exercise to maintain your figure. It's your fault for slacking off a few days ago." Qin complained. 2 hours ago, Qin touched his sister's waist and felt that there was an extra layer of flesh. It was not much and could not even be seen with the naked eye. It was all thanks to Qin hugging his sister's waist that he felt it. He could feel the slightest change and said, "Qin Bao, you've gained weight." His sister did not believe him. She stood on the scale and looked at it. Indeed, she had gained 3 pounds. She had been controlling her weight, but after returning from Guangdong, it was obvious that she had gained weight. It was raining heavily and it was inconvenient for her to go to the gym. Plus, in Guangdong, there was nothing that could not be eaten. If there was, it was because the recipe had not been discovered yet. After eating for half a month, it was understandable that she had gained some weight. "How long has it been since you last weighed yourself? If it wasn't for my quick thinking, you wouldn't be able to get rid of these pounds," Qin said. He had just found out. After his sister returned from Guangdong, Qin had been in the most guilty state. He had only just found out that his sister had gained a few pounds. 3 pounds of weight was nothing. It would not even affect Qin Bao's figure. However, people gain weight from the waist. Qin liked his sister's small waist the most, so he could not bear it. "I really envy those women who don't gain weight." Qin Bao sighed. She lay back and crossed her legs. "Ace, give me a massage. Gaining weight from eating is a healthy body. Women who don't gain weight from eating are either flat-chested or short." Qin held his sister's small feet. Qin had seen a lot of women who didn't get fat no matter how much they ate. He had forgotten if there were any girls who didn't get fat when he was in middle school or high school. After all, he was still growing at that time. Slender figures and thin faces were the norm for young boys and girls. And fat, on the other hand, was different. They were proud to gain weight, but they did not gain weight. From a medical point of view, eating was equivalent to nourishment. Therefore, gaining weight was considered a healthy physique. Gluttony was a physique that would not gain weight. It was still fine in the modern era where resources were abundant, but in ancient times, people with short lifespans would be considered as people with short lifespans. I didn't wash my feet. They're so dirty. Qin pulled over the trash can and took out a bottle of 82 Lafite from the wine cabinet in his office. Anyway, the amount of 82 Lafite the world drank every year was enough to circle the sun 3 times. Lafite was Lafite, and 82 was just Qin's imagination. He washed the sweat off Qin Bao's feet with the wine and wiped them clean with a tissue. He put her feet on his lap and kneaded them carefully. Women's feet were more delicate and slender than men's. They were both bony and fleshy, white and tender. He played with his sister's feet as if he was playing with precious jade. Controlling the extremities of the limbs was not a patent of modern people. The ancients had been doing it a long time ago. The most perverted one was the 3-inch golden lotus. Red brocade clothes wrinkled with every step. Beautiful women danced with golden hairpins. Flying up. Qin pressed the soles of his sister's feet with his fingertips. The instep was crystal white, the soles were red, and there was a thin layer of calluses on the heels. Qin Bao lay on the sofa with her eyes half closed. Every time Qin pressed her acupoints, she moaned softly. Pressing acupoints had always been Qin's proudest skill. Su Yu, Wang Zijin, including Old Lady Li, every woman whose acupoints were pressed by him said yes. His sister was no exception. Even if he didn't have the system in the future, he could still rely on these skills to live freely. In fact, Qin had almost forgotten that he had a system. The low-level system hadn't jumped out to show its existence for a long time. Until 6:00 in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work, his sister went to sleep. Qin didn't wake her up. He called Mou. The day before yesterday, he got the news that the crew was about to finish filming. The long-awaited True Yellow was finally coming out. He had a hunch that this time the company could produce one or two A-list artists, and True Yellow would become one of the most popular dramas in the second half of the year. The income of shooting a popular TV series was more profitable than shooting an equally popular movie. The income model of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. Of course, the financial resources and energy invested in the two could not be compared. If this TV series started shooting half a year ago, he might have forced his sister to play the female lead. But when he decided to shoot this TV series, his sister's fame had reached a peak. Playing the female lead was at most icing on the cake. It was better to leave the opportunity to other female artists in the company. Qin Bao's popularity in China had reached a bottleneck. In the future, it would take time to accumulate a foundation. Whether it was a movie, a TV series, or a concert, it was impossible to make her famous again. According to the development route of domestic artists, they would be more eager to take some supporting roles in Hollywood blockbusters. Times were different. In the past, when a domestic artist took a Hollywood movie, they were excited as if they had won a $50 million prize. Now Hollywood took the initiative to cooperate with domestic artists because they needed them to open the domestic market. With a large population and large spending power, they could be willful. In the eyes of the entertainment industry and the public, Qin Bao was undoubtedly lucky. Since her debut, she had walked the path that others took years or even decades to walk. She had turned into a female artist without a foundation. Even with her looks and figure, if she wanted to climb up the social ladder, she would have to go through hardships and even be incomplete. Qin looked at his sister's sleeping face and felt that he was a qualified brother. In the past, he had worked so hard to earn money. Wasn't it to protect his sister? Be my little sister and only drink milk and not suffer hardships. The production team is done. They will be back the day after tomorrow. The call went through. Mou reported the details in detail. We are also negotiating the film rights. We have been in contact with the Shanghai TV station. That's good. But, the price is not agreed. Mou's tone was a little awkward. The TV station wants to lower the price by 20%. Because our team is made up of internal artists, the investment is not big. The TV series is too expensive. Qin said, take it or leave it. Don't talk nonsense with them. Mou, Qin said, come back first. I will talk about the price myself. The copyright was not urgent. Even the vegetable market would bargain. In the world, only specialty stores and supermarkets did not allow bargaining. The phenomenon of bargaining had always existed in the entertainment industry. Some little fresh meat asked for 100 million, but this was not the final price, although there were indeed brainless directors who accepted. Most of the time, the price could be negotiated. It was the same for the copyright of the work. Qin poured himself a bottle of red wine and played the vinyl record. He listened to the music and tasted the wine while waiting for his sister to wake up. The existence of vinyl records had changed from entertainment to antiques. Rich people would collect vinyl records to show their taste. But in terms of sound quality, vinyl records were really good. Qin and his sister bought vinyl records to show off. Compact discs, cassettes, vinyl records, they were all out of the stage of history. Speaking of compact discs, Qin remembered something. When he was young, there was a video hall downstairs in the neighborhood where he lived. It was also a chess room. When the old man was young, he was the famous sparrow god. Qinze and the video hall manager's son played very well. Whenever the old man went to play mahjong, Qinze would go with him. Then, he would watch videos with the manager's son all afternoon. Sometimes, his sister would go with them too. Once, when the adults were playing mahjong and the children were watching videos, the store manager's son dug out a lot of compact discs in the store. Qinze picked out a Chinese studio from the vast number of compact discs. Children were especially fond of mysterious ancient movies, but the adults' world was different from children's. Chinese studio was indeed a Chinese studio, but the theme was not fighting and killing. To be precise, it was fighting and killing between men and women. For a moment, the whole store was filled with the sound of beds shaking and women's ah. Below the TV, the boys and girls widened their eyes with a look of I'm sorry. Not far away, the adults were playing mahjong happily. Suddenly, the background music was forcefully added. After that, the owner of the video hall joked, "Old Qin, your son's taste is too good." After that, the old man forbade Qinze from going to the chess room and video hall again. He even gave Qinze a good beating because he was the one who picked out the compact disc. Thinking back, that should be Qinze's sexual enlightenment. It was probably his sister's as well. On the sofa, his sister moaned and stretched comfortably. She woke up. "What time is it?" "6:30. "Oh." She propped herself up and yawned. "It's so comfortable. I'll massage my sister when we get home." They came back together, as they always did. At 10:30, Qinze sent a message to his sister. There was no reply. He sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. "What are you doing?" "Don't mess around at home," Wang Zijin whispered. "That's too much." "She's my girlfriend after all," Qinze whispered back. "It's too loud." "It'll be awkward if your sister hears us," Wang Zijin said. "She won't hear you even if you scream. After all, the house is worth tens of millions. The soundproofing is good." Qinze crawled under the blanket. "How can there be a girlfriend like you? You don't make a baby at home, but in the hotel." Wang Zijin pressed the blanket tightly. She didn't know about other men's motivation, but she knew that Qinze's was definitely on the level of 8 cylinders. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make a baby in a romantic way. Qinze tactfully took a step back and said, "I just miss Sister Ziwei. I want to be intimate." Rustling sounds of clothes being taken off could be heard as he stripped Wang Zijin until she was like a tender lamb. Although Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, she didn't put up much resistance. Lu Sun once said, "Please don't play with girls. They only have one heart and are very fragile. If he wanted to play, he should play with their babies." There were 2 of them. Qinze always remembered the famous person's teachings. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice, "Just being intimate, I'm just rubbing. I won't go in." At 11:30, the exhausted Wang Zijin fell asleep. Her hair was messy, her white shoulders were exposed, and her delicate oval face was still flushed. Qinze leaned against the bed and wanted a cigarette. Considering that she didn't like the smell of cigarettes, he held it in his mouth and didn't smoke. He felt that he hadn't had enough fun. They couldn't relax at home, even if the room's soundproofing was good. The gaming experience was terrible. It was better to go to the hotel. 2 days later, the crew that had been away for 3 months returned. Qinze and his sister treated the director and actors to a meal as a final meal to make up for what they had done. They hadn't seen each other for a few months and many of them had gained weight. Qian Shishi's oval face was even rounder. She complained during the meal, "CEO Qin, I gained 5 kilograms for filming. It's a price worth paying." Yi Lu and Lu Wei, who had also gained weight, nodded. This was Qinze's fault. He had instructed that since they were the imperial concubines of the palace, their thin oval faces would definitely not do. The female artists needed to gain weight so that their faces would become rounder and their figures would become fuller. The entertainment industry was also very divided. Some worked hard to improve their acting skills, while others worked hard to make quick money. The latter were the little fresh meats that the masses dissed. Tianfang Entertainment also had little fresh meats, but Qinzhe didn't give them good resources. Some of them were already dissatisfied. However, due to the restrictions of the contract, they didn't dare to jump ship. He preferred to nurture these older artists who understood the importance of acting skills. In a few years, the little fresh meats would definitely change their style and improve their acting skills. Because little fresh meats and prostitutes were the same. When they were young, they could do whatever they wanted with their looks. When they were old, they had to think of another way. 5 kilograms of meat is nothing. When the TV series airs, you'll feel that 5 kilograms of meat is worth it, Qinzhe said. Only you would dare to say that. Lu Wei raised her glass. To CEO Qin. Qian Shishir fanned the flames. 1 glass isn't enough. 3 glasses. Everyone, don't just drink by yourself. Come, let's toast to CEO Qin. Some people wanted to toast to Qinzhe long ago. However, Qinzhe's authority at the table and he had revealed that he didn't like to drink before, so not many people dared to toast to him. It wasn't like they could force the boss to drink just because the atmosphere was warm. Employees like that were either stupid or brainless. Because they would leave a bad impression in the boss' heart. Now that someone started, more people started toasting to him. What are you laughing at? Noticing Yi Lu's secretly laughing expression, Qinzhe said in annoyance, aren't you my fan? It's your job to drink with me. Ah. Yi Lu felt wronged and said with a bitter face, why are you like this? After a long filming career, the people in the crew needed to indulge themselves, including the artists. Qinzhe accompanied them to play many games on the table, such as cross-cupping. The sister who loved to drink in private but never touched alcohol at gatherings was a goddess with a smile on her face. However, she was actually gnashing her teeth in hatred. This little pervert was like a fish in water among the women. Men like to talk to beautiful women. Similarly, women like to play with handsome men. With Qinzhe's talent and achievements, he was destined to become a delicious cake in the eyes of the women. For the first time, Qin Bao realized that her brother's personality was actually very bad. He was very gentle to everyone and could be polite to everyone, making you feel like you were bathing in the spring breeze. When he was still a mediocre kid, his elders and friends would praise his good temper. However, when he shone brightly one day and was brimming with talent and treated people with such a personality, he was also worthy of praise. However, in the eyes of the possessive Qin Bao, her brother was like a central air conditioner. Hence, on the way home, she drove with a gloomy face. Are you jealous? Qinzhe could feel his sister's emotions. After being together for so many years, he could tell what she was thinking from a slight change in her expression. Shameless. Qin Bao spat. Qinzhe lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. After driving for a while, Qin Bao suddenly said, if I drink wine with a male artist one day, even if it's just for show, you're asking for it. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. She was very satisfied with this answer, but she was not convinced. She said, then you're allowed to do that. Qinzhe scratched his head. That makes sense, but I can't keep a straight face. I haven't even held their little hands. Qin Bao said sourly, you don't know how much they want you to hold their little hands. What are you trying to say? Nothing. She looked straight ahead, her bright eyes reflecting the lights in the night. I don't know how to describe it, but I just don't feel safe. I didn't think there was anything wrong with you before. What about me? You're gentle to everyone, especially girls. Chin-zae understood. She was actually jealous. But if I don't do that, I'm really useless. I'm not smart, I'm not particularly handsome, and I haven't shown much talent since I was young. All I can do is smile. If I smile at my relatives, they'll say I'm sensible. If I smile at my classmates, they'll be willing to be friends with me. If I smile at girls, they'll think I'm easy to get along with and play with me. If I smile at my teachers, they'll think I'm at least a sensible student. He shrugged. If I don't even have gentleness, what do I have? You still have me. Qin Bao Bao didn't say this sentence out loud. Chapter 651. The next day, Qin-zae met with the person in charge of Shanghai TV station at the company. His surname was Qin and he was the deputy director. He specialized in this area. Director Qin, you've seen our film, right? What do you think? Qin-zae handed him a cigarette. There were only 3 people in the conference room. His sister had accompanied him. The other party was the leader of the TV station and someone in the system. Qin Bao Bao should receive him and accumulate some experience in negotiation. In this respect, Qin-zae was more experienced than his sister. He learned it from Suyu. Suyu was a professional in business negotiation and had taken courses in this area in university. Deputy Director Chen wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked gentle. His words and actions had a strong bureaucratic aura. He smiled and said, "It's a good drama. President Qin's works are always eye-catching. But the result has to be tested by the market. So the TV station means 400 million, Deputy Director Chen said. This is the TV station's decision. If it's more, we can only consider buying other dramas." Qin-zae and Qin Bao Bao looked at each other. The price was too low. His psychological price was 700 million, and it was cut by nearly half. "Director Qin, are you joking with me?" Qin-zae laughed. "Actually, if you and Qin Bao Bao acted in it, our TV station would bite the bullet and get it for 700 million. But your drama doesn't have a single A-list artist, let alone a popular fresh meat. This is a risk in itself. After all, this is the era where traffic is king," Deputy Director Chen said. Just like Sister Lu's XX story, people couldn't help but suspect that it was a work of elementary school students. But under the double halo of a huge fan base and novel IP, it still reached a record high in ratings. As for the rampant criticism, who cared about the criticism when there was money to be made? It didn't hurt or itch. Similarly, if it was a TV drama starring Qin-zae and Qin Bao Bao, even if the script was a little bad, the TV station would fight for it. As long as they shouted, "The Qin siblings fight again in the Jianghu," reenacting the sadomasochistic love, thousands of brainless fans would come to support without hesitation. "But the price we want is not expensive," Qin Bao said. It was indeed not expensive. The cost of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. A special effects movie could be said to be a production of several hundred million yuan, unless it was a low-budget TV series. If it was a xianxia or fantasy movie, the cost would be at least several hundred million yuan. Qin-zae's and Qin Bao Bao's movies were easily in the billions at the box office. They were only sold to the TV station for 700 million, which was not expensive at all. Of course, the copyright of a TV series could be sold repeatedly, and it was not only the TV station's copyright, but also the online platform's copyright. Therefore, in terms of earning money, it was definitely more profitable than movies. We have to talk about the cost, right? Your cost is so little. 700 million is too high. This is also the reason why our television station can only offer 400 million. Deputy Director Chen put out the cigarette in the ashtray with a calm smile on his face. This was also the truth. During the filming of Empresses in the Palace, many TV stations that were interested in purchasing the film came to visit the set. Most TV stations were interested in Empresses in the Palace, but were rejected by MOU because their offer was too low. Experienced industry insiders who stayed on set for a few days would have an idea of the production cost of a TV series. There were only a few things: the actors' pay, the script, the main producer's pay, the set, costumes, special effects, the crew's expenses, promotion, equipment rental. The cost of Empresses in the Palace was very low, so low that it made people suspect that it was Chinze's rough production. The actors were artists under the company, so the biggest part of the budget was their pay, which saved a lot. The script was written, copied, by Chinze, which saved tens of millions. The theme of the script was a harem fight, not a fantasy upgrade or system. Excluding the actors' pay, the most expensive special effects. Therefore, when the TV station bought the TV series, they would consider the other party's cost. After all, the other party's cost was already several hundred million yuan. It was impossible to ask for a price lower than the cost. If that was the case, there would be no point in negotiating, and the deal would definitely not go through. Director Chin, the cost is low because of my ability. This should not be included in the price, right? Chinze looked as calm as an old dog, but under the table, he was fighting with his sister with his feet. They went back and forth and fought for 30 rounds. Being able to save costs was the ability of the developer. You can't just lower the price because the other party has a way to save costs. What I mean is, it's fine as long as it doesn't exceed 500 million yuan. But you know the TV station's requirements. Think about it. Deputy Director Chin had an expression that said, "I think highly of you, but I can't do anything about it." After that, the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war for half an hour. The first negotiation ended without any results. Neither side was willing to give in. After sending them off and returning to the office, Qin Bao Bao took off her low-heeled sandals and rubbed her feet that were red from being stepped on. She said angrily, "Am I not your sister? Can't you let me have my way?" Chinze sneered, "You're kidding. All these years, when have I ever let you have your way?" Qin Bao Bao snorted. "Actually, we can take a step back. This way, both sides have the possibility of continuing the negotiation. You know, 400 million yuan is still not their bottom line," Qin Bao Bao said as she bent down to open the bottom drawer of the coffee table and rummaged through her snacks. "Don't worry, we have to be like a little brat's dick." "Ha!" His sister bit on her lollipop and looked up with her bright eyes. "There's still plenty of time. Up to you." She rolled her eyes. Her left arm was on her chest, and her right arm was supporting her left arm. She licked the lollipop with relish. This action made her breasts feel even heavier. What a perverted breast. You just said you want to lose weight, and now you're eating sweets. Sweetness can make people feel happy. No wonder so many girls like to eat deoxyribose. It's the taste of happiness. Brainiac Bao knew what deoxyribose was. She happened to take off her shoes, so she waved her feet and kicked them hard. Although Empresses in the Palace had not been sold yet, the necessary publicity could not be left behind. Chinze called the Public Relations Department and asked them to start preparing. He and his sister had also done publicity on Weibo, and all the artists in the TV series had to promote the new series. It could be considered as sharing the workload of the Public Relations Department. The two deputy managers who quarreled over the goddess were both fired. Their positions were temporarily vacant, and the Public Relations Department was in a difficult situation. It was not wrong to lock the shared bicycle, but Chinze's punishment was purely a joke. In the workplace, if you encountered such employees, you would have fired them all. The two deputy managers were dumbfounded by their encounter. They did not expect this. In their opinion, the fast shooter's behavior was not courage, but stupidity. In the 21st century, talent was the most important thing. For such a small matter, How could he fire them just like that? Was he so capricious? The most important thing in the 21st century was not talent. This sentence had long been outdated. It was hacking. After entering the 21st century, transmigration and rebirth had become commonplace. Who cared about talent? With a hack, one could rule the world. Even if the hack was low, one could still dominate. The system, MMP, yo, system, long time no chat. Qinze said, system. The system ignored him. His sister was not interested in empresses in the palace. She only saw it as the company's business. When Qinze called to hand over work, she and Wang Zijin were also chatting on the phone. After chatting for a long time, his sister suddenly got angry and scolded, "Don't talk to me. Will chatting with me make you orgasm?" Qinze, he suddenly felt like he was unjustly implicated. Wang Zijin said on the other end of the phone, "I'm so busy. I'm chatting with you while looking at the documents. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Your sudden call is enough to make me sad." She suddenly started singing. "Qin bao bao, useless thing, a broken company can't even manage it." Wang Zijin was furious. "You black-hearted maggot. You have A's to help you. Of course it's easy, but I'm a stepmother." "Qin bao bao, nonsense, my brother." The prince thought to himself, "My boyfriend. Get out." The aggrieved sister Ziwei hung up the phone. "Stingy." Qin bao bao curled her lips and bent down to put on her low-heeled shoes. When she bent down, the curve of her back was very graceful. "A's, dance with your sister. I'll teach you Latin dance." Qinze was stunned. "Latin dance? Forget it, I'm not suitable." "It's suitable. Latin dance is a combination of men and women." Qinze thought, "My penis is long enough. It's 18 centimeters. If I pull it again, you and Sister Ziwei will wake up crying in the middle of the night." Dancing was a daily exercise for his sister. She was now a dancing master. There was almost nothing she couldn't dance. She could even dance well. But she rarely danced ballet, which was known as the Queen of Dance. This kind of dance was very harmful to the feet. Women who practiced ballet for a long time would have their toes deformed. His sister's next concert was approaching. Qinze took advantage of his free time to open the point store alone in the office and search for songs suitable for her to sing. His sister sang so many songs, but there seemed to be very few ancient songs. Qinze searched for them. After a preliminary trial, he found that many ancient songs were very good, but the central theme was not very serious. "Chrysanthemum is full of wounds, your smile has turned yellow, how could it not turn yellow?" What was the original author thinking? Didn't he prefer chrysanthemum among flowers? When the flower bloomed, there would be no more flowers. My reputation as a fast shooter was ruined. Last night I saw the man who abandoned me and didn't come back. Tonight was too long. Today I feel itchy. That was even worse. Wasn't this asking for sex? This author was even more despicable. She felt itchy after seeing a heartless man. Not only was my reputation as a fast shooter destroyed, but my sister's reputation was also ruined.